Hello everyone and welcome to part 3 of What If Quirkless Deku Had the Omnitrix. Don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe, and let's jump straight into the video. Early Wednesday morning, Izuku and Inko are at their dining room table enjoying a quick breakfast. Inko swallows a bit of her miso shiru before she continues their conversation. So, how's detention? Izuku's mind naturally thinks back to the past few days, how he's had to spend them staying behind and cleaning the school after hours. He's scrubbed enough floors and toilets to last a lifetime, and he'd rather not have to think about it. It's going well. Really? Inko doesn't sound convinced, but she doesn't push him. Instead, she just shakes her head before going back to her food. You worry me sometimes. Izuku actually looks ashamed, but that's more because he doesn't like to disappoint his mother, period. Even if in this case it wasn't totally his own fault. Sorry, Mom, but it's not my fault. That's sort of the truth. My quirk just went haywire on me. Okay, now that part's a clear lie. But what else can he say? Oh, hey Mom, I got detention today, but don't worry, I didn't do anything wrong. I just have to do this to cover up a government conspiracy that aliens are here and roaming among us. Yeah, that will go over really well. Inko sighs. Even so, I'm still worried. I don't want you to get hurt, sweetie. She really does care, but she knows that her son has the habit to try and wave off her worries when it comes to his well-being. I know, Mom. He knows that she cares, and it's not like he is actively seeking danger. Okay, he is, but it's not like he wants to cause her any real worry. Even so, he's come so far, and he has so much further to go. But he will try his best not to worry her too much. But I'm working hard, and I think I'm making friends. That should alleviate her worries somewhat. And he's sort of right, because his mom cracks a smile until she also bursts into tears. My baby's growing up so fast. Her tears gush out in buckets. Mom, please calm down. Think about the carpet. Inko sniffs away her tears. Sorry, she can be so darn emotional. And so can Izuku for that matter. You know me. I've always been prone to crying. Hee, yeah, I know. I'm the same way after all. Inko outright chuckles at his little joke before they continue with their morning meal. All right, I better be heading out. Izuku grabs his tray before dropping it off into the sink. All right, you take care. Thanks, Mom. Izuku opens the door and takes off for another exciting adventure. Love you. Love you too. Inko watches from the kitchen table as her son waves back to her as the door shuts closed. She sighs, content with the situation, hoping that he'll return home without any incidents. Izuku has always been rather reserved and sensitive, much like her. But he has a tendency to find trouble, much like his father. Always rushing in head first into any situation and not thinking about the consequences. Always working hard toward his goals. They really are so similar. As Inko thinks on and compares how similar her loved ones are, the television in the living room is currently televising a hostage situation in downtown Mizudafu. ####. In the middle of Mizudafu, a huge crowd of morning commuters watch on in horror and slight fascination as heroes square off against a large, ugly villain. See this lucky little family? Come after me and I'll snap their necks. The hulking villain flicks off the pro-heroes as a family of 3 struggle to breathe in his muscular arm. Got that? Stay back, heroes. This guy is an enormous, muscular humanoid villain with an unusual extension from his shoulders that grows up and over his head, which gives it a hood-like appearance. His face is largely concealed within this hood, only showing round, white eyes and a large mouth. He's wearing an armored half-vest with a chain over his right shoulder and cargo pants with additional plating. A slightly scuffed-up empty lady glares at the villain in front of her. Serial robber and murderer, trapezius headgear. Empty lady is a voluptuous young woman with purple eyes and long, voluminous, creamy blonde hair. Her hero costume is composed of a purple and pale tan-colored skin-tight bodysuit, with purple-colored gloves and boots. The suit also has 3 peculiar orange diamond-shaped dots on the purple top that are located under her chest. And she also wears a purple domino mask with horn-like protrusions on the sides. Meanwhile, laying on his back after being smacked backwards is Kamui Woods. Not only strong, but a quick strategist. Kamui Woods is adorning a dark blue bodysuit that includes a wooden belt, wooden knee pads, wooden shoes, and a small rose veil hangs from the left side of his belt. The family cries out in anguish from within the huge villain's crushing grip. "Save us, heroes!" Trapezius' headgear bursts into laughter. He just can't believe how useless these heroes are right now. And now, with his incredible agility, he can easily make his escape. And nothing, absolutely nothing, can stop him now. Fear not, good citizens. Before anyone can comprehend what's happening, All Might, the #1 hero himself, charges in like a missile from seemingly out of nowhere. Missouri Smash. The symbol of peace karate chops the huge villain from behind while also snagging the family right out of his grasp. Why, you ask? All Might turns, flashing his inspiring grin for the world to see as Trapezius' headgear collapses to the ground. "Because I'm on my morning commute." The crowd of spectators cheer in response. "Yeah! All Might! You're amazing!" But not everyone is exactly thrilled to see him. Empty Lady's face shades over. She smiles, but it's clearly forced. "We appreciate it, but he'll put us out of business," finishes Kamui Woods as he remains laying on the ground with his legs upward like a splattered bug. It's really no surprise that they feel like their victory was stolen right from under them. For starters, their own success depends on the number of crimes and villains that they defeat. It helps to grow their own popularity and as a result gets them a higher paycheck. Or, in some cases, resources to help them in future hero work or endeavors. All Might lets the thankful family down before saluting at the officers who have arrived to haul the villain away. Happy to help. Before he can continue on his commute, his ear twitches as it picks up a faraway cry for help. "Kaya, a hit and run. I mustn't be late." But he can't ignore a plea for help. So, the pro hero squats down, tensing up as he prepares himself to spring into the air. However, with a mighty leap, he launches himself into the air like a mini rocket ship. While falling through the air with style, All Might can't help but notice how much his speed has actually dropped. Although it isn't a lot, he can tell that something is different. In truth, he's been weakening ever since he passed his power onto young Uraraka. Not only that, but his maximum duration has shortened as well. While falling through the air with style, All Might can't help but notice how much his speed has actually dropped. Although it isn't a lot, he can tell that something is different. In truth, he's been weakening ever since he passed his power onto young Uraraka. Not only that, but his maximum duration has shortened as well. But his own capabilities as a hero are not the only things weighing on his mind, but his capabilities as a mentor. "I need a way to help young Uraraka control One for All without damaging her body." Unfortunately, he can't fully understand why or how to do that. Probably because he always had a knack when it came to controlling his power. But then there's something else to consider. "I also need to figure out how and why One for All is boosting her zero gravity. If I don't prepare her, she may end up causing more damage to not only herself but to those around her." Speaking of those around her, I need to keep an eye on that Midoriya boy. It seems he's gotten close to young Uraraka, and if my suspicions of him are true, then I fear for what it may mean for the two of them. And if I make a mistake and the worst comes to pass, then Uraraka may be in more danger than I had previously thought. All Might lands just in front of the runaway vehicle, and without so much as trying, he stops the speeding car with a single hand. Suitable successor or not, she's still just a 15-year-old kid. There is still so much for her to learn. "I heard there's a hostage crisis in the next town over." Looks like duty calls. Hopefully he'll still make it to today's lesson on time. ####. The school bell rings, signaling the start of the students' next class. Aizawa stands before his students looking as lethargic as ever. Now for today's basic hero training. This time, All Might, myself, and one other will supervise. Izuku instantly picks up on Aizawa's wording. This time? So it's a special class. His neighbor, Hantasiro, raises his arm with a question. What are we doing, exactly?" "Preparing you for disaster relief, from fires to floods." To help his point, their homeroom teacher holds up a large white card with rescue inscribed on it. The class excitedly finishes for him. It's rescue training. Kaminari smirks at the idea. Rescue, huh? Sounds like another rough day. Mina grins back at him. Right. Kirishima rebuts the two of them. Come on. This is what being a hero's all about. I'm pumped. You're always pumped. You know it. Meanwhile, Tsuyu thinks aloud to herself. I'll be right at home in a flood, Karo. Aizawa glares at the rambunctious kids. I'm not done. They immediately go rigid in fear, allowing their teacher to continue with his explanation. He explains that it's each of their own choice whether or not they want to wear their hero costumes. But they need to consider that some of their gear are not suited to this particular activity. He also adds in that the training site for this course is a bit remote. So, they will need to travel by bus to get there. That's all. Get ready. The class respectively replies. Yes, sir. As the rest of the class get up to grab their individual costumes, Izuku is trying his best to contain his excitement. Rescue training. He's seriously hyped up for this. Rescuing people is literally the main role of being a hero. Saving those that can't save themselves from all sorts of threats. This'll help me become the greatest hero I know I can be. I'll do my best. While Izuku quietly contains his enthusiasm, Achiko giggles at the sight of his overly excited expression. She holds a large brown shopping bag in her hands as she waits for her classmates to clear out and head to the locker rooms. She's been meaning to give Deku this all morning, but she sort of overslept and was nearly late, so she never had the chance. But it looks like she'll have her chance right now. Hey Deku! Despite his excitement, he doesn't yell out excitedly. Instead, he greets his friend with a happy smile. What's up, Uraraka? Achiko nervously rubs her arm, as she grips the bag and to an extent Deku's gift a little tighter. I had something I wanted to give you. Yeah, WLYUC. I sort of feel bad. Her head droops down. You've been so kind and supportive to me from the start, and it's sort of unfair for me not to be able to be completely honest with you. She is referring to how she's not allowed to explain One for All to him, or even tell him about her connection to All Might. And so I wanted to make it up to you, even if it's in a small way. Okay? ####. Wow. It feels like I was always meant to wear this thing. Izuku admires how comfortable Achiko's gift really is. Apparently, she got him a brand new hoodie, but there's a little more to it than that. The hoodie is black in color with dark green trims around the ends, pockets, and zipper. 2 pairs of dark green lines encircle around the arms. But what makes this hoodie a bit more personal is the hand-sewn logo of the omnitrix on the left chest. This is so great. Thanks, Uraraka. He rubs his hands across the material. I don't know what it's made of. It's so warm, but it breathes. And as a bonus, it'll make for the perfect temporary costume for the day. Apparently, his real costume is still undergoing repairs, and so he's left without one. But thanks to Uraraka's timely gift, he can somewhat match his fellow classmates in style. As of now, his current attire includes his new hoodie that he's foregone zipping up, allowing his black undershirt to be on display. He is, however, wearing the standard gym pants, but he also salvaged his hero costume's gloves, respirator mask, and red utility belt. Uraraka smiles cheerfully. Hee, I'm glad you liked it. Which is good because it took her several days to sew on the omnitrix symbol. She wanted it to be just right, if not perfect. Plus that hoodie wasn't exactly cheap, so she's glad that it was well worth the effort and money. Maybe she should have splurged a little for herself as well, because she too can't wear her costume. Thanks to One for All, her costume was torn apart and heavily damaged. The only real item that survived her power was her own pink belt, which really doesn't go well with the UA gym uniform. But it'll have to do for today. Tweet. Tenya Ida tweets away into his new shiny whistle. It's the newest tool he deemed as necessary to help wrangle in his classmates. Line up according to your ID numbers. Fill those seats in an orderly fashion.
Tweet. Tweet.
Tweet. Asterisk. He's a little too loud with that thing that some of them have to cover their ears in irritation. While Ida continues to whistle away and direct everyone aboard with his waving arms. Izuku, however, just finds the scene odd. Looks like Ida's going full throttle. Achiko nods in agreement, finding the scene just as odd. Yup. Soon they're all packed into the bus with Aizawa at the wheel. With everyone ready to go, they're off to their next big adventure with feelings of excitement and good cheer all around. At least for the most part. Darn. It was this type of bus. Ida slouches over in his seat, holding his head down in disappointment. His entire seating arrangement has been thrown off because the bus doesn't have the standard seat arrangement, making his plan a waste of time and effort. Instead, the bus has an open arrangement in the front portion, while the back of the bus is your standard bus seating arrangement. Currently only Kirishima, Tsuyu, Izuku, Sato, Kaminari, Aoyama, Mina, and Ida are sitting in the front half while the others sit in the back. Mina, sitting beside Ida, decides to confirm all of this, finding Ida's dejection amusing. All that for nothing. Everyone else remains silent, not wanting to comment on the subject. Tsuyu Azui, for one, is ready to change the subject. She turns to face Izuku, who's sitting beside her. Pardon me, Midoriya, but you should know. I generally say what's on my mind. Izuku accidentally flinches, surprised that she wants to talk to him of all people. And from out of nowhere, it seems. Oh? Is that so? Then what is it you'd like to say, Azui? Call me Tsuyu. She deadpans, although her facial expression doesn't change that much as she makes her statement. Anyway, your quirk is really amazing. Huh, thank you. But it's broken. As in, it's way too powerful for its own good. What? From Izuku's other side, Rikido Sato adds in his thoughts. You know, I've been thinking the exact same thing. Denki Kaminari eyes Izuku questioningly. For real, man? I mean, what kind of monster are you? Izuku jolts up in his seat. Monster! From her seat in the back, Achiko looks on in worry, hoping Izuku can handle this on his own. Not that she wouldn't help him, but she may just make things worse if she just butts in. From behind Achiko, Mizo Shoji speaks out as well. To be honest, I don't fully understand your quirk all too well either. Even though it was somewhat explained to him before, he would still like to know more. Ida cups his chin in thought. He thinks about the forms he's seen Izuku use before, such as Terra Spin, XLR8, Water Hazard, and his newest form from a few days ago. I feel the same way. I would also like to know more about your quirk myself. You too, huh? Izuku droops down in his seat, not appreciating his classmates' attention being on him. Literally everyone seems to be asking him the same questions as they observe him curiously, even the reserved and usually distant Todoroki. The only one that seems uninterested is Bakugo, who's too busy glaring out the window. Izuku scans the bus, and sure enough, they're all nodding or giving him looks that silently ask him to explain his enigma of a quirk. Well, he might as well and give the people what they want. I guess I can explain. Some of his classmates lean forward in their seats in anticipation. As for Achiko, she stiffens in her seat next to Momo Yaoyorozu. She really hopes that Izuku knows what he's doing. Well, I guess I should start off with what my quirk is called. Or at least the alibi that both 13 and him came up with months ago. Now it's really time to put their alibi to the test. It's called One-Man Army. Kyukajiro's head tilts to the side as she gives the greenette a questionable look. One-man army? Yes. You see, my quirk allows me to transform into different forms, and each form has its own unique powers and abilities. Izuku Kirishima pats his fist into his open hand in realization. Oh, so that's why it's called One-Man Army. It's because you literally are a one-man army. He raises his balled-up fist as a tear escapes his eye in admiration. That's so cool. Yeah. Tsuyu cuts herself in between the two. But that's not all there is to it, is it, Karo? She's very observant, isn't she? Izuku nods. You're right. There is a bit more to it. Seriously? Kaminari falls back into his seat in defeat. That's so not fair. Not exactly. As of now, I only have 10 transformations or so. Shoji is not sure if he heard Izuku right. 10? I thought you had 9. At least that's what Izuku told him near the beginning of the school year. Oh yeah, Izuku forgot about the fact that he can apparently get new forms. Well, I did have 9, but I just got a new one not too long ago. Mina thinks about it before she comes to a conclusion. Oh right, there was that little battery form you had. You know when you crashed into the classroom. Why yeah. His eyes light up as he remembers something that he thinks is interesting. Oh, I decided to call that form Buzzshock by the way. Everyone stares at Izuku like he's grown a second head. Even Achiko has to fight the urge to facepalm herself. Like the blunt one she is, Tsuyu decides to ask the question on everyone's mind. You name your transformations? Yup. Izuku puffs out his chest a bit. He's admittedly proud about his naming schemes. It's a lot of fun and they're really creative if he does say so himself. That's dumb. Goodbye pride. Izuku hardly knew you. Anyway, even with these forms I can only stay in a single form for 10 minutes before I need to recharge for another 10 minutes. Sato scratches the side of his head. Huh. That is a pretty big drawback. Ida decides to summarize that piece of info. Basically, you can only use your quirk for 10 minutes at a time. Izuku gives him a thumbs up. That's correct. Ida cups his chin. Interesting. Masahiro Ojiro pipes up from the back of the bus. And the watch. Huh. Your watch. I noticed that before you transform that you seem to do something with it. Oh, he means the omnitrix. Luckily 13 and him were ready for this. Oh that. Well, I can't exactly will my quirk to work on its own. I need this watch to help activate my transformations. It also acts as a timer letting me know whenever I'm ready to transform. Izuku offers a friendly smile hoping to show them that he's really not all that. So, you see, despite my versatile powers I still have my drawbacks. Mina pouts from her seat. It's still unfair though. Izuku immediately sinks into his seat feeling dejected as he grumbles to himself. Everyone chuckles at the sight of him being embarrassed and exasperated. Thankfully Kirishima seems to notice Izuku's discomfort and helps to change the item of interest. If you want to talk about unfair quirks, he looks towards the back half of the bus. Then there's Bakugo, Todoroki, and Uraraka to consider. Neither Bakugo nor Todoroki acknowledge Kirishima's praise, but Achiko for one lights up glad that people see her as strong and capable. That's true, confirms Ida. But it seems that Uraraka's quirk has some major backlash as well. So much so that it injures her. Achiko's head falls to the side as her sense of self-worth takes a hit. Tsuyu decides to add something to the conversation. And Bakugo's too unhinged. He'd never be that popular. Throughout this entire discussion the ash blonde was quiet and minding his business. But calling him out is a one-way ticket to being cursed at. What did you say, Frogface? See, she's not even affected by his shouting. Don't ignore Bakugo catches something out from the corner of his eye. Looking over he notices Achiko's piercing glare, as if she's mentally trying to tell him to sit down and be quiet. Normally, he'd curse her out for trying to order him around, but instead he remembers what she had to tell him the other day in the nurse's office. Deciding that shouting at his classmates isn't worth his time, he plops back down in his seat with a huff. While their classmates continue to converse, Izuku is busy as he has an internal meltdown. He's holding his head as to stabilize himself in this upside-down world. Bakugo's getting teased. Who'd have thought? Guess that's UA for ya. Aizawa's stern voice makes itself known to them all. We're here. Look sharp. Okay. Responds Class 1A. ####. Whoa aha. Almost every member of Class 1A cry out in delightful surprise at the sight before them. Is this Universal Studios Japan? The facility before them consists of a dome-shaped building composed of 8 main sections, with 6 of them emulating a particular disaster scenario. The Central Plaza, the Ruins Zone, the Landslide Zone, the Mountain Zone, the Conflagration Zone, the Flood Zone, and the Downpour Zone. Every disaster and accident you can imagine. A very familiar voice calls out to the students as they admire their surroundings. I built this facility myself. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. 13 proclaims proudly for them all to hear. Most of the class share the same thought. Just like Universal Studios Japan, Izuku and Achiko are excited to see their mentor and superior here. But they shouldn't be so surprised. They knew they were a teacher here, and 13th's known by the normal Japan community to be a top-notch rescue hero. Mina gushes at the sight of the pro hero. Whoa, it's the space hero 13.
Tueri hahakira oves.
So cool. Achiko and Izuku bite back their tongues so as to not call out to their mentor. The reason being is something that 13 brought up a while back. That they should act like they've all never met each other. Sure, that was nearly a year ago when the mutant monsters attacked, but they're sure that they should keep up the act at least for today. So that's what they'll do. Act like they never met the space hero before. Hi, Midoriya. Hi, Uraraka. 13 openly waves towards them excitedly. Glad to finally have them here at the USJ. Izuku and Achiko nearly collapse onto the ground because of the blatant disregard for subtlety. Mina stares at the two teens with jealous awe. You two know them? Yup. 13 butts in. I saved these two nearly a year ago and we've had a few run-ins with each other afterwards. So it's nice to see them here. He flashes a thumbs up to his protégés as if to say that they've got this covered. The two teens grumble but return the gesture. Aizawa approaches his colleague as he scans the USJ looking for someone particular. 13. Where's All Might? I thought he was meeting us here. About that. 13 raises up 3 fingers as they whisper their response. It seems he just reached his limit during his morning commute. He's currently resting in the break room, back at UA. All Might sounded really apologetic over the phone when he called to notify 13 about the situation. The height of irrationality, Aizawa states with a hint of irritation. So be it. Let's get started. 13 turns to the crowd of teenagers. Before we do, I have 1 or 2 things to say, or 3 or 4 or dash. We get it. The class deadpants. As I'm sure you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can suck in and tear apart anything that gets sucked into it. Izuku is happy to confirm this. And you've used it to save people in all sorts of disasters. Achiko rapidly nods her head next to him. Indeed. However, my power could easily kill. A harsh coldness washes over the class. They were not expecting 13 to go into the topic of death. I've no doubt there are some among you with similar abilities. In our superpowered society, the use of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. It may seem that this system is a stable one, but we must never forget that it only takes one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. 13 pauses before continuing on. During Aizawa's quirk apprehension test, you came to learn of your own hidden potential. And through All Might's battle training, you experienced firsthand the danger that your respective quirks can pose to others. This class will show you a new perspective. You will learn how to utilize your quirks to save lives. The students slowly begin to smile, ready to get started as 13 encourages them forward. Your powers are not meant to inflict harm. I hope you leave today with the understanding that you're meant to help people. The pro hero takes a dramatic bow, bringing their speech to an end. That is all. I thank you for listening. A few of the students are kind enough to applaud the teacher. Way to go, 13.
Cheers, Izuku.
Awesome job. Achiko praises them for a job well done. Bravo. Bravo. Ida is probably the most enthusiastic, his hands clapping together rapidly. Aizawa leans against the railing of the entrance area that overlooks the central plaza. Great. First off. His voice trails off as a feeling of trepidation washes over him, as if a ghost just passed right through him, and now he's left feeling cold and fearful. It's like after years of being a pro hero has given him a sixth sense for danger. He's not the only one to sense that something's off. 13 gets the same exact feeling, and Mina's horn twitch, making her brace herself as a feeling of hatred and malice emanates from somewhere nearby. That's when Aizawa notices something at the base of the staircase in the central plaza. It's a small black swirl. The swirling black mist gradually becomes bigger and a human hand begins to claw its way out, until the face of their doom reveals itself, their piercing red eyes piercing up at them. A young man with dry pale skin, messy gray-blue hair, and a hand for a mask steps out of the ever-growing black mist. His attire is just as foreboding, and it's because of his black shirt and pants, but the 14 embalmed hands in total and all positioned so they're holding on to him from his head to his arms. There is no time to waste. as Aizawa immediately understands the gravity of the situation. Everyone, huddle up and don't move. Ida and the rest of the class are rightfully confused. Ha! 13. Protect the students. Aizawa's in a panic now, this much worse than he had first thought, especially as even a flood of unsavory characters appear out from within the mist after their apparent leader. Amongst them are all sorts of crooks, criminals, and murders. Kirishima peers down at the central plaza, completely oblivious to the full weight of the predicament. What the heck's that? More battle robots. Like during the entrance exam. Aizawa pulls up a pair of yellow goggles from within his capture weapon. Don't move. Those are villains. And that is enough to get the students to understand that they are in real danger. That this is not part of the course. This is real. Even more villains pour out from within the mist as a young man wearing a black shirt, brown cargo pants while a gray bandana is wrapped around their head with the number 11 written onto the side with marker. Another villain that looks more like a monster with an extremely muscular build claws its way out behind the young man. The black swirling mist seems to almost conjure into a shadowy misty form with glowing yellow eyes observing the students and the teachers above. 13 and Eraserhead, is it? According to the staff schedule we received the other day, All Might is supposed to be here. Aizawa eyes the mist villain with anger. He can only assume that he is the one responsible for teleporting all these villains into the USJ. The leader of this horde throws his head back with mild frustration. Where is he? We've come all this way and brought so many friends. All Might, the symbol of peace. Is he here? His piercing red eyes gaze up to the terrified students. I wonder if he'll show up if we kill some kids? What do you think? New. From the leader's side, the young man now identified as New chuckles from behind his bandana. He's so been looking forward to this. Back up near the entrance, Yaoyorozu calls to 13 for answers. 13. Aren't there intruder sensors? The rescue hero nods. Yes, of course there are. Shoto Todoroki steps forward as to gaze down at the intruders. Noticeably he's without the icy material of his costume today. He doesn't seem too worried, but he definitely doesn't appreciate the villains being here. Are they only here or also at the main building? Either way, if the sensors aren't working, then it has to be one of their quirks that's doing it. And that's not the only thing he points out. This place is far from campus, and they picked a time when there'd be few people here. So maybe they're not as dumb as they seem. They must have an objective, because this is a well-coordinated sneak attack. His explanation makes sense, and somehow it only helps the fear sink in even further into their hearts. Aizawa grips his capture weapon. 13. Begin the evacuation. And try calling the school. He theorizes that one of these villains must be jamming the signal, but they need to be sure. Kaminari, try using your quirk to signal for help. G got it. Kaminari tries to use his little headset, but nothing is getting through to the main campus. Aizawa steps forward towards the steps, preparing himself mentally for an all-out brawl. Izuku hastily calls out to his homeroom teacher. He really doesn't see how this can go well for the pro hero. But Mr. Aizawa, you can't fight them all alone. Against that many. Even you can't nullify all their quirks. He's really scared and worried. If these really are villains, then their teacher can really get hurt or worse. As Eraserhead, your fighting style involves erasure and a quick binding capture. A head-on battle isn't your forte. Aizawa, no Eraserhead, looks back at Izuku and with the utmost confidence he says the following. No good hero is a one-trick pony. Izuku blinks, but he remains silent. He had already said his piece, and you should put more faith into the pro hero. Eraserhead has one last thing to say, and this time to his colleague. 13. Take care of them. 13 nods. Right? And with that, Eraserhead leaps into action. Literally, he leaps right over the staircase, like a falcon swooping down towards its prey. Both Izuku and Achiko, who have the most combat experience of the class, nearly jump in after him, but a quick look from 13 makes them stop in their tracks. It looks like Eraserhead truly is on his own. Eraserhead expertly and efficiently begins to take down the villains. He cancels out 3 villains' quirk all at once before he uses his unique capture scarf to tie them up and knock them out by pulling and bashing their heads together. Some villains are somehow able to recognize the pro hero and even think that they have an advantage. Oh, how stupid they are, because Eraserhead almost effortlessly takes them out one by one, while totally looking like a complete badass, so much so that the villains are actually hesitant to engage in battle with him. New watches on from the sidelines along with his boss. That's a pro hero for ya. They're always ready to show off. He sounds more amused than annoyed. The villain's leader scratches at his neck. I hate pro heroes. Ordinary villains don't stand a chance against them. Back at the entrance, both Izuku and Achiko are completely absorbed in their teacher's display of badassery. Wow, he really is a pro. His friend can't help but agree. Yeah, even when outnumbered. As the rest of the class is trying to evacuate, Ida, the class president, notices the two stragglers. This is no time for analysis. Hurry up and evacuate. Suddenly the black misty villain that warped the villains into the USJ looms over them, blocking their escape route. I won't allow that. Everyone is taken by surprise, not expecting a villain to make their way up here so quickly. Eraserhead seems to have noticed that the rapping villain is no longer in the central plaza. Damn it! In a blink of an eye, the most dangerous one got away. He turns to make his way back up the steps, but more villains block his path. The swirling mist leers down over the students and the pro hero. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity, but today, we've come here to UA High School, this bastion of heroism, to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace. Some of the students, mostly Achiko and Izuku, tense up as their stomachs drop and righteous panic surges forth. We were under the impression that All Might would be here today, but it seems his schedule was revised. The villain's misty body begins to expand, crawling along around them. Well, no matter. 13, knowing that the villain is going to pull something, readies their quirk to attack. My role remains unchanged. Before either the villain or the hero can pull anything, two figures rush in without a second thought. Bakugo releases a booming explosion as Kirishima chops his hardened arm through the villain's smoky form. Bakugo lands on his feet with a scowl. Not if we end you first. Betcha didn't see that coming, shouts Kirishima. The two of them stand tall, proud of their initiative, but they've indirectly landed in 13's path. Unfortunately, it seems their attacks did little to nothing but slow down the villain's attack. That was close. Yes, students though you may be, you are the best of the best. 13 shouts out, dreading what's to come. No, get back. Both of you. 13 needs a clear window to use their quirk, otherwise they can accidentally kill both of the boys. But it's too late. Be gone! The villain's mist explodes outward like a wave that consumes everything in its path. Nearly every student, despite their efforts to get away, are swallowed up by the mysterious mist and warped away to their impending doom. ####. It's dark, it's cold, and it's so unnatural, as if he's being flown through the afterlife until, finally, light pierces through the never-ending void. Wah? Izuku yelps out as he finds himself falling from midair. As he falls, he only has a second to take in his surroundings. He's in the flood zone, and his plunge into the cold water only confirms this. Being thrown into the water did not provide Izuku enough time to catch his breath. Thankfully, he reacts fast enough to transform before he runs out of oxygen. Rip jaws! The Pisxis Vol and takes a few deep breaths. Phew! Man, he is so glad the omnitrix gave him the alien he needed. Now, with his breathing under control, he can take in what he knows of the situation. He teleported us. Must be his quirk. And not only that, but they want to kill All Might? Just, what the hell is going on here? Something big slams into him from behind, sending the muttering Ripjaws down further into the depths of the water. Ripjaws manages to control his descent. Was that a villain? No matter. I'll take them on. He spins around, ready to confront his foe. I'll fight JHH. Ripjaws freezes in place. Somehow his face even turns pale as he takes in his opponent. Monster! Ripjaws cries out in fear as he backs away quickly. There's no villain staring down at him, but a huge monster fish. The monster almost resembles a koi fish, but much more monstrous. The fish is as big as a killer whale. Its scales are sharp and stick out as if they had no organization when they grew out. Its fins are long and look like shredded cloaks that dance in the water. There are two separate pairs of glowing red eyes glaring back at him, and it has a large mouth that's filled to capacity with long saber-like teeth that stick out in all directions, like an angler fish. The monster fish lunges forward, trying to take a chunk out of Ripjaw's tail fin. "Hey, watch it! I ain't fish food, you know." Acting fast, Ripjaws swims along the side of the monster as it swims by. Hopefully by the time it turns around he will be far enough away to make an escape. Unfortunately, something just as large crashes into him from the side. The fishman flips himself around, not letting the pain sink in, as a giant figure is circling around him. No, not one figure but two large figures are circling him. It's two other monster koi fish. The third, or rather the first, monster fish joins his school as they circle around their prey. The morphed Izuku is having a very hard time trying not to let the fear sink in. What the hell? What are these things? Where did they come from? He takes a quick moment to think. They were probably warped here by that mist villain. Well, it doesn't matter how they got here. What matters is that he needs to get out of here. The monster fish continue to circle around him, proving him a moment to scan his surroundings. There isn't much to see but a large expansion of water, and he's too far away to the shore. But there's something not too far from where he is. There's some kind of commotion. It looks as if a group of actual villains, of humans, are trying to attack something at the surface of the water. It must be one of my classmates. He needs to get over there. He can't just leave them to take on the villains alone. One of the monster fish decides to leave the circling school and charges the Pisxis Valen. This is his opportunity. Ripjaws, with his superior agility in water, easily evades the abomination and makes his way towards the weakened death circle. The other two monster fish give chase essentiality, breaking apart their trap. Ripjaws expertly flips and circles around them until he is free of them. Thanks to the fish's long bodies, they are not flexible or agile enough to turn around. Instead, they have to circle their way around in order to give chase. And this is exactly what Ripjaws needs as he takes off towards the villains and their potential victim. The villains don't notice his approach. They are too preoccupied with their current quarry, Ida. Ida's near the surface of the water, and with the power of his engine legs, he's able to inflict swift kicks to keep the aquatic villains at bay. "Get him!" shouts one of the villains that resembles that of a shark wearing scuba gear. One of the villains snaps back as they try to grab Ida's leg. "I'm try-hhh." Ripjaws slams right into the villain, pushing him away from Ida. Ida doesn't notice the newcomer. Instead, he's trying to get to the surface before he drowns. One of the villains notices his escape attempt, but Ripjaws intercept the villain, snapping his terrifying jaws at the criminal, who yelps in fear and backs away in fright. Ripjaws turns to check on Ida when something long and pink wraps around his torso just as he reaches the surface and reels him away. Initially, fearing the worst, Ripjaws notices that the Ida is being pulled onto what seems to be a nearby yacht. Hoping this is a good sign, Ripjaws evades the other villains as they attempt to strike at him, but it looks like the Pisxis Valen is too fast for them. One of them shouts in anger as they swim after him. "Get back here!" "Yeah, no." Ripjaws dives down before launching himself upward, building enough momentum to launch himself out of the water. His lower half becomes a pair of legs just before he lands atop the large boat. "Phew, made it." Ida's coughing voice shouts out in alarm. "A villain? Where?" Ripjaw's head swivels from side to side, looking for the villain that's waiting for them. Well, according to Ida, he's mistakenly thinks he's villain because with no hesitation he lands a strong kick right into Ripjaw's gut. Oh, that hurt. Ripjaws falls to his knees as he holds his gut, trying in vain to keep his breakfast down. "Karo? Ida, I think that's Midoriya. Oh, so Tsuyu's here too. Guess she was the one that rescued Ida and pulled him aboard. And she must have recognized the omnitrix symbol on Ripjaw's person." Ripjaws groans but manages to nod his head. "Why yeah, it's me." Ida gasps, feeling absolutely terrible and disappointed with his actions. He didn't mean to attack his classmate. How was he supposed to recognize him in this form? He just assumed he was a villain chasing after both Tsuyu and himself. "My apologies, Midoriya." He bows repeatedly and so fast that water splashes off of him. "I thought you were one of the villains." Ripjaws stands back up, rubbing his abdomen. It's alright, this kind of thing happens quite a bit when I'm Ripjaws. Heck, the first time he showed this form to Achiko, she freaked out and ran away. He was really offended by that but forgave her. It's understandable why people assume Ripjaws is a monster. He's way too scary. Suyu looks up at the fishman curiously. Ripjaws. Oh, I like to name my transformation. Ripjaws smiles down at her. But it probably comes off creepier than he intended. Like I said, that's dumb. Ripjaws frowns, unhappy that Suyu doesn't appreciate his creativity. But enough about that, they have more pressing matters. It looks like the villains are opting to stay in the water, thankfully, as are the monster fish. Ripjaws backs away from the side of the boat just in case any of them decide to pull something. It's like Todoroki said. They've been waiting for this chance, and they prepared well for it. Ida doesn't quite understand, especially what the villains are hoping to achieve. But there's no conceivable way that they can actually kill All Might, is there? Suyu responds with a logical answer. They must have figured out a way to kill him. Otherwise, why come here just to get beaten? Fair point. One of the villains is really getting antsy while waiting in the water. Come down here, you brats. The trio look over the side, and what they find is more than troubling. The boat is completely surrounded by maybe 20 villains or so, and that's not including the 3 monster koi fish swimming about like sharks. There's a whole school of them. Ripjaws, despite shouting in fear, couldn't resist a good pun. Is this really the time for a pun, Caro? Ripjaws responds defensively as he glares at his froggy classmate. There is always time for a pun. Sheesh. She not only dislikes his naming schemes but also his puns. There's just no pleasing her, is there? Ripjaws breathes in before coughing. Oh yeah, he forgot. He's gonna need water soon, otherwise he may suffocate up here. This is bad. Really, really bad. Ajui's right though, they must have figured out a way to beat All Might. Probability that must be it. It doesn't make sense otherwise. But why kill him? Because he's the symbol of peace? Because he stands against villains? Against evil? There's got to be some specific reason. He gasps. Do they know? They know about his weakened state. He tries not to think about it. After all, it's not exactly a comforting thing to think that the symbol of peace can only do his job for a limited amount of time. Ripjaws shakes his head, cutting off his own muttering. No, the reason doesn't matter. What does matter is that we need to survive and get out of here. They all need to make it out of this, for themselves, for each other, and for their loved ones. Suyu and Ida wait for the morphed Izuku to continue. They were a little creeped out by the fishman's muttering, but when he cut himself off, they couldn't help but worry. If there's even a chance that they have a way to beat All Might. Ripjaws stands up straight and looks his classmates in the eye. Then we have a fight to win. As for the others, he can only hope that they too have come to the same conclusion. There is no retreating from this. If any of them want to make it out, then they need to make their stand here and now. It's hero time. ####. Meanwhile, someone appears atop the landslide zone. They approach a nearby ledge as to look over the entirety of the USJ. The figure peers down at the tracker that was provided to them to make sure that this is where their target is located. It is, so that means that they will soon have the omnitrix in their grasp. Toshinori, in his weakened state, takes a load off in the UA break room in his hand. He holds his cell phone after just making a few calls. I can't contact 13 or Aizawa. He sighs in his seat. Hopefully they'll be willing to forgive him for missing out. Good reason or not, I put my hero work ahead of my teaching. That was quite foolish. What do I tell them when I show up at the end? Maybe say something flashy and encouraging? Anyway, I should be fine in another 20 minutes or so. His muscles puff out as straight's up in his seat. No, I'm going. A bit of blood spurts out of his grin. Someone slides open the door. Hold your horses. Oh, All Might looks up in mild surprise. Hello, and is you, sir? Sure enough, the strange little chimera is at the door looking as chipper as ever. That's right. The one who could be a mouse, a dog, or a bear. Though the only important thing is, I'm the principal. He looks so happy to be able to say that. All Might scoots forward onto the floor. Your coat is looking extra shiny today, sir. Nizu approaches the crouching hero. My secret is keratin, but I don't think humans can produce such luster. Enough of that, though. Look! He holds up his tablet and shows All Might articles about his most recent excursions that same morning. Shall I read it to you? It says you resolved 3 incidents in just 1 hour. All Might winces, not wanting to think about where this discussion is going. Nizu sighs in exasperation before he places his tablet down onto the nearby coffee table. The any do wells in this city haven't let up despite you being here, but you also have to learn not to react every time you hear of an incident. You haven't changed at all these years. You've always been proactive. Only now your heroism must be limited due to your injury. He then strolls his way towards the couch as to take a seat. Plus you have the added work of training one for all successor. You insist on remaining the symbol of peace, and the only way you can justify staying out of the spotlight is by teaching. At this point, All Might's body begins to steam, a clear sign that he's already reaching his limit. That's why I gave you this job. He turns around in time to notice the steam escaping All Might's form. Oh, dear, you're smoking, that can't be good. Toshinori doesn't show any form of response as his muscular body deflates itself. Nizu doesn't react to Toshinori's transformation. Rather, he continues to smile as he climbs atop the oversized couch. It looks like you need to stay here in the lounge a little while longer. Nizu continues to speak as he climbs atop the oversized couch. The other teachers will understand. They're more than capable. He should know he hired them after all. But now that you are a teacher here, All Might, I really do wish you'd prioritize your students over your hero work. They deserve it. Especially since they will all someday become heroes of their own, and ones trained by All Might could potentially benefit society in the long run. Especially for 2 of those students. This city has enough hero agencies to deal with common criminals. The ashamed pro-hero continues to sit on the floor. You're absolutely right. So, I was gonna head over to the USJ now, actually, if you don't mind. Nizu begins to pour tea into the tea set that was left on the coffee table. Even if you went now, you'd have to return almost right away. So, you might as well stick around and listen to some of my teaching philosophies. Great. Even in his own mind, Toshinori sounds exasperated. This is turning into a lecture. He groans. Nizu pushes a cup of tea across the table. Here, drink up. As Nizu takes a sip out of his own cup, Toshinori can't help but wonder how long-winded Nizu gets when lecturing while sipping tea. First, on the inevitable stresses and burdens when walking the line between hero and educator. You haven't changed all that much all these years either, sir. ####. Ah! We're all going to die. Minoru Mineta is bawling his eyes out in pure unadulterated terror. This creep's already killed the others. We need to get the hell out of here. No, everyone else is still alive. Mizo Shoji stands nearby, and his many limbs are at attention with eyes and ears growing out at the ends. They've been scattered across the facility, but our classmates are still here, and they are most definitely alive. Everyone else sighs in relief. Both of these teens are some of the few that somehow weren't warped away by the Misty Warp villain. The others include Mina Ishido, Yuga Aoyama, Toru Hagakure, Rikido Sato, Hanta Siro, and of course the pro-hero 13. Siro stands near the back of the group as the Black Mist villain looms just ahead of them. Physical attacks are no good. He just warps away. This guy's quirk is too tough to handle. 13 considers their options. They need to get a message out to the other heroes at UA, but if the alarms nor the phones are working, then there's only one other option. They need to go and get help. But how? Ishido could use her acid to slip and slide her way back to campus. But there's also Siro who can use his tape to swing and reel himself back for help. He'll have to do. Too bad that Ida kid isn't here. This job was made for him, but beggars can't be choosers. Siro.
Yeah.
Your job will be to escape and run back to the school and report what's happening. You going back is our best option. What? Are you sure? Siro is understandably unsure about the plan. Shoji steps forward, ready to defend his ally. It's a good idea. As for the rest of us, Sato joins his side, his fists at the ready. We'll hold off this freak. Mineta does not share their sense of fortitude. You're all crazy. The little guy is literally quivering in his boots. As is Aoyama, even though he is trying to keep his usual calm composure. Mina leaps forward, her arms outstretched. Shape up, you two. This is serious. We can do this, shouts Hagakure, who tries to sound encouraging, but a hint of fear is heard within her voice. 13, without removing their eyes from the villain, calls out to Zero. Use your quirk to save us all. Not wanting to disappoint those around him, especially after most of them are willing to step up to the plate. How can he just ignore their resolve? You got it. Too bad the villain doesn't seem to enjoy their sense of duty. Aside from the fact that you have no hope, what sort of fool discusses their plan in front of your enemy? If 13 was smiling, then no one could tell from their dark helmet. It won't matter if you know what we're planning or not when I'm done with you. They stick their hand out and their quirk immediately gets to work sucking in the black mist surrounding their foe. Black hole. Black hole does what a black hole does and begins to pull in the villain, but it doesn't seem like he's all too concerned about it. Ah, black hole, the quirk that sucks up matter and turns it to dust. Such an astounding power. 13 really doesn't like how calm this guy is, despite his life being sucked away from him. However, you're a rescue hero, 13, skilled at saving people from disasters. A warp portal begins to emerge from within the villain's large misty mass. Consequently, that means you have little fighting experience or battlefield awareness. Black hole immediately passes through the warp gate until disaster strikes. A second warp gate forms right behind 13, and with it comes the pull of the pro hero's own black hole. The students watch on in horror as their teacher's suit begins to slowly disintegrate and get pulled into the warp gate. The villain must sense victory because he begins monologuing, shutting his eyes in the process to savor it. It's over for you. You shall be turned to dust by your own quirk. You would think so, wouldn't you? Asks 13 in a calm and somewhat amused tone. Huh. If he was paying attention, then he would have noticed 13 cutting off their quirk in time. But then the pro hero jumped backwards through the warp gate that was right behind them. And now they're positioned right in front of the villain with their quirk at the ready. The villain panics and makes a hasty retreat backward as 13 releases their quirk again. But the villain gets far enough away that it doesn't really get a chance to do anything. As for 13, they were in midair when they activated their quirk, so they shut it off as they rolled backwards on the ground before skidding across the ground on their knee and coming to a halt at their students' feet. The students gap in awe at what they've just seen as 13 gets back up and glares daggers at their opponent. Noticeably, the back of 13's costume is not as damaged as they thought. That said, the first layer of their costume is completely gone, but a second protective layer just barely seen has a few tears in it. The villain just can't believe his eyes. How is this possible? How is this hero still in one piece, and how were they able to pull off such an attack? Unbeknownst to anybody but two other people in this entire building, 13 is a plumber. Their hero costume's design is not an accident. It's actually meant to allow the hero to survive in the vacuum of space itself. Of course, it would be able to withstand black hole's pull, at least for a time. And not only that, it's like the villain said, 13 is known as a rescue hero and thus not known for taking part in combat. At least to the human population of Japan. 13's eyes sparkle as if glad they get to show off their combat skills a little. Surprised, are we? There's more to me than just a friendly face, you know? That's for sure. Thanks to their position as a plumber, Nizu sends them out to take on any and all sorts of missions. And sometimes, although rarely, an alien or two isn't willing to cooperate. So, other means of negotiation are sometimes needed. But this is no alien, this is a human being and a murderous one at that. 13 doesn't take their eyes off the villain. Zero, you need to leave. The student flinches as he snaps out of his daze. All right. He quickly sprints off for the exit, his fellow classmates following behind as to cover him. Not wanting to fail his mission, the villain lunges forward. Oh, no you don't. Hey, I'm your opponent. 13 charges, moving rather quickly for such a short stature. The villain flings a warp gate at 13, trying to send the troublesome hero away. But 13 is quick on their feet and they easily skip to the side before charging in close and delivers a Hail Mary of a swift chop into the villain's midsection. As the villain reels back and groans, 13 jumps back, keeping their distance just in case this villain has a surprise up their sleeve. How'd you like that? The black mist leers back at the nuisance. He severely underestimated this pro-hero. Guess UA has higher standards than he had originally thought. Perhaps it's time to take things seriously. I admit you certainly have caught me off guard, but I'm full of surprises myself. The black mist begins to expand outward as 2 warp gates appear at their sides. 13 stands at the ready. They don't ready their quirk in case the villain tries to pull the same trick again. What's he trying to pull? Something's moving from within each of the warp gates, slithering about as if unsure whether to step out from the dark abyss. Without warning, the 2 figures breeze past 13 in a blink of an eye, not giving the hero any time to react. All they witness are black lengthy figures zipping past them. The 2 figures intercept Zero's path, snaking past the other students as they go by. What the hell? Zero comes to a panicked halt, as does the rest of his classmates. Hisses. Standing before them, blocking their path to freedom, are 2 mutant snakes. The snakes are coiled up, making them as tall as a man, but when outstretched they are 20 feet long. The serpents' heads look as if their skulls grew outward, giving them a spooky-like appearance along with the wispy black feathers that coat their backs and their black undersides. Their red eyes glow from within their enlarged and outgrow skulls. Their fangs are sharp and dripping with acid that drips down melting parts of the floor. Their long tongues hiss and whip towards the students as if taunting them. Tears gush out of Mineta's eyes. Ah, monsters! He cowers away behind Shoji's much larger form. One of the monster serpents snaps at Zero, who leaps back just in the nick of time. Whoa! Hisses. The serpent almost sounds as if it's glad it missed. Now it has the opportunity to really play with its food. The looming villain is amused by his victim's reactions. Do you like my pets? Would you believe that they were a gift? 2 more monster snakes slither out from the warp gates. 13 takes a step back, not liking the situation at all. Some gift. The villain chuckles in response. 13 tries to make a break for it. They need to get to the students, but they're too far away. The serpents are too quick, and the new additions swiftly intercept 13's path, their bodies crossing each other as they block the way. Mineta is a complete mess if he wasn't before. We're all going to die. Mina, although scared as well, stands at the ready in case the serpents try to pull something. Get up. This is no time for that. The others gather around each other, ready to defend themselves as the monster serpents circle around them, waiting for an opening. How can you all be so calm? Sato is nervously sweating, but he keeps his fists up. Calm down, man. Zero keeps his grin despite the terrible situation, but he's probably keeping it out of nervousness. Yeah, your screaming isn't helping one bit. Hisses. Oh! Cries Mineta. Hagakure begins to remove her gloves. I'll escape and get help. Soon her boots are off as well, and the rest of the students can only assume she's quietly making her way to the exit. Suddenly, one of the monster serpents spins around before spitting acid towards the path that leads to the entrance. Hagakure screams out as she flails backwards. She quickly scrambles back towards the group. Are you okay? Mina cries out in worry. IT can see me? Kurogiri overhears the students' panic. More like it can sense your presence. After all, snakes have an excellent sense of smell and can see things in the thermal spectrum, so invisibility is useless against them. The villain's black misty body begins to swirl, expanding upward as he towers over them all. Are you ready, young heroes? Here is where you will all meet your demise. 13 scowls from behind their helmet. This is not how things were supposed to go. They were hoping to at least get one student out to warn the heroes and bring back up. But now it looks like they're all trapped inside the arena with a horde of villains and monsters. Each student is going to have to survive on their own or perish. ####. Thankfully, some of the students have already come to this conclusion themselves, such as the trio of students stuck on the yacht in the flood zone. Tenya Ida has started breaking into a cold sweat, although that could just be water dripping from his face. Midoriya, I advise against this. We cannot possibly take on all those villains and monster fish on our own. And I hate to admit it, But you're contradicting yourself. How could we possibly fight them when they potentially have the capability to defeat All Might himself? Ripjaws rubs the back of his neck in thought. That's a good point. But that's what we need to figure out. He peers over the ledge to take a quick peek at the villains below. All of those guys are clearly suited to aquatic combat. Tsuyu Azui adds to this point. So, they were recruited because their team knew about the USJ's different environments. That's a valid point. These villains must have at some point gotten intel on not only their schedule but also the facility schematics. Ida then comes to the realization, a mistake on the villain's part. Wait, then if they knew ahead time, then why did they send Azui here? Karo? She's not sure how she's supposed to mean that. Takes a moment, but Ripjaws gasps in pleasant surprise as genius strikes. That's it. Tsuyu gazes up at the tall fishman, hoping he explains further. What's it? They don't know about our quirks. Ida's eyes light up in response. You're right. Tsuyu thinks on it before looking over to the conflagration zone located across the giant indoor lake. If they knew about me having frog powers, then they would have dumped me into that fiery area. And that's the point Ripjaws is trying to get at. And that's because they don't know about our quirks. So, their strategy was to scatter us and overwhelm us with numbers. And to prove his point, he gestures towards the edge of the boat. Look! The other two look over the edge, and all they see is that the villains are still waiting around in the water. They're not trying to get on board. That supports my theory. Ripjaws takes a deep breath after saying this. Unbeknownst to the others, he's starting to run out of oxygen. The frog girl looks to the others for a plan. So, what do we do? First things first. Ripjaws squats down so they can discuss quietly. Let's explain our quirks this way we can have a full understanding of what we can do. Tsuyu nods, signaling that she will go first. I can jump really high and stick to walls. My tongue can stretch to about 20 meters and I secrete a poisonous fluid. I say poisonous, but it really just stings a bit. Oh, I can also spit up my stomach to clean it. Weird flex, but okay. Comments Ripjaws in all seriousness before moving on. Anyway, my current form is essentially a walking and talking fishman. I'm super agile in the water and my powerful large jaws are my main selling point. Oh, my claws are also great at tearing anything apart. And now it's Ida's turn. My quirk, Engine, is a mutation-type quirk that grants me the ability to reach high speeds when running. He looks worried and a bit ashamed to admit this next part. But I don't quite know how I can benefit us in this situation. During the entire explanation, Ripjaws has been huffing louder and louder as he gasps for oxygen. It's at this point that the others take notice of his predicament. Tsuyu, however, takes notice. Are you okay, Karo? Ripjaws replies between gasps for breath. And no, I need water. Ida raises an eyebrow. Huh. When I transform I gain weaknesses too. He's grabbing his throat now like he's choking. Instantly, Tsuyu and Ida understand the dilemma, but before they can do anything about it, a strong water blast smashes into the side of the yacht, making it lurch, while also breaking apart part of the hull. The villains shout out to them. I'm getting bored over here. Yeah. Let's finish this already. Come on, we'll make it quirk. Promise. The trio of students brace themselves as water showers down onto them. Thankfully, it's actually what Ripjaws needed. I can breathe. Whoa! The boat rocks even more as the monster fish have decided to join in and ram themselves against the bottom of the boat, damaging the hull even further and causing even more water to flood inside. While the teens hang on for dear life, the villains are also dealing with their own issues. Some of them are quick to back off and put as much distance between themselves and the monster fish, even after they've dived back down to the depths. Watch it. Those things are real monsters. I am not ready to be chum. The analytical Izuku, even in a different form, instantly picks up on the villain's apparent discomfort. They're scared of the monsters? Speaking of, Ripjaws can't help but feel like there is some kind of familiarity when it comes to those monster koi fish. But he just can't seem to figure out why. Until the realization hits him like a truck. Those monsters are actually mutants. They're just regular koi fish that must have been mutated by the lunatic that attacked the mall a year ago or so. Dr. Animo. Ripjaws recalls how Dr. Anemo was reported missing after being arrested. Guess he's been busy since his escape. Although this information isn't exactly useful, at least now Ripjaws has something to go off. Dr. Anemo's mutants always seem to be prone to anger. They're easily provoked and will attack anything in front of them. He wonders if that holds true. Tsuyu is visibly starting to look worried as the boat continues to sink. Isn't there something else we can try? No. Neither Tsuyu nor Ida expected such a response, especially from their usually hopeful classmate. Ripjaws delves into his reasoning. We are no longer in class. We don't get to fail and try again with a different plan. We only got one shot at this. This is the hard truth. This is not some homework assignment or a class exercise. They can't just try and fail only to try again. No, they got only one chance to pull something off. They can't afford to fail. Ripjaws points at the omnitrix. And we need to hurry. Ida recalls what Izuku said about his quirk one-man army when they were still on the bus. Why your transformation? You can only be in it for 10 minutes. Yeah. And we already lost 5 of those minutes. Okay, so not only do they have to face off against a school of villains and monsters, but they are also on a time limit. Ripjaws stands back up hoping that he can inspire his classmates to take action. The moment when the enemy thinks they've won represents your best chance. He looks around and spots a nearby sheet of fiberglass that was torn off the boat when the villain attacked. All Might once said that during a documentary interview. He grabs the fiberglass before turning to his teammates. This is the only way we can win. Tsuyu and Ida share a look, making sure that the other agrees they do, and they confirm this with a determined nod. Ripjaws doesn't smile. Smiling will come later after they've won. Instead, he tears his sharp claw right through the fiberglass in order to begin his plan. While Ripjaws explains his thrown-together plan, the villains are really getting antsy down below. I bet they're pissing themselves up there. What a bunch of babies. Careful. Remember what Shigaraki said, to not get careless. We can't judge them on their age, but on their quirks. The same villain eyes the boat in excitement. Then again, our quirks have the advantage in the water. So, I'm not exactly worried for us. If anything, only that fishpunk has a chance, but we clearly outnumber the freak. There are chuckles from the others. They too just can't wait to play their parts. Almost too soon their good time is interrupted when Ida uses one of their heads as a landing platform. The villains cry out in surprise. What the hell? Currently Ida is not only standing on a submerged villain head, but also a makeshift board made of fiberglass. And despite being scared out of his mind, he glares down at the pathetic excuses for people. You will not succeed, you villains. His engines rev up, roaring to life before Ida launches forward, skating across the water as if he was on a jet ski. The villains are quick to go after the fleeing brat. Get him! What about the others? Leave them. They're fish food. As in, the monster fish are still circling down below the water, waiting for the boat to sink beneath the waves. With the other brats' fates practically sealed, the school of villains swim after Ida. Even with his head start, the villains still manage to catch up to Ida. They are literally on his heels, but with some quick maneuvers he's able to avoid their attempts at grabbing him. I won't let them stop me. I'll carry out your plan, Midoriya. You've always excelled at planning ahead. I saw as much during the battle training. It's why I picked you to be the class president. Hold still, damn it. One of the aquatic villains lunges at Ida, but he ducks down, allowing the criminal to fly over his head. Water splashes up into Ida's eyes, but there's nothing that will distract him from his role. Even if I was given the role by default, I will not fail you or our classmates. We will succeed. His engines roar as jet blue flames stream out of his exhausts, and suddenly he's racing even faster across the surface of the water. Meanwhile, Ida's teammates watch on from the yacht as he leads the villains away. He makes a few U-turns and swivels to keep the villains distracted. He did it. Karo. Now it's my turn. Ripjaws pushes himself off the ledge of the boat and dives into the water. As Ripjaws plunges into the cold waters, Tsuyu watches on with her ever-indifferent expression, but unbeknownst to most, she really has to admire Izuku's drive and determination in the face of adversity. You really are the problem child of Class 1A, aren't you? Midoriya. He's at least going to be a problem for the villains, that is. Ripjaws doesn't have to swim down far to find what he's looking for. Onemo's mutated koi fish. The monster fish are circling around below him. They seem to be distracted by a few large pieces of the boat that have already broken off and sunken below. Working to his advantage, Ripjaws swims down to them as their attention is drawn elsewhere. He moves quickly through the water, really showing how well adapted Pisxis volans really are. But that's not the only thing that Pisxis volans are known for. When he finally gets close enough to the monster fish, Ripjaws does what he does best. With his lower jaw unhinging, he takes a bite out of one of the abominations, ripping away a huge chunk of the fish's flesh. The monster fish releases a blood-curdling screech of agony that reverberates through the water. All three monster fish turn. Their red eyes glare daggers at the omnitrix wielder, who spits out the chunk of mutated flesh in disgust. "Come and get me." They are more than willing to oblige. They frantically pounce at the young hero, but thanks to his smaller and more agile size, he's able to evade their attempts at turning him into lunch. But neither side is done. Ripjaws takes off, leaving a stream of bubbles behind him as he takes off for the surface like a torpedo. The monster fish take some time to circle before they swim up after him towards the surface. The Pisxis vol and breaches the surface of the water, but it's no time to slow down, and he knows it. He continues to swim across the surface of the water as the three orca-sized fish shadow him from just below the water's surface. Only their backfins end up breaching the water. Ripjaws snake side to side to avoid being chomped up by the mutated predators. Looking over, Ripjaws takes note of Ida's position, as well as how far they are from the yacht, and then he makes his way towards Ida and his unsavory followers. Ida spots Ripjaws heading towards him from across the man-made lake. He makes a sharp turn, avoiding a wave generated by the villain's quirks, before making a beeline to his teammate. They need to time this just right, if not, then this will be the end for both of them. One of the villains notices the speedster's path, especially taking note of the monster fish quickly approaching them from the front. "This is our chance." The school of murderers pick up their pace, thinking that these kids are too stupid to make a proper escape plan. Unfortunately for them, that's what these two kids were hoping for. None of the villains are remotely suspicious how quickly both Ida and Ripjaws are racing towards each other like their lives depend on it. The omnitrix begins to count down, flashing red, making the morphed Izuku to pick up his pace. Finally, when the two students are only a few meters away from colliding head-on, they both leap into the air. Suyu! They collide in midair, grabbing onto each other, as the omnitrix flashes red, blinding the villains and the monster fish. Just as the red light fades, Suyu leaps off the boat and above their heads while her long tongue lashes out and wraps around their torsos, before pulling them away and out of the path of the impending collision. As for the villains, in response to being blinded, one of the villains sends a powerful wave forward in an attempt to strike the annoying brats. He hits something, but it's the last thing he wanted to upset. The villain's eyesight returns too little too late, because they are greeted by the sight of growling angler-toothed monsters glaring at them for daring to attack them and interrupt their hunt. The monster fish lurch forward, deciding that the villains themselves will make just as good a meal as the kids. Suyu watches from midair as the villains flee in terror, completely forgetting about the hero students. That takes care of them. Not too shabby. Ida and Izuku could care less about the awkward position. Instead, they too can't help but admire their efforts. "You guys are amazing. Both of you. They truly did pull it off, and now hopefully they are one step closer to ending this nightmare. Looks like we passed the flood zone. ####. Divide and conquer, huh?" Todoroki's breath can be seen as he exhales. Forgive me for saying so, but a cold breeze shifts across the frozen landslide zone. It's hard to see you guys as any more than thugs with quirks you can't even handle. The entirety of the landslide zone is frozen in thick layers of ice, and that includes every single villain that were awaiting his arrival. The villains shiver in place within their ice cocoons, but it's unclear whether they're shaking out of fear or from the cold. Achiko sheepishly pops out to the side behind Todoroki. "Yo, you're really scary." "Yeah, she's here too, and oh boy was it a surprise to be warped away here of all places, and with Todoroki to boot." Todoroki ignores her, He'd rather keep his mind on task. They want to kill All Might. At first, it seemed like they were elite. They'd use their numbers to overwhelm him. Don't ignore me, she grumbles mostly to herself with a small pout. Taking a closer look, the pawns are just here for us. Nothing but a gang of low-level cannon fodder. Achiko thinks about it. Yeah, as far as I can tell, only a few of them seem to be dangerous. Specifically, that creepy guy with all the disembodied hands on his body and the warping villain made of purple mist. But they wouldn't have come without a plan. Todoroki decides to walk over to one of his frozen victims. Oh, so now he addresses me. Achiko thinks as she begrudgingly decides to follow him. She passes by a few frozen pieces of debris until she passes by something so unexpected that she yelps in surprise. Frozen in place is a monstrous creature that somewhat resembles a hamster that was grossly mutated into existence. Despite being frozen in place, the monster rodent lets out a stuttering growl as if it can still try and be intimidating. Achiko backs away cautiously. I've seen you before. But from where? She tries to figure out where she could have possibly seen this thing. She can't seem to remember. So for now she'll just follow her classmate and hope that they don't run into anything. Todoroki approaches one of the frozen villains. Hey! The shivering villain's eyes snap up at the dual-haired teen. At this rate, your skin will rot away from frostbite. Achiko squawks. That's so cold. He ignores her and continues on with his interrogation. But I'm trying to become a hero, and heroes don't do such horrible things. So tell me. His right hand reaches up towards the villain's exposed face. Tears are beginning to leak out of the villain's eyes, as a look of terror adorns their face. How do you plan to kill All Might? Todoroki's cold, piercing gaze stares directly into the villain's own fearful and teary eyes. Tell me. The P plan. The P plan. The PPLA dash. Get on with it. Ah, WWE. We BBR brought a monster. Both Todoroki and Achiko give the cowering villain a deadpan expression. Achiko points back to the frozen mutant hamster just behind them. You mean like that thing? The villain moves his head as if to shake it in denial. And no, this thing. It's different. Apparently its sole purpose is to kill All Might. Divide and conquer, huh? Todoroki's breath can be seen as he exhales. Forgive me for saying so, but a cold breeze shifts across the frozen landslide zone. It's hard to see you guys as any more than thugs with quirks you can't even handle. The entirety of the landslide zone is frozen in thick layers of ice, and that includes every single villain that were awaiting his arrival. The villains shiver in place within their ice cocoons, but it's unclear whether they're shaking out of fear or from the cold. Achiko sheepishly pops out to the side behind Todoroki. Yo, you're really scary. Yeah, she's here too, and oh boy, was it a surprise to be warped away here of all places, and with Todoroki to boot. Todoroki ignores her. He'd rather keep his mind on task. They want to kill All Might. At first, it seemed like they were elite. They'd use their numbers to overwhelm him. Don't ignore me, she grumbles mostly to herself with a small pout. Taking a closer look, the pawns are just here for us. Nothing but a gang of low-level cannon fodder. Achiko thinks about it. Yeah, as far as I can tell, only a few of them seem to be dangerous. Specifically, that creepy guy with all the disembodied hands on his body and the warping villain made of purple mist. But they wouldn't have come without a plan. Todoroki decides to walk over to one of his frozen victims. Oh, so now he addresses me. Achiko thinks as she begrudgingly decides to follow him. She passes by a few frozen pieces of debris until she passes by something so unexpected that she yelps in surprise. Frozen in place is a monstrous creature that somewhat resembles a hamster that was grossly mutated into existence. Despite being frozen in place, the monster rodent lets out a stuttering growl as if it can still try and be intimidating. Achiko backs away cautiously. I've seen you before. But from where? She tries to figure out where she could have possibly seen this thing. She can't seem to remember. So for now she'll just follow her classmate and hope that they don't run into anything. Todoroki approaches one of the frozen villains. Hey! The shivering villain's eyes snap up at the dual-haired teen. At this rate, your skin will rot away from frostbite. Achiko squawks. That's so cold. He ignores her and continues on with his interrogation. But I'm trying to become a hero, and heroes don't do such horrible things. So tell me. His right hand reaches up towards the villain's exposed face. Tears are beginning to leak out of the villain's eyes, as a look of terror adorns their face. How do you plan to kill All Might? Todoroki's cold piercing gaze stares directly into the villain's own fearful and teary eyes. Tell me. The P plan. The P plan. The PPLA dash. Get on with it. Ah. WWE. We BBR brought a monster. Both Todoroki and Achiko give the cowering villain a deadpan expression. Achiko points back to the frozen mutant hamster just behind them. You mean like that thing? The villain moves his head as if to shake it in denial. And no, this thing. It's different. Apparently its sole purpose is to kill All Might. Achiko doesn't like how her stomach drops because of that. Just what does they mean? How could one guy take down the symbol of peace, the #1 hero that is All Might? Yet, these villains wouldn't be here if there wasn't some kind of truth behind this bold statement. Could it be that they know about All Might's injury? His time limit? Just how much do they know and just what exactly are they planning? While Achiko is internally worrying, Todoroki goes ahead and begins to heat up the landslide zone. It's not much, all it really does is melt away the first layer of ice so that the villains won't get frostbite, but they'll remain secured for a while. Achiko tentatively walks up to Todoroki. So now what? The heterochromia teen-eyes Achiko. His expression doesn't display any real emotions. Before he turns away and begins to walk down the icy slope, Achiko is a bit surprised by being ignored. Don't leave me, she wails as she flails after him, trying not to slip on the ice. She catches up to him, following behind him like a shadow. He isn't necessarily moving quickly, but he's definitely moving with purpose. We need to hurry. Mr. Aizawa can't possibly take on those villains all by himself, and we need to help our classmates. Todoroki doesn't respond for a few sluggish seconds. Only the sound of their feet trekking on the ground accompanies them as they leave the frozen villains and mutant hamsters behind. Achiko becomes way too uncomfortable with his lack of response. Say something. Does he not care or something? Her eyes close as she sighs, not wanting his distant personality to get to her. Closing her eyes was a mistake because she bumps into his still form from behind. She grabs her forehead, as she wonders why Todoroki suddenly came to a stop. Sorry, but why'd we stio dash? She cuts herself off as she peers over his shoulder. It looks like one villain managed to avoid Todoroki's initial freezing attack, and as of now that same villain is standing in their way. The villain has a large bulky build standing tall at about 8 feet. They have a normal humanoid build that's completely encased in a shiny gray and black suit, a large utility belt, and thick black shoulder pads with green triangle insignias on them. The most standout part of their attire is the rectangular black helmet shrouding the villain's entire head, with only a small triangular visor to see through. The villain doesn't initially even notice them, instead they seem a bit distracted by the device in their large gloved hand. The villain peers upward and notices the hero students. Achiko warily joins Todoroki's side. Guess you missed one. Todoroki's gaze hardens as he begins to lean forward. Not for long. A sheet of ice floods across the ground until it reaches the villain's feet, and then the ice rises up and encases the intruder in their own cocoon of ice. With the villain securely immobilized, Achiko visibly relaxes as Todoroki prepares to keep moving forward. The sound of cracking ice snaps them both out of their moment of relief. They watch on in shock as the villain breaks out of the ice simply by flexing. He brushes off the few shards of ice away, completely unbothered by the cold. This is irritating, but impressive for such a young being to have so much power. Todoroki actually looks a bit annoyed. Looks like they're gonna have to fight. Achiko senses it too, so she raises her hands out in front, ready to use zero gravity at a moment's notice. The intruder shifts to face the teens. It's hard to tell what he's thinking thanks to his helmet. Tell me. The students tense up in response. Where is the omnitrix? And just like that, Achiko goes cold, and not because of Todoroki's freezing quirk. How? How do they know about the omnitrix? Todoroki tenses up as he leers down at the villain. I don't know what you're after, but if you're here then you're clearly a villain. Is that so? Yes. Todoroki sends an ice pillar crashing into the villain. The ice completely engulfs him, bursting outward as it comes to a sudden halt. That should stop him. Didn't you learn anything? The villain steps out to the side from the frozen burst of ice. Somehow he managed to block the ice before it could reach him. It's going to take more than that to stop me. Todoroki scowls in irritation. I'd rather not have to take out children, but I have a job to do. Now tell me, where's the omnitrix? Achiko tenses up even further as dread wells up inside of her. The same thoughts are bouncing around in her mind, and each one indicates something horrendous. Are the villains here for the omnitrix or for All Might? Maybe they're here for both? But if they are after the omnitrix, what are they going to do to Deku when they find it? What are we going to do? She can't let them get to it. If they do, there's no telling what they're going to do with the alien device. According to 13, it can't be anything good. In fact, it could potentially result in the end of the world. Maybe that's why they want it. A dark thought crosses her mind. Maybe they want the omnitrix to use its powers to kill All Might. All these thoughts finally get to her and she snaps at the intruder. YUW won't get it. Todoroki looks back at her in surprise, but not because she suddenly raised her voice, but because she may know what the villain is talking about. The villain is probably smiling underneath his helmet. Ah, so you do know what it is. He begins to march up towards them. His heavy feet stomp across the frozen ground. Todoroki stands at the ready. Whatever this guy's quirk is, it's perfect for dealing with his half-cold and half-hot. Uraraka.
Yeah.
Achiko nervously replies. I'm going to need your help to take this guy. She's not sure if she heard him right. Seriously. He's not bothered by my ice, so we need to rely on your quirk. The gravity welder isn't too sure about this plan. Why don't you try your fire? The heterochromia teen's eyes shift towards her. She flinches back at the dark and almost infuriated look in them, but she doesn't say anything. Eventually, he draws his attention back to the approaching threat. I'll distract him so you can get close. Achiko doesn't have time to consider why he blew off her legitimate question. For now, she has no choice but to do as he says. All right, I'm with you, Todoroki. With both of them on the same page, Todoroki releases a wave of ice, letting it crash into their opponent. He knows it won't hold him off for long, but it's not meant to stop him. Achiko takes the opportunity to speed off to the side, taking cover behind large debris and other frozen villains and monsters. If this works, she'll be able to sneak up on their opponent and bring him down. Their opponent breaks out of the ice, punching a hole outward and crawling out. You are really starting to become a nuisance. He grabs a chunk of ice off his shoulder. If you're going to resist, then... He crushes the ice in his grip. I'll show you how a real warrior does it. Almost out on nowhere, the villain is sprinting across the landslide zone, and all too soon he's upon the more inexperienced fighter. Thankfully, Todoroki is skilled enough to generate a small glacier to act as a shield and jump back just as his attacker smashes through the glacier of ice. Todoroki scowls as he puts some distance between himself and the brute. He's far more agile than I first thought. With the villain's attention purely on Todoroki, Achiko leaps up and over a nearby boulder. All she needs to do is get one hand on the villain and make him weightless. After that, it'll be simple enough to just push him away and let him float off to somewhere else. But it looks like she's a bit over her head. She had assumed that thanks to a bulky helmet with such a low viewing space would make it hard to spot her, and she was wrong. The villain easily spins around and backhands her away before she can secure a single finger onto him. He hits her hard, and Achiko can't help but compare the feeling to being gut-punched by a metal beam. She's pushed backwards, and she lands hard on the frozen ground. The villain stomps over toward Achiko's prone form. This is getting bothersome, he growls. Where is the wielder of the omnitrix? Achiko's shaking in fear as the villain is nearly upon her. Thankfully, Todoroki decides then and there to step in by generating a wall of ice between his classmate and her attacker. Get up, Uraraka. Acting on instinct, Achiko pushes herself off the ground and takes off towards Todoroki as the villain smashes his way through the ice wall. Get back here! The villain comes to a sudden halt as their legs are ensnared by ice. As the villain pries his legs free, Achiko and Todoroki retreat and take cover behind a half-broken wall in order to regroup. Achiko pushes against the wall, trying to steady her breathing before she accidentally gives them away. This is bad. No, this is terrible. Just what the hell is this guy's quirk? Some kind of immunity? Super strength? Durability? Whatever it is, he's quick and he's clearly unaffected by the cold. If they're going to get past this villain, then they need a new strategy. She looks over to her teammate who's just as out of breath as her. Todoroki. The dual-haired teen looks over at her in response. Can you use your fire on him? There's genuine surprise on his face, as if he never considered that idea himself. We're running out of options. This guy can shrug off your ice and he's a lot faster than we thought. So relying on my zero gravity isn't sound since he's far more experienced than we are. She grips her arm as if to hold one for all itself. And if I go all out with my quirk, I'll only injure myself, and if he can somehow take it, then we'll only have more things to worry about. Like, how can she possibly fight him off with a broken limb? Todoroki lets her words sink in. He turns away as he does so Achiko can't see his face or gauge his reaction. I can't. Okay, that was not the answer she was expecting. Why not? Todoroki doesn't have the decency to look her in the eye. Instead, he keeps his head turned as he gives her the silent treatment. Worrying that she may have accidentally struck a nerve, she cautiously reaches out to him.
Todoa.
The villain crashes his way through the stone wall like a tank, nearly smashing into them as a result. I'm done playing games. Shit! Achiko jumps forward as Todoroki leaps away to the side. Use your flames, Todoroki! Todoroki turns to face the villain. Achiko can't see his eyes past his locks of dual-colored hair as he screams out in frustration. Ah! He generates a giant wave of ice that rushes forward. The wave of ice slams into their foe, taking him up into the air before freezing in place. The giant wave of ice nearly takes up half of the landslide zone, leaving Achiko gaping in shock and awe. Todoroki is breathing heavily. His breath can be seen in the cold air. I will not use his quirk. He sounds angry and frustrated, and for some reason he's actually shaking, either because of the cold or perhaps because of some internal rage. Achiko has no chance to ponder as she notices the villain moving near the top of the frozen wave. She yelps as the villain once again breaks free of the ice, completely unfazed, and begins to run down the wave of ice before pouncing right at Todoroki. The frustrated boy sends a frozen lance in his direction, but the villain is nimbler than he looks and evades it. Before either teen can comprehend it, their foe lands a direct punch into Todoroki's midsection, throwing him to the ground. Gah! Todoroki coughs as he's thrown onto his back, and before he can do anything, the foe pins him down with his foot, holding him in place. The villain peers down at the boy, as if he can't freeze him simply by touching him. You're too far reliant on that power of yours. You need to learn how to adapt and use your own skills when in battle. The boy growls in frustration. Be quiet. His hand slowly trails up. If he can grab the villain's leg, perhaps he can freeze him in place, even if it'll cause some frostbite. Their opponent aims a strange pistol down at Todoroki's head. Both teens' eyes widen in fear and desperation. They were not expecting this villain to be packing a weapon, especially a gun of all things. Without removing his gun, the villain's attention shifts to Achiko, who's positioned a few meters away down the frozen slope. If you don't want your companion's journey to end, then you will reveal the location of the omnitrix to me. The sooner he gets it, the better, and since his radar can only give him the general vicinity of the omnitrix when it is activated, he needs a better way to track it down. Achiko considers her options. She could charge the villain, but there's no way she's faster than a bullet, even with All Might's power. It'll only injure her legs and make her useless. She can't even think of a conceivable way to use her zero gravity either. Should she just lie and tell him where Deku could be? But she could just end up causing him to go after a different classmate of hers. But what else can she do? During the entire battle, they all nearly had forgotten that this battlefield is filled with other frozen villains and monster hamsters. While lost to her own panicking thoughts, she doesn't notice one of the monster hamsters breaking out of its imprisonment. After shaking off the cold, the monstrous creature notices how defenseless Achiko is at the moment, and it just cannot resist. It's quick to pounce upon her, ready to tear her to shreds. From his position on the ground, Todoroki spots the abomination a little too late. Uraraka! She doesn't react, instead as if she's in a daze, only to be greeted by the sight of the monsters gaping more, ready to snap her head off. But before she can even blink, a laser bolt strikes the monster's head, knocking it back and possibly killing it in the process if the smoking wound on its head is any indication. The villain sighs. He's getting pretty annoyed with all these interrupts. You need to learn how to be more decisive. He aims his blaster back down at the boy, who is still running off of fear for Achiko's life. But what else can I expect from mere children? We may be young, but we can handle ourselves. Her eyes drift towards the blaster. But maybe not in this situation. This guy is serious. If she doesn't make a decision soon, then he might end Todoroki's life here and now. But both 1 for All and Zero Gravity are useless to her unless she can guarantee a hit on this guy. Inspiration strikes. Perhaps there is a way. All Might's successor glares up at the villain. She inhales, allowing both of her quirks to flood into being, her hands emitting a dim pink light as a result. Perhaps you will learn that lesson with time, which is something I don't have. He's really getting frustrated now. If he doesn't have the omnitrix soon, then there could be dire consequences. So I ask again, where is the omnitrix? The pink aura spreads up her arms until nearly her entire body is surrounded by 1 for All's pink aura. With her power building up inside of her, Achiko locks eyes with the villain, letting him know that she's not ready or willing to give up. And her response confirms her feelings. Up your ass, you damn villain. Todoroki is visibly surprised. He didn't expect her, of all people, to say something akin to Bakugo's foul language. Achiko lets out a determined roar as a giant sphere of pink light explodes out from her body and engulfs everything in the surrounding area. Looks like her plan worked, because the villain's clearly affected by her zero-gravity field, as he slowly begins to float upward as debris and shattered ice levitate around them. Whoa! The villain tries to regain their balance, perplexed by the phenomenon surrounding them. As for Todoroki, he recognizes the zero-gravity field, and knowing its capabilities, he's quick to generate an icicle lance that spears itself into the villain's side, pushing him upward. Have you learned nothing? The villain, not one to be deterred, smashes through the icicle lance that's weaker under the effect of the zero-gravity. The skillful fighter floats back down to the ground, but thanks to Todoroki's attack, he's now a fair distance away from him. These humans truly are full of surprises. He truly has no idea, because while he was handling Todoroki and his quirk, he lost track of the gravity wielder despite being surrounded by an illuminating pink light. Ah! Achiko, after a running start, lunges herself, reeling her left arm backward, ready to deliver a finishing move. The villain can see the attack coming from a mile away, but he knows he can take whatever she dishes out his way, so he crosses his arm over his front in defense. You can't harm me. All Might's successor doesn't bother with retorting, mainly due to the pain and adrenaline coursing through her. Her gym uniform's sleeve tears apart from the immense pressure building up within her as she throws her fist forward. Venus smash! Her glowing fist collides with the villain's arms, and on contact a burst of power blasts the villain away. The villain leaves a trailing crater as they are rocketed across the top of the frozen ground, smashing through various weightless boulders, debris and walls, before crashing into the side of the USJ. All sorts of debris and even a few frozen villains and hamsters are floating in the air, and if they were scared of Todoroki, then they're literally pissing themselves at the sight of Achiko's own power. Speaking of which, the zero-gravity field gives way, dissipating into thin air, and as a result all the floating debris and villains come crashing down back to Earth. Achiko has her left arm outstretched in front of her, and she's positioned in the follow-through of her attack. Breathing heavily, she relaxes, although painfully, as her swollen arm falls to her side. She delicately holds it, hoping not to irritate it further. Todoroki hesitantly approaches her. He looks almost cautious as she does so. Uraraka, are you all right? I'm fine. Her pained yet determined gaze drifts into Todoroki's. Just doing my part. Todoroki actually shows emotion, shame. His shoulders slump down as his gaze falls to Achiko's now disabled limb. He really did fail them both. If he had used those damned flames, then they might have ended the fight sooner and she would have never had to injure herself. He could have done more, but he didn't. Achiko's voice cuts through his thoughts. Come on. She offers him a small smile, as if she understands how he's feeling. We need to help the others. Todoroki is honestly surprised by her gesture, but he's in quick agreement. All right. Well done. That voice, it makes the two teens freeze up. The villain is back on his feet, looking like he took very little damage, although the way he's holding his right arm may be an indication that she was able to damage him. Although taking him out of the picture entirely would have been more than ideal. The villain limps to a stop. You certainly exceeded my expectations. I was not expecting such raw power, especially from you. He sounds almost amused, as if these children are far better warriors than others he's had the displeasure of facing in the past. Achiko is a little offended by the remark, but she's far too anxious to form a retort. However, the solemnity of the villain's tone turns cold as their gaze pierces into the fletching heroes. I still have a mission to complete. Even with her injury and despite the sweltering pain, she will not allow that to happen. You're not getting the omnitrix, and you will not hurt, Deku. This is a declaration, not a suggestion or a wishful dream. Todoroki is astonished by her resolve despite her current condition. Not to mention he's a bit curious about how Midoriya's involved in this, but he remains silent. Instead he readies himself, standing with her and ready to take on their opponent for another go. The villain peers down at the girl. Deku. He lets the name sit, making sure that he engraves it into his memory. I assume they're the one that wields the omnitrix. Achiko scowls. She probably shouldn't have given that piece of information away. He is... She raises her fists, even her injured one. And you'll never get to him. The villain shifts his head to the side, but it's impossible to tell what he's thinking from behind his visor. Well, I think we've had a misunderstanding. Okay, that is not exactly what they were expecting. Just what is this villain getting at? Isn't he here to kill Deku and take the omnitrix for himself? I'm not here to harm this Deku. No. I'm here to save them from a far greater threat. ####. Ida pushes his way through the waist-deep water. I may need to rethink my costume's design. It's clearly not capable of maneuvering in aquatic settings. Perhaps I should make the board a permanent addition to my gear. As Ida considers a new piece of gear, Izuku, Tsuyu, and Ida are making their way through the shallow end of the flood zone. Hopefully these shallows aren't deep enough for the monster koi fish to follow them, although they seem pretty distracted if the commotion of splashing and screams in the distance are any indication. Izuku grips the glowing red omnitrix as they continue onward. Lucky that managed to get them all, because honestly that was a real gamble. If my transformation timed out a second sooner, then I definitely would have been fish chow. Not only that, if they'd been smart, then they could have prevented our plan. We really need to be careful. Who knows what else? Tsuyu wades by his side. Midoriya, stop it. It's scary. She says this even though her own face doesn't express it. Oh, sorry. They keep moving until eventually they make it to the shoreline, but rather than hop out of the water, they remain wading inside the man-made lake. Tsuyu looks to either of them for options. So, what should we do now? Izuku wrings out the end of his brand new hoodie, upset that he's already gotten it wet after just only receiving it that same day. For now, calling for help is our top priority. If possible, we should follow the shoreline and make for the exit. The teens look past the central plaza towards the entrance, but there's a commotion in the central plaza that draws their attention. It looks like Eraserhead is still dealing with the horde of villains, and by himself no less. Tsuyu shrinks back down into the water. It looks like Mr. Aizawa is drawing a large number of them to the plaza. Izuku can't help but worry for him, his earlier conclusions about Eraserhead's fighting skills racing into his mind. There's too many of them. Ida moves his arm about like a robot. Even so, we must trust in him. He's definitely more than capable. The wielder of the omnitrix isn't so sure about that. I'm sure he is, but it's too much for him. He knew that, but he jumped in to protect us. He really wants to help in some way. After all, he dreams of becoming a hero, and how can he call himself that if he's willing to leave his own teacher to a possibly grim fate? Ida must have noticed the look in the greenette's eye. Midoriya, just what are you thinking? Whatever it is, I cannot advise it. Karo? Izuku gazes back at the central plaza where Eraserhead is fighting not only for his lift but all of theirs too. I'm not saying we should dive right into a fight. I just think that we can watch for an opening and do what we can to lighten Mr. Aizawa's load. That's the end of the discussion. The other two can't really deny that they wouldn't like to aid their teacher in some way if possible. And besides, they have to pass the central plaza in order to get to the exit anyway. So, they continue wading through the water, silently hoping that they aren't about to commit a huge mistake. Hashtag. Eraserhead continues fending off the horde of murderers using his erasure quirk to cancel out each of their quirks before taking them out. The villain's boss eyes the pro hero, studying him for any signs of weakness. 23 seconds. Nu raises an eyebrow at his boss from underneath his bandana. What was that? Instead of acknowledging his underling, the villain boss takes off in a full-on sprint, making a beeline for the pro hero who sees him coming. Eraserhead's hair floats upward as he activates his quirk. So, you're the boss? He lashes out his capture scarf towards the villain. The strangely dressed man grabs the capture weapon in midair. 24 seconds. He tosses aside the scarf as he continues charging. 20 seconds. However, Eraserhead is far quicker, running in low. 17 seconds. The pro hero slams his elbow right into the villain's abdomen. If he can take this guy out, then the faster he can bring this nightmare to an end. But the villain doesn't so much as to fall over or even groan in pain for that matter. It's hard to tell when you're scampering around with those goggles. But there are moments when your hair falls and rises. It appears the boss grabbed Eraserhead's elbow before it could make impact. Eraserhead's sleeve begins to rot and tear away until his bare skin is exposed. That's your tell, and your max duration's getting shorter and shorter. Suddenly, a crawling sharp pain spikes from his elbow as Eraserhead watches in horror as his skin breaks away before his flesh begins to rot away. Don't overdo it now, Eraserhead. A quick punch to the side of the villain's masked face is just enough for Eraserhead to retreat as the villain topples over. My elbow's been disintegrated. There's no doubt it must be this punk's quirk. The leader shrugs off the hit as he pushes himself off the ground. Your quirk, it's not good in long group battles, huh? This is kinda different from your usual work, yeah? You specialize in quick sneak attacks. Eraserhead doesn't like this. Even though they were foolish enough to come here, this villain somehow has intel on him and he was able to analyze his fighting techniques. Otherwise, he would have never been able to actually land a hit on the pro hero. The villain is back on his feet, but he doesn't take another attempt to take down the hero. Yet you jumped right into this fight hoping to make the kids feel safe. He scratches at his neck in annoyance, but even so he sounds almost amused. You really are so cool, Eraserhead. Nu watches on from the sidelines, throwing his head to the side. I'm so bored. His commander ignores him, keeping his full attention on his opponent. By the way, hero, I am not the final boss. Amongst all the fighting, Eraserhead failed yet again to keep aware of the big players. This is reaffirmed as seemingly out of nowhere a powerful force slams him headfirst into the ground. A crushing cold grip snaps his arm, breaking it like a twig as a giant hand only adds pressure, pushing him into the harsh ground. A deep and animalistic growl hovers over Eraserhead's prone form. The villain grins maniacally from underneath his hand mask. Meet the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered Nomu. A monstrous inhuman screech rings in Eraserhead's ears, making his head spin in agony. Unbeknownst to any of them, Izuku, Ida, and Tsuyu watch on in absolute horror from within the shallows of the flood zone. They cannot believe what they are witnessing. Not only has their teacher, a pro hero, been taken out by a single blow but by a creature like the Earth's never seen before. The Nomu is a true monster. It's a large, black humanoid monster with a very muscular body that has many scars on it. His brain is exposed on the top of his head, while his large eyes are around it beating out and while also looking vacant. He has a beak-like mouth with an array of sharp teeth. However, the monstrosity's features don't end there. Not only does this thing look like a cross between a hulking human and a bird but also a mutated crab. Its right arm is a giant claw that can crush anything within its grip such as Eraserhead's bones, whereas his left hand is that of a human's. A second pair of skinny, flimsy arms twiddle together just above its abdomen. And to bring the atrocity together, the Nomu is sporting shell-like armor that spikes out from the abomination's back. Clearly, whatever this Frankenstein ESC monster is, it's been heavily altered by some foreign power. The Nomu growls, leering down at its latest plaything as he awaits his master's command. Its so-called master is shaking with excitement. He just loves how useless and pitiful the pro-hero looks. He is truly enjoying himself. Meanwhile, Tsuyu grabs at her mouth, trying to hold herself from retching. Ida too looks a bit paler, his hands balling at his sides, unsure on what to do. And Izuku can only look on, feeling as useless as he did before the omnitrix. Mr. Aizawa. One of the villains hears him. Nu's gaze slowly turns until he spots their audience. His eyes scan each of their features from the teen in a knight's outfit to the frog-like girl, and finally landing on Izuku where it lingers on him, making the boy freeze up in fear after realizing that they've been spotted. Nu smirks from underneath his mask. He was not expecting this. It looks like he found the cure for his boredom. Several explosions ring out from within one of the destroyed office buildings within the collapsed zone of the USJ. Say goodbye! Katsuki Bakugo jumps forward, thrusting his hand forward, blasting away a mutant monster rat right out of the building through the 5th-story wall. Meanwhile, Izuku Kirishima is facing off against his own foe, using his hardened arms to slice through the villain's blade before delivering a swift chop into the criminal's side. That appears to be the last of their attackers as the two boys take a moment to catch their breaths. Kirishima appears to be fine, as does Bakugo, but it looks like that at some point he lost one of his grenade gauntlets, possibly to one of the monster rats. Bakugo gazes over the fallen villains and mutant rats. None of them appear to be getting up anytime soon. Think that's the last of these guys. Buncha weaklings. Kirishima releases his quirk so he can wipe away the sweat on his face without injuring himself. All right, let's hurry and find the rest of our class. If we're both still in the USJ, then everyone else probably is too. And not all of them have the offensive skills we do. He thinks back to how both of them tried and failed to take out the warping villain before they and their classmates were scattered across the USJ. We gotta make sure they're safe. Especially since we screwed things up when we got in the way earlier. He can't help but feel somewhat at fault for getting their classmates warped away into unknown danger. If 13 had been able to suck up that villain, then we never would have been separated like that. Kirishima looks at Bakugo, hoping he feels the same way. We have to make it up to the others. Bakugo brushes him off with a frown. You want to track everyone down, have fun, but I'm gonna go destroy that warpy bastard. Ha! Kirishima can't believe it. Is this guy so apathetic that he doesn't care what happened to the others? Our physical attacks didn't hurt that guy. Come on. Don't be an idiot, man. The ash blonde snaps at the redhead. Shut up. I'm gonna take him down because he's their way in and out. If I cut off their escape route, they'll be stuck here and have to pay for what they've done. We'll just have to figure it out. While Bakugo explains his own plan, a camouflaged villain that resembles a humanoid chameleon crawls along the floor, stalking towards the oblivious students with a dagger at hand. Once in the best position, the camouflaged villain attacks, aiming to stab Bakugo in the back. You let your guard down. With masterful reflexes, Bakugo sidesteps and grabs the villain by the back of the head before releasing a fiery explosion into his wannabe killer. Anyway, Bakugo holds up the head of the stunned and charred lizard man. If all these villains are small fries like these guys were, then our classmates can handle him. The villain groans in pain, his tongue hanging out to the side. Kirishima is understandably impressed by what he just witnessed. That reaction time was insane. Also, since when do you act so calm and rational? Usually you're all like... He thinks about Bakugo's usually furious demeanor, like how he was relentless against Midoriya, how he snaps at everyone, and that he loves to tell everyone that he'll kill them with a maniacal grin. The teen in question must have a mind-reading quirk because he snaps in anger at the redhead. I'm always calm and rational red-haired loser. Kirishima smirks. Glad to see the old Bakugo. Yeah, there you are. Bakugo huffs as he tosses the charred villain aside like a piece of trash. Go find the others if you want to. He begins to step away to the exit. Wait, hold up. Bakugo stops in place. He's willing to hear out what Kirishima has to say. I think what you're really saying is that you believe in our classmates. He raises his hardening arms, clanging his fists together. And that's thinking like a man, Bakugo. He gives his teammate a sharp-toothed grin. Looks like these two are teaming up again. But this time they're the heroes. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Several explosions ring out from within one of the destroyed office buildings within the collapsed zone of the USJ. Say goodbye. Katsuki Bakugo jumps forward, thrusting his hand forward, blasting away a mutant monster rat right out of the building through the 5th-story wall. Meanwhile, Izuku Kirishima is facing off against his own foe, using his hardened arms to slice through the villain's blade before delivering a swift chop into the criminal's side. That appears to be the last of their attackers as the two boys take a moment to catch their breaths. Kirishima appears to be fine, as does Bakugo, but it looks like that at some point he lost one of his grenade gauntlets, possibly to one of the monster rats. Bakugo gazes over the fallen villains and mutant rats. None of them appear to be getting up anytime soon. Think that's the last of these guys. Buncha weaklings. Kirishima releases his quirk so he can wipe away the sweat on his face without injuring himself. All right, let's hurry and find the rest of our class. If we're both still in the USJ, then everyone else probably is too. And not all of them have the offensive skills we do. He thinks back to how both of them tried and failed to take out the warping villain before they and their classmates were scattered across the USJ. We gotta make sure they're safe. Especially since we screwed things up when we got in the way earlier. He can't help but feel somewhat at fault for getting their classmates warped away into unknown danger. If 13 had been able to suck up that villain, then we never would have been separated like that. Kirishima looks at Bakugo, hoping he feels the same way. We have to make it up to the others. Bakugo brushes him off with a frown. You want to track everyone down. Have fun, but I'm gonna go destroy that warpy bastard. Ha! Kirishima can't believe it. Is this guy so apathetic that he doesn't care what happened to the others? Our physical attacks didn't hurt that guy. Come on. Don't be an idiot, man. The ash blonde snaps at the redhead. Shut up. I'm gonna take him down because he's their way in and out. If I cut off their escape route, they'll be stuck here and have to pay for what they've done. We'll just have to figure it out. While Bakugo explains his own plan, a camouflaged villain that resembles a humanoid chameleon crawls along the floor, stalking towards the oblivious students with a dagger at hand. Once in the best position, the camouflaged villain attacks, aiming to stab Bakugo in the back. You let your guard down. With masterful reflexes, Bakugo sidesteps and grabs the villain by the back of the head before releasing a fiery explosion into his wannabe killer. Anyway, Bakugo holds up the head of the stunned and charred lizard man. If all these villains are small fries like these guys were, then our classmates can handle him. The villain groans in pain, his tongue hanging out to the side. Kirishima is understandably impressed by what he just witnessed. That reaction time was insane. Also, since when do you act so calm and rational? Usually you're all like... He thinks about Bakugo's usually furious demeanor, like how he was relentless against Midoriya, how he snaps at everyone, and that he loves to tell everyone that he'll kill them with a maniacal grin. The teen in question must have a mind-reading quirk because he snaps in anger at the redhead. I'm always calm and rational red-haired loser. Kirishima smirks. Glad to see the old Bakugo. Yeah, there you are. Bakugo huffs as he tosses the charred villain aside like a piece of trash. Go find the others if you want to. He begins to step away to the exit. Wait, hold up. Bakugo stops in place. He's willing to hear out what Kirishima has to say. I think what you're really saying is that you believe in our classmates. He raises his hardening arms, clanging his fists together. And that's thinking like a man, Bakugo. He gives his teammate a sharp-toothed grin. Looks like these two are teaming up again. But this time they're the heroes. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. This is bad. Really, really bad. 13 jumps away, avoiding a bite from one of the monster serpents before ducking down as a second monster snake lunges at their head. 13 then dives out of the way of an incoming warp gate that the purple mist villain propelled towards them. 13 needs to get to the kids before it's too late, but these monsters are not making it easy for them. Currently, the students that didn't get warped away are trying to fend off their own pair of monster serpents who are too fast for any of them to really counter their movement. Some, however, are doing better than others. Oh! A tear-gushing Mineta frantically throws his sticky balls in a frenzy at one of the upcoming snakes as it slides over the ground. The purple sticky balls scatter across the ground and the serpent, clueless to what they are, slides over them before coming to a sudden halt. The serpent thrashes about trying to escape the sticky trap, but it's of no use. Rikido Sato smiles at the sight as the whining Mineta scrambles behind him. Hey, it's working! The monster serpent finally stops flailing about to take in its surrounding, noticing the sticky balls holding it in place. The serpent becomes still, laying its head down low before its entire body begins to shake and shift as its own skin begins to pull and tear away from its body. Sato and Mineta turn pale and stock still as they watch with their jaws dropped as the serpent tears out of its skin, its feathers peeling away as well as the serpent frees itself from Mineta's snare. The serpent's entire scaly body is clean but completely white in color, probably a result of the fresh layer of skin it just exposed. The newly freed serpent lunges forward away from the sticky balls, opening its maw wide, and spitting out a spray of acid at the boys who clamber backward. Mina Ashido takes note of the acid spitting. Hey, that's my thing! She runs ahead of the boys, swinging her arm and thus throwing a splash of her own acid at the mutant snake. The acid makes contact coating the serpent's scales, but it hardly reacts to the acid, only finding it mildly annoying. Oh, come on! That's so not fair. Ah! The serpent lunges at her, its mouth open ready to bite off her head. A flying strand of white tape wraps around the serpent's mouth before being pulled away and missing Mina entirely. Hantashiro grins proud that he could help. How do you like that? The muzzled monster snake shakes its head violently, desperately trying to remove the annoying hindrance while also wishing it had hands to do it. One of its companions slithers up and uses its own fangs to tear away the tape. Shiro sweats nervously as the serpents look his way. I spoke too soon. Shiro backs away and joins the others as they prepare themselves to fend off these abominations. Mizo Shoji takes the front with his arms outstretched to his sides to defend his classmates while also intimidating the monster snakes. 13 notice their struggle even while dealing with their own attacking serpents. I have to help them. 13 jumps up as a serpent snaps at their feet. 13 uses the serpent's head as a jumping board and takes off towards the students. But the warping villain is not going to allow that. Where do you think you're going, 13? The villain intercepts 13's path, his misty exterior fanning out, making him even bigger than before. Things are just getting interesting. Let's not end it here. The pro-hero glares up at the villain. Trust me, I'd love nothing more for this to be over. But I'd prefer to end it with your defeat. That's some big talk for someone of your stature. While the two argue, one of the serpents decides to take the opportunity to set up a sneak attack, slithering as low as it can across the ground, aiming to attack the pro-hero from the side. Unlike the villain, 13 does notice the stalking monster as it inches its way closer, and an idea pops into their mind. Black hole. With no hesitation, 13 activates their quirk. That again. The villain quickly generates a warp gate to intercept the pull of black hole, and at the same moment the serpent lunges at the hero just as a second warp gate begins to form behind them. But this is exactly what 13 was planning. With masterful skills, 13 ducks their head forward, allowing the serpent to fly over their head before 13 swings their head back, knocking the snake towards the second warp gate. Black hole's pull immediately begins tearing away at the serpent. It screeches in agony as it disintegrates and pieces of itself are pulled through the warp gates and into 13's black hole. The warp villain realizes his blunder far too late. Damn serpent! He closes the warp gates in an attempt to salvage the situation, but that's just another mistake on his part. Now's my chance. 13 deactivates the black hole and sprints past the warp villain as the serpent lays silent on the ground with its back completely ripped away. 13 passes over a fourth monster snake as they take off to the students. It appears that Yuga Aoyama is having some trouble. The trembling teen is firing away at one of the serpents, but it's far too quick for him to get a clean shot. 13 comes in and kicks the serpent right in the head, knocking it away. Aoyama looks visibly relieved and grateful. 13 eyes each of them, making sure that none of them have been hurt. Is everyone all right? The other students finally take notice that their teacher had rejoined their group. 13. Everyone stay close together. Defend each other's backs. 13 steps forward as the students huddle up behind them. Toru Hagakure nervously backs into the group. 13. She's understandably nervous because the remaining 3 monster snakes have begun to circle around their little group. Sato is just as freaked out as his classmate. This looks bad. Mineta cries out from below. You think? Mina looks to 13 for a solution. What do we do now? 13 doesn't know. What do we do? I don't know. They can't hope to outright defeat the villain and his pets in time. They need someone to get back to the school and get help. They need at least one of them to make it out. Everyone we need to get to the exit. Zero brings up a good point. But the others? We can't help them. I know it sounds harsh, but if we want to save everyone, one of you needs to escape and get help. And if we all work together, then hopefully at least one of us can escape. The warp villain approaches as the snakes continue to circle around them like a pack of sharks. Not a very well thought out plan. It's essentially the same as before. But then again, there's nothing else you can do, is there? 13 takes in the situation, and nothing is in their favor. Surrounded by monsters, students that never faced real villains, and a villain with a powerful quirk. Not exactly the best conditions to stage a plan of action. But sometimes you gotta work with what you have. For one thing, 13 has knowledge. For starters, while fighting the villain, they noticed an odd metal brace within the misty exterior. Why else would a villain have that other than to protect something? Not only that, but 13 made sure to pay attention during Aizawa's quirk apprehension tests. They understand the students' quirks, too. And with this knowledge, perhaps they can pull something off. 13 whispers their next lines extremely softly. Shoji. Their dark helmet prevents anyone from seeing their mouth move as they speak. Shoji. One of Shoji's hands is currently an ear and it picks up on the whispering. Shoji eyes 13, letting the hero know that he's listening. 13 continues to speak in the quietest tone possible. I apologize, but in order for this to work, I need your cooperation. Be warned. You may get hurt. There's an underlying tone of dread in 13's voice that makes Shoji hesitate. But he ever so slightly nods his head. Although Shoji is willing to cooperate, 13 in fact becomes even more tense with anticipation. Thank you. Okay, here's what we're going to do. The villain is getting impatient, looming over the group of fighters. This is the end. Your journeys will end here before they even begin. A large warp gate hovers over the group, casting a looming shadow over them. However, the large portal blocks the view the villain has over them. But with them surrounded at all sides, they should not be going anywhere but where he wants to send them. Looks like there isn't going to be another time to make their move. Now! That's the only warning as 13 rushes forward towards the obscured villain. The students gap in shock as their teacher charges head first towards the circling serpents. The monster snakes immediately set themselves on the pro-hero, lunging at them while spraying them with acid that eats away at the pro-hero's spacesuit. Shoji, the only one expecting such a brazen move, jumps forward and with his multiple limbs, he grows out chains of arms that latch onto the serpents before pulling them inward. The snake flails around to strike, but Shoji grapples them to the ground, making sure to keep their mouths shut. Even while wrestling with these monsters, Shoji is able to call out to his classmates. Go to the exit. It takes his classmates a moment to fully process what has happened and follow his order, sprinting as fast as they can for the exit. Meanwhile, 13 gets up close to the surprised villain. 13 aims just below the metal brace, and with a swift chop they strike what may be the villain's main body. The villain groans as the wind is knocked out of them, and as a result the warp gate dissipates to nothing. The villain falls to the ground reeling in pain, He truly isn't suited to close-quarters combat. Impertinent hero. The villain propels a warp gate at the hero, who easily spins out of the way before turning around and taking off to help the students escape while the villain is down. Shoji continues to wrestle with the thrashing serpents. Quickly. I can't hold them. The snakes pull off a lucky hit with their tails, breaking loose of Shoji's grip, but rather than strike him down, they immediately begin to chase after the other students. After all, their orders are to prevent any of them from escaping. Look out! Shoji's shout is the only warning they get. Sato spins around as the rest keep moving forward. Keep going! He throws his fist forward, smashing into one of the serpent's heads before he uses his other hand to essentially slap its head away from his body. Acting quickly, he grabs the serpent's tail and begins to swing it around and around before letting it go, letting it fly through the air and over the edge of the platform, letting gravity take it from there. Unfortunately, while he was taking care of one of them, the other two monster snakes slithered on by racing towards his classmates. Hagakure sees the reptiles chasing after them. They're coming! Aoyama, after seeing his allies throw themselves into danger, decides to follow their sparkling examples. He skids to a halt, throwing his hands behind his head before firing off his naval laser. The sparkling laser travels onto the ground until trailing right into both of the oncoming beasts. Aoyama's signature smile widens, feeling somewhat proud for getting both of them and buying some time for the others. You can't handle my sparkle, can you? The serpents shake their heads before they race forward once again. Aoyama fires out a barrage of lasers, but the monsters have wizened up, weaving through the shower of laser beams before they zip right past the flashy teenager. Oh no! The serpents are quickly gaining on the remaining four students. Mineta, with tears in his eyes, turns around to see if his classmates manage to save their asses, but instead he sees his inevitable demise as one of the serpents pounces upon him. Its large jaws open so wide that it could probably swallow him whole. Oh! Without thought, Mineta panically begins rapidly ripping off his sticky balls and throwing them as quickly as he can at the serpent. Get away from me! Don't kill me! I have so much to live for! The others stop to help him. There's no way he can defend himself. He'll be killed. But what they find instead is actually a pleasant surprise. Unintentionally, Mineta threw his sticky balls right into the creature's mouth. The purple spheres are jammed into the teary-eyed monster's mouth as if it tried to swallow a whole vineyard of grapes in one gulp. The serpent desperately tries to regain its breath, the sticky balls blocking its windpipe, and after a few short seconds it falls unconscious from the lack of oxygen. Mina grins juvenilely. Way to go! As does Hagakure. Yay! Normally, Mineta would probably bask in the fact that he's being praised by a couple of girls, but right now, he's just so happy that he isn't dead. For a while there, he was pissing himself scared. In their moment of relief, they'd forgotten the last of the mutant snakes, and it makes its presences well known. The pale-scaled serpent wraps itself around Mina, its long slithery body coiling around her waist and legs before hoisting her up as she screams in terror. Her classmate cries out for her. Ashido! The serpent tightens its grip around her, making the girl wheeze in pain. Tears begin to prick into her eyes under the pressure as she gazes up at the serpent as it hisses down at her. Knowing that it now has its prey well in hand, the serpent bares its fangs ready to finish her off once and for all. Tears begin to flow from Mina's eyes as she can do nothing but watch her death fall upon her. 13, however, will not allow that to happen. All this time, the hero's been racing across the platform like a wild stallion when they noticed Mina's predicament. In a hasty sprint, 13 rushes forward, lunging themselves right towards Mina's trapped form. They can't use Black Hole, otherwise they could kill Mina, so there's only one thing they can do to ensure her life. Just as the serpent's fangs are upon the poor girl, 13 throws their arm right into the monster's jaws. Blood and acid sprays out as the fangs pierce right through the tattered spacesuit and into 13's flesh. Mina cries out in sheer terror. 13! The hero can't respond, they still have a job to do. Rhea! Leave my students alone! With the snake's fangs still lodged inside their arm, 13 pulls their arm back, taking the snake along with it. The abomination is not expecting the sudden change in direction, and it dislodges from the hero's arm as it is slammed onto the ground. With adrenaline still pumping through their veins, 13 quickly activates their quirk. The serpent screeches and flails about as it completely begins to disintegrate and get pulled into the never-ending void. While the snake withers in pain, 13 cries out to the students. "What are you waiting for? Get moving!" The students, especially Mina, are far too stunned to even move. "Be heroes and escape as fast as you can. Get help!" The serpent is completely gone by this point, as 13 collapses from exhaustion. The remaining 3 students take off without another thought. "You can count on us." The villain, who recovered from the blow not too long ago, is catching up to them. "I won't let you." He's nearly upon them, his misty form stretching upward in order to warp them away. "Be gone!" "No!" Hagakure throws herself at the villain, grabbing him by the metal brace and thus slowing him down. "Stupid child!" Kurogiri throws her off, but Hagakure's interference was just enough. Mina, with blinding tears in her eyes, throws her hands forward and a wave of acid is propelled out and onto the door, melting a hole right through the metal frame. "Go! Zero!" With no time to waste, Zero launches 2 strands of tape at the ends of the door before slingshotting himself forward and right through the hole with pinpoint accuracy. The villain bursts out in anger. "No! Ah!" He winces in pain as acid eats away at his brace and body. Mina swings her hand again, sending another splash at the villain that makes him jump back in fear. "That's for 13!" she cries out, in rage and sorrow. The villain eyes the now melted exit as Zero uses his tape to the best of his abilities to swing and pull himself forward. If he calls for help, it's game over. The villain considers what to do. He can't stay even with 13 out of commission. He's now outnumbered by the now congregation students. "I should warn Shigaraki," and with that the villain warps himself away. Sato breathes in heavily. "Whoa, he just up and left." Shoji offers up an explanation on why. "He failed his mission. There's no point for him in staying." 13's weak and soft voice manages to reach their ears. "You were all so amazing." 13. The students quickly gather around their teacher. Mina carefully lifts the hero's head, resting them on her lap. Why you okay?" Tears are streaming down her face as she takes in the hero's condition. 13 is completely battered. Their hero costume has melted away at places. Residue acid drips off of the suit. Their helmet's cracked, and a bit of blood is slowly dripping out of the bite wound on their arm. 13 coughs while replying. "I could be better." Their reply makes Mina choke on her tears. Hagakure watches on, helplessly unsure what to do. "There's got to be something we can do?" Sato offers up a naive suggestion. "Should we suck the poison out?" 13 manages a soft chuckle in response to the naive suggestion. "No, that only works in the movies." Shoji places a hand on 13's chest to ensure that they're not going to try and move around. "Easy now, just rest. Help should be here soon." "I know it will." 13. Mina coughs through the tears. 13 turns their attention to her, as a few drops drip onto their helmet. Mina's a complete mess, her eyes flooded with tears. I am sorry." She's in complete disarray. Because of her mistake, she's caused 13 so much pain right now that could possibly end their life. She continues to cry in anguish. "If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have gotten..." She can't even articulate what she's feeling. The thought is way too dismal for her to form the proper words. While Mina's body shakes, 13 affectionately places a comforting hand on her head. The gesture is small, but it's enough for Mina to start slowly crying. Without any words, the hero gently pats her head, careful as to not touch her sensitive horns. As they continue, Mina visibly begins to calm down, her tears eventually stopping altogether. "It wasn't your fault." 13 wheezes. "I was just doing my duty." Yes, they were doing their duty as a teacher, as a pro hero, and as a plumber. "All of you." 13 peers at each and every one of them, happy that none of them have sustained any injuries. "Hang in there. The heroes will be here soon. And with that 13's eyes close shut ready for a long rest, with the comforting thought that these heroes are more than capable of protecting themselves, Hagakure cries out at the sight, fearing the worst. No, 13. Mina is frozen in place holding the hero's head as Shoji places a few fingers on the hero's wrist. Shoji sighs in solace. They're alive. They just need to rest. Everyone smiles, happy to hear the good news. Not only that, but they can also enjoy the fact that help will soon be on its way. Hagakure cheers. They'll be here before we know it. Really? Shouts Mineta. Shoji's eyes furrow. Hopefully, but... And I don't mean to get our hopes down, but I doubt they'll make it that quickly. Now that's a hard pill to swallow. Zero is far from the fastest in their class, and they are far from the main campus, so it's still going to take quite a bit of time for the pro heroes to even get the SOS. Sato gulps. So, what do we do? Shoji replies. We stay and watch over 13. Shoji turns, his multiple grown eyes staring out into the massive interior of the USJ. Some of our classmates have already begun to move, so they should be making their way over here. We need to keep this spot safe so we can all get out of here. They all understand. This is no time to relax. If they hope for everyone to escape, then they need to hold this position. As they each take a position over the platform, ready to defend it from further villains, Mina promotes herself to watch 13 silently praying that the pro heroes will get here on time. ####. The Frankensteined Nomu continues to hold Eraserhead down, pushing him further into the hard ground. The villain boss wobbles on his feet as he gazes down at the pinned pro hero. Canceling out quirks. Pretty cool, but nothing special. Up against crazy strength, you might as well be a quirkless child. He chuckles amusedly at the sight of the struggling pro hero. Eraserhead desperately reaches his hand forward in one last attempt to escape, but Nomu grabs his other arm and snaps it too. Gwa! Eraserhead screams out in agony. He snapped my arm like a twig. Looking at any part of his body should be enough to nullify his quirk, but his base strength is immense. Nomu grabs the pro hero's hand, crushing it within its meaty fingers, and more blood drips down the hero's face. I think he's as strong as All Might. And with that, the Nomu smashes Eraserhead's head into the ground. From within the shore of the nearby flood zone, Izuku and the others gasp at the gruesome sight. Ida is visibly shaken at the sight. He can't believe what he's seeing. This is bad. Tsuyu fearfully sinks further down into the water until only the upper half of her head is sticking out. Karo? Izuku is completely frozen in place, but not just because of what's occurred to his teacher, but because he's locked eyes with that new character. Nu remains silent and he looks like he's about to move towards them. But a swirling mass of mist appears next to the villain leader. The leader notices the new arrival. Kurogiri. The misty villain, Kurogiri, warps into place. Shigaraki. I have returned. Nu scuffs. Took you long enough. The leader, now dubbed Shigaraki, is wondering why the mist villain has come here. Is 13 dead? They're incapacitated. But there were some students I couldn't warp away and one of them made it outside. Nu bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha. Looks like you failed Mistman, huh? Kurogiri's yellow eyes leer at the shorter villain, but he keeps his composure. Shigaraki considers the update, and in doing so he becomes outright irritated, scratching at his neck furiously as if that will solve the issue at hand. Kurogiri, you? He scratches at his neck even more so much so that he may draw blood. I'd turn you to dust if you weren't our ticket out of here. He suddenly stops scratching, removing his hands from his neck. We won't stand a chance against pros. It's game over. We're leaving. Ida isn't too sure that he heard the villain correctly. Leaving? Now? Tsuyu hopes she heard him correctly too. I think so. However, she too noticed how that new guy was eyeing them earlier. I got a bad feeling about this. Izuku agrees. Yeah, me too. But perhaps the villains are going to retreat. There's no way they can take on a horde of pro heroes. Perhaps they are all going to survive this after all. Nu enters into another fit of laughter. Haha, your funny handjob. Shigaraki doesn't want to deal with this punk's antics. Little shit. I told you not to call me that. Yeah. But I don't want to leave yet. New points towards the flood zone. Because there's still some fun to be had. New steps ahead of him. Let me handle this one. Why should I let you have all the fun, right? Shigaraki really doesn't like how casual he's treating this. What are you playing at? Oh, nothing. New waves him off as he approaches the water and the 3 hero course students. The teens themselves ready themselves, taking a few steps back in case they need to make a run for it. Izuku's hand instinctively begins to reach for the omnitrix as he considers everything. Who is this guy? What's his quirk? Is he going to attack us? Just what are they planning? The villain continues to approach, strolling forward like he has absolutely nothing to fear, nor is there a rush to get things going. Izuku grips the omnitrix now, ready for a fight. Ida too readies himself, as does Tsuyu, as she begins to crouch ready to jump into action at a moment's notice. However, before New can even get that close, he stops, leaving a big gap between himself and them. It's been a while, hasn't it? Deku. The way the name rolls off his tongue, it's clear to everyone that he's using the name as an insult. A cold feeling of alarm runs down their spines, especially Izuku's. How? How does he know who I am? Maybe this guy can read minds, but the way he said Deku sounds as if he's familiar with him somehow. Like saying Deku would instantly upset him, much like how Bakugo uses the name. This is really great, isn't it? New sounds excited, like he's been waiting for this. I should have known you'd be here. You never shut up about this place. Shit. I wish I had realized it sooner. Ha ha ha. He takes a breath, wiping away a tear from his eye. Oh well. Now we can hang out, like old times. Shigaraki leers at New's back. So, he knows one of them. He's not the only one interested, as Eraserhead's prone from twitches slightly as if reacting to the news. Tsuyu leans in towards Izuku while still keeping an eye on the villain. Midoriya, do you know this person? She recognized the name Deku thanks to Bakugo and Achiko. Izuku's broken into a bit of sweat, his mind trying to piece together who the hell this person is and how they would know who he is. I don't. But that voice. New fakes hurt while clenching at his heart. Ah. Seriously, did you forget about me already? Did our friendship mean nothing to you? He throws his head to the side. But then again, it wasn't really a friendship now, was it? His smirk widens. I mean, friendship is just a means to an end. After all, in this world, everything is give and take. Izuku's eyes widen. He only knows one person whom lives by that motto. It can't be, it just can't be. There's no way. Henzu. Ding ding ding. We have a winner. And now for your prize. New grabs and rips away his bandana, revealing his true identity. You're Dash. A villain. Henzuichi finishes Izuku's sentence as he grins down at the shorter boy. Ida grabs Izuku's shoulder. Midoriya, what is going on? Who is this? Henzu overhears Ida. Really, he never mentioned me. His best friend? Ida and Tsuyu's eyes widen, not expecting that in the slightest. Just what kind of crowd does Midoriya hang out with? Are these two really friends? That can't be the case. Midoriya has shown them all throughout their time together that he cares for others and that he wants to be a hero. So, how could he possibly be on friendly terms with a villain? Izuku truly cannot believe his eyes. Is this really what happened to Henzu after that day? Henzu. What happened to you? Yeah, they fought and he left the school, but this cannot be. After everything you just disappeared. Is this where you've been all this time? Henzu waves it off. Ha, not at first at least, but... Henzu gives Izuku and his teammates a wicked grin. They're a fun group, but I share some sentiments with them. His grin widens. Like taking down the so-called heroes. Ida is desperate for answers now. Just how do these two know each other? Midoriya, please explain. Izuku gives in, seeing no point in trying to cover this up. This is... Henzuichi and we used to be friends. Tsuyu eyes him oddly. Used to be? Yeah, we had a falling out. Henzu laughs out loud at that. Ha! Falling out. More like you betrayed my trust. With his maniacal grin, he holds his hands out to the side, gesturing to himself. And now look at the result of your betrayal, Deku. Okay, sure, Izuku probably could have handled that past situation better, but he is not going to take the blame for Henzu's decisions. It was his own decisions that put him with the villains, and sure, Izuku would like to know how that came about, but he will not take this sitting down. It is your own fault. I never betrayed you, but I couldn't stand by and let you hurt innocent people. Henzu TSKS. You've always been a stick in the mud. He then smirks. But since we finally have a reunion, I'd like us to pick up where we left off. Izuku leers up at him. What are playing at, Henzu? Henzu gives the boy his familiar mischievous grin. Nothing. I just want a rematch. A rematch? Is that seriously all he's after? Izuku eyes the other villains. No way he wants a fair fight. I bet the others will jump in and attack the others when the moment presents itself. Henzu can tell exactly what Izuku's thinking, but he really just wants a fair fight, and he's going to get it. Here, I'll cut you a deal. Everyone, even the villains, are a bit stunned by this declaration. There's no way that Nu is serious about that, is he? During this fight, there will be no interference. Henzu peers back at his boss, flashing him a grin. Is that okay, Shigaraki? Shigaraki doesn't initially respond. Instead, he turns his head away. PFT, fine, do what you want. Honestly, he couldn't find this more annoying at the time, considering that the heroes may be on their way here soon. But he has to admit that he wants to find out a little bit more about Nu's powers and why he's so determined to fight that green-haired brat. Henzu smiles, glad that Shigaraki is willing to play by his rules. Well, you heard him. He turns back to Izuku. And I'll sweeten the deal if you win. You and your two pals can leave. Okay, if Izuku wasn't trusting him before, which he wasn't, then he definitely knows that something's up. It's one thing for that Shigaraki guy to go ahead and approve their rematch, but it's another if Henzu actually thinks that they're going to leave Ida and Tsuyu alone. But what if he is serious? What if they keep to their word? Then he can get himself and the others out, or at the very least to safety, and then they can make a plan to save Eraserhead and the others. But he needs to be sure first. And if I refuse? Henzu's grin widened. He was waiting for that question. Then they'll be added to the list of friends that you abandoned. That actually hurts Izuku a bit, mainly because he can't really deny it. He needs to think about this. If they make a run for it, that warping villain, Kurogiri, will catch them easily. If they all try to fight, then there's no way they can win. That Nomu guy looks way too powerful. Maybe 4 arms could take him, but there's no guarantee. Also, they still have Mr. Aizawa as a captive and they can't just leave him. He could try to stall for time, but they could get impatient and a fight would be inevitable. But if he agrees to fight, then there's a chance that they can get out of here. Ida must sense Izuku's inner thoughts and he grabs his arm, snapping him out of his dire thoughts. Midoriya, you can't trust him. Izuku's breath hitches. I understand that there's some kind of history between the two of you, but he's clearly deceiving you. There's something about this that isn't right. Tsuyu grabs his arm too, pulling him into the water slightly. He's right. Whomever this guy is, he really has it out for you. And there's no telling what the other 3 will do or if they'll agree. Izuku scowls. They're right. They're both absolutely right. No matter how they look at the situation, there's no way things are going to play out in their favor. But this may be their only option. I have to. Izuku meets their wavering gazes. He hopes he can convince them to trust in his decision. He may have been my friend once, and this could just be a big setup. But he turns to meet his ex-friend's gleeful gaze. Right now, he's trying to hurt my friends, and I just can't stand for that. His eyes narrow with determination. He will win, and he will get them all out of here. And he does mean all of them. Tsuyu and Ida consider his words. Neither of them like this, not one bit. Leaving Midoriya to fight on his own just doesn't sit right with them. But this may be the best bet for them all. Without any words or rebuttals, they both release his arm. Izuku smiles at them gratefully. If this doesn't go right, I'm trusting you two to help us. He approaches the man-made lake's edge. Tsuyu picked up on his choice of wording. US. Izuku pulls himself out of the water. Ida calls out. Midoriya. Izuku looks back to see what else his class president has to say. Instead, he doesn't say anything. Instead, he offers his own confident look, silently conveying that he's decided to put his faith into the wielder of the omnitrix, as does Tsuyu, who offers her own words of encouragement. No matter what, we trust you. Izuku offers them a small appreciative smile along with a nod. I will save you all. Henzu is starting to get antsy. So, do you accept the terms? Izuku takes a breath before turning to Henzu. His hardened gaze wordlessly says it all. He will win this fight. Hehe. Alright then, let's get started. Henzu. No new gestures for Izuku to step forward. You can make the first move. That makes Izuku nervous. Henzu knows how his powers work. So, to let him take a moment to pick out a transformation like this has to mean he's planning something. Ida and Tsuyu realize this as well, as they remain in the water, but they don't voice their concerns, knowing full well that Izuku must have come to the same conclusion on his own. This is truly Henzu's game. Izuku grips Omnitrix, switching from one option to the other, considering all the possible battle strategies. Unfortunately, Henzu knows the basics of all of his transformations. Feedback's electricity, for arm strength, Ditto's cloning, he knows all of them. Well, there's Buzzshock, but Izuku hasn't gotten a real handle on that alien yet. Mainly because his usual time for practice has been taken up by serving detention. But there's got to be one alien that's perfect for this job. At this point, Nomu is ready to get started. Hurry up, we don't got all day. Well, Nomu's quirk is osmosis, and he doesn't appear to have any metal on him, other than his lock necklace. But it's not enough to absorb, so Lodestar wouldn't be useful. The only solid material around appears to the floor, which as he's seen isn't the most durable substance. With that in mind, Izuku picks the right alien for the job. Hey, Nomu. What? I just want to say that I'm sorry. Huh. Izuku's gaze casts downward. I made some mistakes, I see that, but so are you. And I hope it isn't too late. But he glares back up at his opponent. I can't afford to hold back. Nomu smiles excitedly. Good boy. Izuku raises his hand over the alien device. It's hero time. He slams his palm down onto the dial, and in a flash of familiar light, Izuku disappears from sight. He can feel his body growing, his muscles expanding, and his bones shifting as he transforms into one of his most reliable forms. 4 arms. With a powerful kick, the Tetraman charges straight for Nomu, ready to end this as quickly as possible. Shigaraki is blown away by what he's seeing. How is this possible? How could there be 2 of you with similar quirks to master? 4 arms is quickly upon his opponent. Let's see you stand up to this. He throws his 2 right fists forward, ready to deliver some swift punches. Nomu, however, couldn't be happier to show his ex-friend how well he'll take the attack. His entire body buffs and expands. His bones shift painfully as a 3rd arm forms from his left side, and 2 muscular red arms grab onto 4 arms' wrists, stopping his attack. 4 arms gasps as his classmates' jaws drop at the sight. 4 arms is visibly shaken. How? Nomu's entire body has changed into a somewhat bizarro form of a Tetraman, but with the features of Henzu. The morphed Nomu grins, his 4 yellow eyes narrowing in glee. Surprised. 4 arms is too stunned to speak, his mind racing with all sorts of questions. How? How is this possible? Just what the hell happened to him? Did he get his own omnitrix? Nomu laughs, finding 4 arms' reaction absolutely priceless. If you like that, then you'll love this. His red skin begins to poke out as it becomes scaly. His lower pair of hands turn into sharp claws with fins piercing out from his elbows, and jagged fangs rip out from his mouth as an anglerfish antenna grows out of his head. 4 arms tries to back away at the hideous sight, but Nomu's holding him in place. How? How? Nomu's entire body. It's a combination of 4 arms and ripjaws. Not even he can do that. So, how can Nomu do this? And without an omnitrix, no less. Nomu smiles, licking his horribly jagged teeth before he uses his right arms to punch and slash at 4 arms simultaneously. Ida and Tsuyu gasp in shock as 4 arms winces at the pain. The claws actually pierce through 4 arms' hide, most likely because of the boost in strength. Nomu throws him to the side. 4 arms groans, holding his side as he gets right back up. How did you? He leaves the question hanging in the air. Nu smiles broadly. Cool, right? He peers down at his muscular morphed body. After our argument, I couldn't access my osmosis quirk, but then I noticed a change. He smashes his fists together. It's not like he really has to explain any further. Izuku immediately understood. Back then, when Henzu tried to pry off the omnitrix, he must have activated his osmosis quirk and absorbed the energy of the alien device. And as a result, it gave him access to the alien DNA within the omnitrix. No wonder he was so eager to let Izuku make the first move and pick his alien. Because it didn't matter. No matter who he picked, Nu would be able to counter any of them. There's no way he can win this. But he has no choice but to try. I'll stop you. For Arms lunges forward, ready to deliver a powerful punch. Nu smiles as For Arms throws his punches. Nu's body shrinks until it becomes an odd version of a Kinoceleran. For Arms throws more punches, but it's simple child's play for the Kinoceleran to zip and zoom around to evade each and every attack. All the while laughing in For Arms' face, making the morphed Izuku even more frustrated. In a desperate attempt to land a hit, For Arms throws such a strong punch that his fist embeds itself into the ground. With his defense down, Nu speeds in delivering quick running strikes to his head until knocking him onto his back. Nu smiles down at For Arms. I got to say. He flexes his claws, admiring their ferocity. I'm deeply enjoying these powers. Rah! For Arms, in a fit of rage, kicks himself off the ground to attack his opponent. Nu simply smiles as he zips away. As he runs, his body shifts as a shell-like armor protrudes out from his body and his arms become larger and red in color. The combination of XLR-8 and water hazard rocket forward until smashing head first into For Arms' gut. Gah! The powerful collision knocks For Arms back, but before he can even hit the ground, Nu zipped behind him, and thanks to his speed, he crashes into the Tetraman from behind. Ah! And the cycle continues with For Arms unable to get any time to react as Nu relentlessly delivers attack after attack. Tsuyu and Ida watch on in horror, feeling absolutely useless and helpless as their classmate, teammate, and friend takes one beating after another. Meanwhile, Shigaraki and Kurogiri watch on in mild interest. Kurogiri's eyes narrow. He's really a beast, isn't he? Perhaps he would have been enough to take down All Might on his own, after all. Shigaraki growls in response. Maybe, but I think he's getting just a bit too cocky. He begins to scratch at his neck in irritation. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if Nu got what's coming to him. The hits are so strong that pretty soon For Arms is just getting thrown around like a lightweight, so much so he begins to tumble here and there. As he's about to fall, Nu transforms into a Tetraman, grabbing For Arms by the head before he falls over completely. Not yet. I'm not done yet. He kicks For Arms backward. The dazed For Arms stumbles back before throwing his leg back in order to stabilize himself. He wheezes in pain, grabbing at his now bleeding side. He's really taking a beating here and he has no plan. No idea on how to win. Nu's glad to see that Deku isn't giving up yet. If he'll admit one thing is that Deku was always rather resilient and difficult to put down. Nu's Tetraman form begins to shift and change, this time becoming somewhat smaller in size as fin-like growths form on his head and gem-like orbs pop out from his body. Nu begins to laugh at For Arms' confused face, which becomes one of surprise as a clone of Nu's current form rips away from the original. Soon there's a whole squad of Tetraman/Splix and Nus, and they descend upon the outnumbered Deku like a swarm, each one delivering 2 to 4 punches each. All For Arms can do is hold himself in place and endure it as best he can. Thankfully, the Splixen DNA seems to have weakened the Tetraman strength, but they're still stronger than an average human, so they still deliver some strong hits. Ida's fist clench. He so desperately wants to help. But he'd be risking not only his life but Tsuyu's and Aizawa's. And he just can't risk it. Midoriya. His voice cracks, and tears begin to prick at his eyes. Tsuyu is in no better condition, her entire body trembling as she holds her hands over her mouth as hot, fresh tears stream down her face. Oh God, please no. Eventually the new clones back away and form into one being. No longer being surrounded, For Arms' legs give out and he instantly collapses onto the ground. Nu turns back to human and he actually frowns at the sight. He didn't think their rematch would be so one-sided. Okay, maybe he did, but he would have liked it if it was somewhat of a challenge. Are you really part of the hero course, Deku? For Arms remains silent as he desperately tries to regain his strength. Nu then turns to the two spectators. I thought you guys were supposed to be the best? I guess I was wrong. The two students don't reply, not like they could if they wanted. It feels like their tongues have turned to lead, and their entire bodies are refusing to budge. Nu throws his head back in a fit of laughter. Ha 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 ha. His laughter rings through the morphed Deku's ears. He struggles to pick himself up, but he's so worn down that Nu, without transforming, is able to push him back down with just his foot. Nu rubs his foot against the downed Tetramand like a doormat, enjoying the very satisfying view. It's like I always told you. You can't be a hero. The transformed Izuku can't help but feel like he's right. All his life he's been nothing but a quirkless, useless nobody with only dreams of the impossible to keep him going. And now in the face of real villains he can't do anything. There's no way he can save any of them. Even if his first plan was a fluke, it could have easily gone awry. And now he's clearly in over his head against an opponent that's had nothing but time to hone his own powers, while he himself is still the old powerless Deku, and no omnitrix can change that. With a maddening grin plastered onto his face, Nu roars out for all those to hear. You're nothing but a useless, powerless Deku. A nobody with no hope for the future. For Arms stops struggling as the harsh truth of the matter really sinks into his heart. Perhaps he's right. Don't give up. For Arms' eyes jolt open in response. He drags his head across the ground to peer over to the flood zone. Suyu, with tears in her eyes, cries out in desperation. Don't listen to him. He's nothing but a freak that doesn't know what he's talking about. Ida is a bit taken back by her outburst as well, but he full-heartedly agrees. He wipes away his own tears before shouting out to his friend. She's right, Midoriya. You're by far one of, if not the most heroic person in our entire class. You can't give up now. The two cry out in unison. Don't let this villain beat you. For Arms stays quiet, allowing their cheers to swirl in his head. Nu snaps at the two of them, not appreciating how they're interrupting his fun. Shut up. This backstabber deserves what's coming to him. So, stay out of it. For Arms' body jolts in place, drawing Nu's attention. However, before he can act upon it, he gets thrown back as For Arms leaps back onto his feet. Nu stumbles and then backs off, putting some distance between the two of them. He grins excitedly as Deku glares back at him, ready to continue with their brawl. Oh, not done, are we? You always were persistent. But can you really keep going? For Arms replies between deep breaths of air. I can do this all day. Haha, good one. Nu's smile widens. But I had my fun, so I think you deserve a turn. His body shifts and expands, becoming a terrible combination of a Tetramand and a Geochelon Aereo. Essentially his main physique is that of For Arms but with the features, namely the shell of Terraspin. With this form he can take any hit that For Arms can dish out. For Arms, however, will not let that stop him as he takes off into a run, charging straight for Nu's larger form. Come on, do it. For Arms picks up speed. I want you to hit me. For Arms runs even faster. Show me what you got. He's in a full-on sprint, his arms swinging out in rapid succession as he charges. Show me how weak you really are. However, instead of a punch colliding with his heavily defended body, For Arms instead tackles the larger foe. His muscular arms wrapping around Nu's own, as he grapples him backwards. What are you doing? Ah! For Arms roars out in a righteous fury. Strong arm toss. He spins around and with his built-up momentum and throws Nu as hard as he can. Right? The Nomu. Nu's large form crashes into the unsuspecting Nomu. The other villains flinch in surprise. They too did not expect such a stunt from the kid. With the Nomu's grip temporarily loosened, For Arms snags Eraserhead from underneath the monstrosity before taking off for the flood zone. When close enough, he tosses his teacher at his friends. Guys! The two snap into action, Tsuyu lashes out her tongue, catching Aizawa in midair before reeling him into Ida's waiting arms. Shigaraki hollers out in anger. That brat! I'll kill you! He lunges forward, but a black tendril wraps around his leg and pulls him down. No! Shouts Nu as he stands back up. He's mine! His form is still using the Tetraman DNA and Ripjaws as a base, but he's also combined with the features of a conductoid. The long, slender tendrils bursting out from behind his head and the tips of his claws have turned gold in color. Nu charges his claws and tendrils flailing about in a frenzy. He can't stand the thought of Deku pulling off another fast one over his head. Not again! Things aren't looking good. For Arms stands with his fists up ready to defend his friends and teacher from this stampeding monster. That's not the only issue. Shigaraki and Kurogiri are now on edge after his stunt. Also, the villains that Eraserhead took down earlier are beginning to stir, and finally he's way too exhausted to properly be able to fend them all off, let alone Nu, who is clearly out for his blood. Nu jumps forward, roaring at the top of his lungs. You're no hero! For Arms readies himself for the inevitable. If he moves, then the others behind them will be killed. So he'll be the hero. He'll face this villain head on. Even if it kills him. Nu opens his jaws up wide, ready to rip and tear through him. And you never will be. Smash! Something all-powerful smashes right into Nu's charging form, striking him so hard that several teeth break away and his bones crack as he's sent flying away before crashing into the side of the USJ, leaving behind a gaping crater in his wake. A powerful whirlwind kicks up so much rubble and dust that 4 Arms has to brace himself, as do the villains. A powerful figure moves within the cloud of dust as they ready themselves for battle. Shigaraki is visibly shaken by the newcomer. He has his hands out at the ready. All Might! Is it him? Has he finally come? Kurogiri leers into the shroud of dust, trying to see if it's truly the symbol of peace himself. Is it him? There's something there. Whomever it was that struck down one of their strongest players is a real powerhouse. Everyone can just feel the pure flowing power radiating off. A power that is somehow both terrifying to the villains yet comforting to the young heroes. For Arms wheezes. All Might! Is it truly him? Did his classmate make it back to campus on time? Have no fear. The dust begins to clear away, revealing their savior. Because I am here, Achiko Uraraka proclaims out loud for the world to hear. For Arms and the others blink in surprise. Uraraka? Was that really her that performed that smash? Wow, she's so much more powerful than they thought. Achiko flexes her arm in surprise. No way, it didn't break. It's true, her arm's totally fine. Did she intensity control the output or something? Shigaraki glares from behind his mask, taking in this little girl who holds a power similar to All Might's own. Who hell is this? And what was with that smash? He furiously scratches at his neck. Is she a disciple of All Might? Achiko's head swirls from side to side until she spots 4 Arms. Her eyes widen in worry at the sight of his injuries. Deku, are you okay? He yells out in response. Am I okay? Are you okay? Sure, he's just gone through a major beating, but her entire left arm is all swollen. It may have been from an earlier fight, but he can't tell. Achiko quickly approaches him. I'm fine, but you look terrible. He feels terrible too. Now, with the adrenaline leaving his system, he shakes and stumbles, struggling to keep himself up. As Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and Nomu watch on, hesitantly wondering where in the hell this little girl came from and how the hell she was able to take out Nu. While the villain leaders compose themselves, their minions are stirring and pick themselves up on their feet. They notice the group of students with their injured pro-hero teacher. They can already smell the blood as they are ready to swarm the children. Before they can even move, a shearing cold freezes them in place, cocooning each of them in a sheet of freezing cold ice. Shigaraki throws his head to the side to see what could have caused it. Shoto Todoroki calmly approaches his classmates from within the frozen horde. You villains don't stand a chance. His gaze falls on Shigaraki. None of you ever stood a chance. If he wasn't mad before then, he sure as hell is now. Shigaraki is absolutely fuming with rage. How could this have happened? These brats are way more powerful than he could have imagined. None of his minions have proven at all useful, even Kurogiri and Nu. One slipped and let a student escape to get help, and the other got smacked away by a little girl of all things. Now they're without one of their tanks. The pro heroes will soon be upon them. Hell, they don't even have a hostage to use. Just how in the fucking hell did things go wrong? And to top it all off, All Might never even showed up. Their mission was a failure from the very start. Kurogiri seems to have analyzed the dire situation as well. Shigaraki, what shall we do? Shigaraki cries out in a fury. Nomu, kill these brats. The obedient Nomu lets out an inhuman screech as it finally takes action and charges. Achiko and Todoroki take the front, ready to defend their injured and worn-out peers, but it looks like they may not have to interfere quite yet, because a new arrival plunges down from above. You are no warrior. The new arrival tackles the mutated Nomu. You're nothing but a beast. He throws his crossed arms forward, knocking Nomu back. For arms, Tsuyu and Ida have the same exact reaction. Who's this guy? Achiko smiles sheepishly. Don't worry, he's a friend? A sweat drop forms on Forearm's head. Why don't you sound convinced? Achiko ignores him, waving a hand towards their newest ally. Anyway, everybody meet Tetrax. Tetrax turns to face the others. It's unclear to tell what he's thinking from behind his visor, but none of them recognize him. Is he a hero or something? Maybe a traitor? A pleasure. As Uraraka has stated, my name is Tetrax. Tetrax Shard. Hashtag flashback hashtag. I'm not here to harm this Deku. No. I'm here to save them from a far greater threat. Achiko can't believe what she's just heard. Part of the fact that that line was cliché. But also, is this guy really here to save Deku? That can't be. What are you saying? The foe holds his hands up, trying to be as unthreatening as possible. I'm saying that we are having a misunderstanding. I am not here to harm anybody. In fact, I'm on a retrieval mission. Retrieval? Yes. I came to retrieve the omnitrix. And like I said, you can't have it. Todoroki decides now to get some answers. What is the omnitrix? Whoops. Achiko forgot that Todoroki doesn't know anything about that stuff. Oh, it's a Deku's watch thingy. You know, for his quirk. Their foe decides to clarify further. The omnitrix is a POW dash. Achiko practically throws herself into the sentence, frantically throwing together a reasonable explanation. Yeah, it's a super neat piece of technology that was costumed made for him. She's totally bullshitting, but she can't risk letting even Todoroki to find out the truth. The intruder silently watches as Achiko rambles on. But he understands these humans don't know anything about his kind, and it should remain that way. Yes. And my client would like to have it. Todoroki leers at him. Your client? You mean that leader with the severed hands? I'm sorry, but I don't follow. I was sent here by someone else to retrieve the device, but I never had any intention to harm any of you. Then why did you attack us? Technically, you attacked me first. Achiko and Todoroki stiffen in response. They can't really argue with that. They were the ones to attack first, so technically, he was only defending himself, at least at first. Todoroki still isn't having it. You still snuck in here. That seems pretty suspicious to me. True, but I have no real reason to fight you any longer. Also, the harming of innocents doesn't sit right with me. I refuse to cross that line. Achiko has one more question for this strange man. So, what are you going to do now? He looks around, taking in all the frozen villains. From what I've gathered, this army of degenerates have invaded and intend on bringing harm to this establishment and the inhabitants within it, which I'm assuming are fellow children, correct? Neither of them initially replies, but Achiko gives in. Yes. Well, I'll never complete my mission with these villains, as you called them, are about. And I can't allow harm to come to those that are not deserving of it, especially children. He grabs at his chin, assuming he has one underneath his helmet. So, I will provide my assistance in their removal. He doesn't really think that they'll buy that, does he? Todoroki steps forward, ready to deliver another ice-based attack. What makes you think we can trust you? You can't. He responds rather bluntly. But let's change that, shall we? He holds his hand out in greeting. My name is Tetrax Shard. Achiko decides to indulge their foe. Perhaps if he's willing to cooperate then, maybe they should accept his help. He's more than a capable fighter, and not to mention he was able to take a punch of one for all and get right back up. So, she for one would rather have him on their side than on the villains. I'm Achiko Uraraka. Todoroki eyes her, thinking that she's made the wrong decision. But then again, he's proven that he hasn't been making the right calls today, so maybe he should just stick to following her lead. Shoto Todoroki. Tetrax is grateful for their cooperation. Uraraka. Todoroki, will you allow me to assist you? Achiko gulps, hoping she isn't about to make a huge mistake that she'll end up regretting later. Answer me this first, alright? Tetrax allows it. You said that you aren't here to harm Deku, but that you're here to save him. Save him from what exactly? Tetrax's eyes shift from Achiko to Todoroki. All I can say is that this threat is truly out of this world. Todoroki is rightfully confused by odd language. What kind of answer is that? As for Achiko, she completely gets the message. Tetrax was sent not by a villain but by an alien, so that means that Tetrax must be an alien too. And if that's the case then he can't risk harming any innocent humans, otherwise he would have the plumbers sent upon them. Of course, there's the concern that another alien knows about the omnitrix and sent Tetrax to get it, but that's a worry for later. Tetrax stretches his hand forward. I ask again, will you accept my help? Achiko looks the man right in the eye. If he's really here to save Deku, then he can't be all bad. And he sounded genuinely sincere when he said he can't stand the thought of innocent lives being lost. With all this in mind, she can't pass up the opportunity to gain a new powerful ally, even if it's temporary. Yes, Todoroki is completely caught off guard by her answer. Uraraka. No. Todoroki. Like a dog being hushed, he quiets down. We need all the help we can get right now. He's not here to harm any of us and he can fight. We need someone like him right now. Both Eraserhead and 13 are outnumbered and outgunned. And our classmates are all on their own, without All Might to save them. That sticks a chord with Todoroki. His gaze softens as he begins to understand her reasoning. We'd be fools to refuse Tetrax's help. Achiko then steps forward towards the being in question. Okay. Tetrax, I'm going to put my faith in you. She reaches out, shaking the alien's much larger and stronger hand. Tetrax smiles from underneath his visor, not because she agreed to accept his assistance, but because she's starting to become more decisive. When this is done, I will be glad to explain myself, but for now. He pulls out an odd circular device. He tosses it down and the device opens up and becomes a high-tech hoverboard. Achiko and Todoroki's eyes pop out in surprise at the amazing piece of technology. Tetrax steps aboard the floating device before gesturing for them to hop on. Come now, let's go help your companions. Achiko offers up an almost excited smile. She may have made the right decision after all. #end flashback #. Tetrax scans for arms until his eyes fall upon the omnitrix. So, you're the one who wields the omnitrix. The transformed Izuku internally gasps. How does he know about it? His eyes drift to Achiko for answers. She can only offer a sheepish smile at best. I'll tell you later, but he's definitely on our side. He'll just have to accept that for now. Besides, turning away a potential ally isn't the best idea right now anyway. But he'll definitely want a full explanation later. Shigaraki is even more pissed off as Nomu picks itself up. Now who's this? He's not one of the heroes that was supposed to be here today. He turns to his abomination. Nomu! The monster screeches, its pincer clanking together before stampeding towards them all. In response, Tetrax fires off a few rounds of laser bolts that burn in the creature's tough hide. But Nomu refuses to stop, and in less than a second, it's upon Tetrax. It slashes at him with its claw, but Tetrax sidesteps and then delivers a sucker punch to his face, making it reel back. While Tetrax handles Nomu, Achiko looks to her friend for some information. Deku, what's the deal with these guys? Everyone quiets down as they listen in. That guy with the hands on his body is called Shigaraki, and whatever you do, don't let him touch you, otherwise you'll start to decay. Achiko gulps. Of course, there's the warping villain from before. I think his name is Kirojiri. And there's that Nomu. But something is off about it. They all watch as both Tetrax and Nomu trade blows, but Tetrax's superior combat experience seems to be pulling through. Todoroki begins to approach the fight. As he does so, he turns back to his classmates, namely the injured four arms. You need to leave. His eyes then drift over to Achiko. We'll handle them. Achiko gives him a curt nod, agreeing with his plan, before following the dual-haired boy. For Arms isn't too sure. He'd rather stay and help them fight off these villains. And he's just about to follow them into battle when Tsuyu grabs onto one of his hands. Tsuyu gently tugs on his arm, looking up at him with eyes filled with worry. Midoriya. She can't bring herself to say it, but both her and Ida can't just keep watching as he willingly throws himself into another death match. Their hearts, especially hers, can't take it. And with his injuries, he's in no condition to continue fighting. Izuku's mind thinks back to earlier that morning, how he promised his mother that he'd be more careful and stay safe. And now someone else is expressing that same concern. All right, although he doesn't want to, he will retreat as to not worry his friends anymore. Besides, if he were to stay, he'd only be a liability, plus the omnitrix will time out soon anyway. Achiko watches on in concern as Tsuyu leads the limping four arms away. She'd normally laugh at the comedic sight of Tsuyu's small frame trying to help prop up the much larger Begin, but now is not the time for that. Ida, with the injured Eraserhead on his back, leads the way back to the entrance, making sure to keep a fair distance between themselves and the immobilized villains encased by Todoroki's ice. While they make their retreat, Tetrax rejoins the other two hero course students as Nomu backs off, awaiting his master's instructions. Tetrax, without removing his gaze from the monster, gives his orders. I'll take the beast. You handle the other two. Achiko raises her hands, ready to utilize zero gravity, and Todoroki's whole right side begins to produce a cold mist. Shigaraki eyes the students with disdain. Kirojiri, the mist villain, steps forward. Yes, Shigaraki. Don't you dare hold back. With that, all three villains jump into action, charging straight for them. Tetrax intercepts the Nomu, bringing the behemoth to a screeching halt as the other two villains pursue the children. That Shigaraki guy is a lot faster than he seems, because before they can even process it, he's in front of them with his hand outstretched and ready to kill them. Out of reflex, if anything else, the two jump back, with Todoroki generating a small ice wall to separate them from the murderer. Shigaraki easily breaks through the ice thanks to his decay quirk, and he lunges after the two of them. Achiko doesn't back down this time. Instead, she allows Shigaraki's hand to brush by, and in that moment, she grabs his arm, twists her body, and pulls. Shigaraki's body gets tossed over hers, and she slams him into the ground. Todoroki's eyes widen in pleasant surprise. That move, it was the same one Midoriya pulled on Bakugo during the battle training. It sure was. After all this time hanging out with Deku, she picked up a thing or two, and after seeing that move work so well on Bakugo, she knew that she had to remember it for later. Shigaraki growls before leaping up and taking a swipe at her. But Achiko jumps back in the nick of time as Todoroki freezes Shigaraki's feet in place. You damned brat! Shigaraki howls. I'll kill you! Kirojiri comes swooping in. I'll handle them! He generates a warp gate that doesn't strike the students but Shigaraki before warping him a fair distance away. Kirojiri then turns his attention onto the children. Now for you. As he looms over them, something shiny within the mist catches Achiko's eye. Todoroki strikes first, firing off a pair of icicle lances that pierce through the mist without injuring the villain. You have to do better than that. Kirojiri taunts, but maybe he shouldn't be running his mouth. Because Achiko runs in low and throws herself towards the middle of the villain's mist. Within the dark space, she grabs onto something cold and metallic. Acting fast, she places her fingertips upon it. She can feel the villain becoming weightless, and she tosses him up into the air. What is this? Todoroki! Upon hearing his name, the recommended student generates a large icicle lance that races upward and collides with Kirojiri, freezing him in place. While those two were fighting off the leaders, Tetrax continued his one-on-one fight with Nomu. The creature fights without thought. It's simply trying to rip and crush away at his opponent. Tetrax's fighting style is far superior with quick evasions and blocks before delivering several critical hits upon the monster. However, despite all this, the creature is unrelenting as it screeches and growls while never appearing to be losing any stamina or strength. The same could not be said for Tetrax. He's been trading blows with this thing for a while now, but it's showing no sign of slowing down anytime soon. In fact, it looks as if it's just finally taking this match seriously. He throws another punch into the creature's armored shoulder, but unlike before, his fist hardly makes a dent. What's going on? Nomu growls in response, and with a sudden burst of speed, its pincer collides with Tetrax's midsection, pushing him back. Meanwhile, Shigaraki watches on, and he actually smiles at the sight of Nomu's success. How do you like that, hero? That's Nomu's shock absorption at work. Achiko overhears the villain. Shock absorption? Why, yes. He's actually going to indulge a bit here. Nomu was specifically designed to take on All Might himself, and his shock absorption was tailor-made for that. No matter how hard you strike him, he'll just shrug it off and turn that power into his own strength. He grins maniacally from underneath the hand on his face. There's no way any of you can defeat him. The Nomu roars in response to Shigaraki's declaration. While Nomu roars, Kurogiri manages to break himself free from his imprisonment before warping himself to Shigaraki's side. Shigaraki leers to their opponents. This is where your luck runs out, brats. He raises his hand towards them. Here's where we'll kill you. The three heroes glare right back at the villains. If they are going to be killed, then they better believe that they'll go down swinging. At the same time, Ida, Tsuyu, Aizawa, and an injured Izuku have finally made it to the large staircase. Aizawa is still propped onto Ida's back, and Tsuyu is helping Izuku along. He's gained a bit of strength back, so he's not as wobble, and because he's now transformed back, Tsuyu can now properly support his weight. His fingers rub against the now dirty and torn hoodie. He hopes that someone could fix it. He only had it for less than a day. It shouldn't have been messed up so soon. But that's all insignificant as he peers back to see the progress of the fight. Ida calls back, knowing full well that if he doesn't keep an eye on Midoriya, that he'll just run right back in there. Come on, we have to keep moving. All right. Izuku looks like a kid caught doing something wrong. They all begin to ascend the stairs. Looking up, they see Shoji running down to meet them. I'm on my way. They all smile up at him, happy to see that he and the others are all right. Shoji meets them, and he offers to take the injured Aizawa off Ida's hands. As they transfer their teacher, Izuku continuously peers back at the battle, silently hoping that they can handle it, but he so desperately wants to help too. The entire time he's been looking back, Tsuyu has been quietly observing him. She knows what he wants to do, and so she removes his arm and steps away. Izuku, not expecting the gesture, looks at her in confusion. What are you? She can't bear to look him in the eye. Go. I figured out that there's no way to stop you. Izuku offers her an apologetic smile. Thank you. Just promise me that you'll be okay. I promise. He will make it out alive and intact, not just for her but for his friends, classmates, teachers, and his mom. With no other words to exchange between them, Izuku turns right around and takes off to enter right back into the fray. Ida finally notices Izuku leaving them. Where is he going? Tsuyu offers up a sad smile. Probably to do something reckless. ####. Things have been getting more and more dire as the battle rages on. Tetrax is still taking on the Nomu, but it's landing more and more hits as Tetrax's stamina slowly begins to drain away piece by piece. Achiko and Todoroki aren't faring any better. Now that the villains have a red on their quirks, they are much more prepared to deal with them both. They make an effort not to let Achiko get too close while also keeping an eye on Todoroki before he pulls off an ice attack. At one point, Shigaraki swipes his hand at Achiko's face, and in a panic to avoid being hit, she allows her body to fall backwards. With his opponent down, Shigaraki propels his hand downward, but Achiko swiftly rolls out of the way as Shigaraki's hand slams onto the ground, decaying it in the process. Todoroki pulls Achiko further away from Shigaraki. Are you okay? She holds the back of her head. It smacked itself against the ground when she fell. I think so. They're distracted now. It's the villain's chance to strike. Kurogyri now? Right. Kurogyri launches himself towards the students to engulf them into his mist. Achiko and Todoroki don't have enough time to react, as Kurogyri is upon them. Get away from them! Izuku roars out as he charges right towards the villain. Todoroki and Achiko now watch on in shock as Izuku throws himself at the just as surprised villain. But before any of them can collide, a booming explosion strikes Kurogyri from behind. Get the hell out of my way, Deku! The teens cry out in surprise. Bakugo! As Izuku skids across the ground, Bakugo slams Kurogyri down, pinning him in place by pushing down on the villain's metallic brace. With their opponent down, Todoroki shifts his attention to Tetrax and Nomu. An idea forms into his head and fires out a sheet of ice and crawls across the ground until enveloping both the Nomu and Tetrax as they grapple with each other. Both combatants become completely frozen in place, bringing them both a complete halt. But Todoroki knows that his ice will only affect one of them, proven by the fact that Tetrax flexes and breaks himself free of the ice. As for the Nomu, it shivers and growls softly. Unlike Tetrax, it is affected by the cold which has already set in, causing the monster's skin and flesh to freeze up under the sub-zero temperatures. Shigaraki growls in irritation, but he doesn't have time to get distracted as he avoids an incoming attack by Kirishima. Gah! Kirishima slashes at Shigaraki, but the villain dodges each attempt before leaping away. Crap! That was gonna be cool. Bakugo grins down at the struggling Kurogyri. Guess I found your body that time, you smoky bastard. Izuku is so happy to see Bakugo that he slips up. Kakin! Bakugo catches the slip of the name, but he doesn't call it out. The tables have really turned in their favor. Shigaraki has realized this as well. Kurogyri, how could you let this brat get the best of you? He rubs the back of his neck. You've gotten us into a real jam here. Bakugo smiles away as he presses his hand down onto Kurogyri's metal brace. Heh, he got careless, you dumb villain. He leers down at the smoky bastard himself. It wasn't hard to figure you out. Only certain parts of you turn into that smoky warp gate, namely his head and arms. You used that mist to hide your actual body as kind of distraction, thinking that made you safe, which is why his and Kirishima's earlier attacks failed to hit. That's why we missed. His hand pushed down on the villain. But if you didn't have a body, you wouldn't be wearing this neck armor, right? You're not immune to physical attacks if they're well aimed. Kurogyri grunts as his yellow eyes narrow in anger, but Bakugo give him a fiery warning by setting off a few explosive bursts onto the neck armor. Kurogyri groans as if in aching pain. Maybe that brace was there for a reason after all. Don't move! Bakugo's grin is so wide and terrifying, he looks like a psycho that's captured his next victim. You try anything funny and I'll blow your ass up right now. You got it? They'll be cleaning you up for weeks. Kirishima can't help but smile at Bakugo's odd threat. Oh, that doesn't sound very heroic. Shigaraki, rather than becoming furious and lashes out, instead holds his hands together and calmly assesses his predicament. You've taken down both of our heaviest hitters, and you captured our way out. And most of you are still at full health. The group of heroes group together, wary about what this villain is going to do in response. Kids these days really are something. Our League of Villains really didn't stand a chance. Shigaraki calmly looks to the frozen Nomu. Nomu, take out that explosive brat, we need our escape route back. Everyone watches on in shock and awe as the obedient creature begins to free itself. But with most of its body frozen, large chunks of frozen flesh break away from its body. The Nomu hardly makes a noise as its legs and an arm break away like glass, and it slowly wobbles its way forward as more pieces of frozen flesh and muscle break away. Izuku grabs at his mouth. His body's falling apart, but he's still moving? Tetrax steps to the front, throwing his arm out to the side. All of you, get back. There's no telling what else it can do. Kirishima finally notices the unfamiliar Tetrax. Oh, who's that guy? Achiko quickly throws in a reply. Oh, he's a friend. Yeah. This really isn't the time to have a conversation. Something else is wrong here, and Todoroki wants to know what it is. Hang on. How can this guy have two quirks? I thought his quirk was shock absorption. Shigaraki grins. I don't remember saying that's all he can do. This is hyper-regeneration. And sure enough, all the damaged flesh and armor that broke away is just as quickly replaced as the Nomu's muscles and shell regrow themselves until hardly any damage is left. Nomu is a super-powered living sandbag designed to withstand even All Might's power. Just as its claw fully develops, Nomu charges, moving at a blistering speed right for Bakugo. He's way too fast for most of them, and in a blink of an eye the Nomu is set upon the stunned Bakugo. It throws a powerful slash that knocks his target away until they crash right into the side of the conflagration zone. Izuku cries out in horror. There's no way Bakugo survived such a brutal attack. Kaken, I'm all right. And sure enough he is. Well, he's a bit scratched up, but he's fine. He's a few feet away from where he started, but he's fine. I couldn't do a thing. Kirishima's jaw drops. Wah! You dodged that. Wow. Shut up, I didn't. Achiko tilts her head. Wait. Then how? She then turns to the collision and she gets her answer. A down Tetrax is smashed into the side of the wall, and judging from his posture he isn't getting back up anytime soon. Achiko cries out to him. Tetrax. Todoroki is just as equally stunned as his teammate. That attack actually hurt him? It did. During that attack, Tetrax was able to shove Bakugo out of the way at the last second, but in doing so he couldn't properly defend himself from Nomu's attack. Combined with the fact that he was already getting worn down, there was no way he's going to recover fast enough. He can feel his side breaking away from underneath his suit, and even his helmet has been cracked. Shigaraki eyes Tetrax, happy to see that the last real hero has been dealt with. He took the hit for the kid. He chuckles at the thought. Anything to save a comrade, right? He turns his attention back on the teens. You know, you kids are really becoming a pain. This entire time you've done nothing but get in our way. And what's worse is that not even All Might decided to show up. We've efficiently lost our chance. This is a failed quest. And that just makes me so frustrated. Kurogiri and Nomu rejoin their leader's side. And if I can't kill All Might, then I'll settle for killing his pride. Shigaraki howls out into the USJ. Knowing full well that another battle is imminent, Bakugo pushes Izuku back. Get back, Deku. Whether that's out of concern is unclear, but it's the smart decision. He can't do much while the omnitrix is recharging anyway. Before either side can make a move, something else finally returns to the battlefield after being taken out. An abomination of a Tetramand, a Pisxis Valen, and a Conductoid bursts into the scene. We're not done yet, Deku. Kirishima reels back in shock at the sight of the hideous creature. What the hell is that? Is it another guy like Nomu? Nu stomps his way forward, taking in the situation. Ha! He comes to a stop and gives a jagged, toothed smile. Well, looks like we have a real reunion on our hands here. One of his mutated arms points a claw at Achiko. You're that gravity girl, right? I haven't seen you since the Kiyoshi Ward Mall. Kiyoshi Ward Mall? Nu then points at Bakugo, his smile widening as he does so. Good to see you too, Blasty. I've wanted to take you on for a while as well. In typical Bakugo fashion, he roars out at the villain. Who the hell are you calling Blasty? Shigaraki eyes his most troublesome ally. How many of these brats does he know? Achiko recognizes the creature as the thing she smashed away from before, but she had assumed that it was out of commission. But what really concerns her is how this monster with familiar features knows who she is. Upon noticing both Achiko's and Bakugo's confused expression, Izuku chokes down his fears and decides to let them in on it. Guys, that's Henzu Wichi. Both gasp in shock. Wichi? Achiko looks back at the creature, and sure enough, that's his face right there. Even though they met once, it's hard to forget the face of someone like him. There's no way. How and why is he like that? I knew they had a falling out, but what the heck happened to him? Bakugo scuffs in annoyance. So that's Wichi, is it? He's just as fucking ugly as I remember him to be. Bakugo brushes himself off as he gets back on his feet. But what's with his quirk? Why does he look like a freakier version of Deku? Ha ha ha. Oh, you're just as funny as always, Blasty. Nu licks his lips. Now die. Nu sprints forward. The fletching heroes, minus Izuku, jump into action to take on the monster. Shigaraki growls in frustration. He'd like to jump in too, but Nu is too unpredictable right now. He's already interfered before, so he'd mostly likely do it again. So for now, he gestures for Kurogiri and Nomu to be on standby. They'll let Nu handle this for now. As the teens take on Nu, Izuku falls back to check up on Tetrax, hoping he can help in some way. Hey, are you okay? That was a pretty nasty hit. Tetrax groans. I'll be fine. I just need to heal. Izuku grabs his large arm and tries to pull him up, but he's heavier than he appears. We have to get you out of here. Tetrax hardly budges, but he does grab Izuku's arm. Izuku freezes in place when he realizes that Tetrax is taking in the sight of the omnitrix, admiring the small alien device. Is this the omnitrix? How do you know about it? Tetrax peers up at the boy. Tell me, what do you know about it? Izuku's mouth instantly shuts tight, not willing to reveal his secrets. Tetrax chuckles at the sight of the nervous child. Judging from your silence, I'm assuming you know enough that it shouldn't be in the wrong hands. Tetrax's grip tightens around Izuku's arm, but not out of aggression. More like to make sure that it's something to revere. Good. Nice to know someone capable of reasoning is wielding it. Why do you care so much? I was tasked with retrieving the omnitrix. Retrieve it. Retrieve it for who? And for what? How'd his client even find out about the omnitrix? Yes, but that is not my mission. Your mission? This guy is really confusing. Just what is he here to do? Yes, the omnitrix is one of the most powerful weapons in the entire universe. There is nothing else like it, and it cannot fall into those that will utilize its power for conquest and destruction. Tetrax takes a breath and his voice softens as he falls into a depressive state of mind. A lesson I learned far too late. Izuku remains silent as Tetrax is clearly dealing with some internal emotions. He's still trying to wrap his head around this guy, and especially about what he had to say about the omnitrix. It's a weapon, and one of the most powerful in the universe? Just who would have built such a thing? And how? From what I've witnessed, you're not too impressive of a warrior. Izuku a little taken back by that. Just how much of his fight did this guy see? Well, he did throw himself at the Kurogiri guy without a real plan, so you're far too reckless, and you're too willing to throw yourself in the line of fire for others. A dangerous trait. Okay, he does have Izuku there, but also a noble one. Tetrax lifts Izuku's arm, displaying his alien device. I'm not one for destiny and fate, but perhaps there is a reason you wield the omnitrix. Perhaps you can help in more ways than you know. What do you mean? I can't stand the idea of the wicked bringing harm to those who are innocent. And I'd like to believe that you're the same way. He falls silent before speaking again. There's just one last thing he needs to know. Tell me, why do you wield this power? That's a question Izuku was not expecting, but he has an answer. I'm someone that's always felt useless. Like I couldn't help anyone no matter what I tried. But I always dreamed of being a hero. A hero that saves everyone with a smile on my face. Izuku places a gentle hand onto the omnitrix. And the omnitrix allows me to live out my dream. I don't wield its power for my sake, but for the sake of others. Good answer. Izuku can't see it, but Tetrax is smiling from underneath his helmet. All right, then I leave it in your hands. Tetrax grips the omnitrix, holding it tightly. Harness its power not for yourselves but to serve others. To save and preserve life. On all worlds. Izuku is more than willing to do as he says. He will use this device not for himself but for others. Starting with saving his friends. And as if agreeing with his resolve, the omnitrix shifts and glows green, ready to get back in the action. Hashtag. Shigaraki watches on as Nu tosses Kirishima away. The rock-solid teen bounces off the ground, but comes to a stop when Todoroki stops him with an ice wall. Aren't any of you ready to give up yet? There's no chance any of you are going to survive this. Bakugo blasts Nu in the face before blasting himself back and out of reach. Go to hell, handjob. Nu chuckles. Hee. See, someone gets it. Shut up. Shigaraki snaps. If you weren't so damn useful, I'd turn you into dust right here and now. Nu simply laughs back at his supposed leader, giving the teens a moment to regroup. Achiko holds her swollen arm. We have to do something different. Everything they have done doesn't seem to be doing anything, and there's still the rest of the villain, especially that Nomu, to worry about. Kirishima raises his hardened arms up. Yeah. But what? Bakugo glances down at his only grenade gauntlet. He'd love to use it, but with that misty bastard in play, there's no guarantee he can pull off since he'll only get one shot. Achiko takes in Nu's massive form of 4 arms, ripjaws, and feedback, and she comes to a possible weakness. Todoroki, try your flames. Todoroki looks to her in surprise, as do the others. It's a good idea. Nu's current forms would be weak against the heat. I know you don't like it, but it could stop them. His voice trails off. He can't bring himself to use that man's quirk. But if he doesn't, Shigaraki has had enough of just waiting on the sidelines. They've wasted far too much time. Nomu, Nu, Kurogiri, let's take them. He charges with the others in tow. Let's clear the game and go home. Nu grins. You got it. He gets ahead of himself and readies himself for one last attack. I've been looking forward to this for a long time, Blasty. Bakugo scowls. Shit. The others ready themselves for one last showdown, but in full honesty there is no way for them to win this. Nu and Nomu were one thing by themselves, but now they have to take on both of them, and the other murderous villains are just too much for them. There's no conceivable way they can all get out of this alive. Just as they are ready to accept their grim fate, Izuku runs right past them without so much as glancing at them. Deku/Midoriya. Nu grins in pleasant surprise at Izuku's brash decision. Ready for another beating? All right. He reels his arms back, his golden tip claws radiating electricity. There ain't nothing you can do that I can't do better, Deku. I said it before and I'll say it again. With no hesitation, Izuku's hand slams down on the omnitrix. It's hero time. Bam! His entire body gets enveloped in blinding green light. But that hardly phases Nu as he thrusts his claws forward to tear apart his ex-best friend. Deku. Before his claws can even scratch Izuku, a massive wave of diamond-like crystals rushes forward, crashing into Nu's large frame. The wave of crystal slams and smashes him backwards. Nu desperately tries to regain his footing, but it's of no use, as the crystals send him crashing right into the side of the USJ before entrapping him in said diamonds. Hopefully that will keep him out of the fight for a while. The transformed Izuku stands tall with confidence and the resolve to fight on. I probably should have mentioned this sooner, but the Petrosapien takes deep breath before declaring to the world that Deku is the name of a hero. Everyone, even the villains, watch with astounded expression. They cannot believe what they just saw. Izuku Midoriya, aka Deku, has a new transformation. This new form looks to be a silicon-based life form whose body is composed of durable indigo and diamond-like crystals. He has a sharp rectangular head with a back fin, and several long shards are protruding from the being's shoulder blades. Bakugo is a bit pissed by Deku's newest form, but mainly he's just surprised that Deku of all people was able to pull something like this out of his ass. Who the hell is this diamond-headed guy? The Petrosapien grabs his chin. Diamond-headed, diamond head. Yeah, I like it. He gives Bakugo a big crystal thumbs up. Bakugo is quick to snap back in his usual fashion. Like what? Kirishima shoves Bakugo aside. Whoa. Midoriya, is that you? The newly dubbed Diamond Head smirks. Yup. I got a brand new transformation. He raises his diamond fist, admiring the unnatural yet beautiful example of evolution. At least someone can appreciate Diamond Head's arrival, because Shigaraki sure as hell doesn't. Nomu. Nomu springs into action and Diamond Head is more than willing to take him head-on. Achiko tries to call after him. Deku, wait. I got this. And he does. Nomu thrusts his claw forward and grabs Diamond Head's arm. It then squeezes down in an attempt to slice and crush its opponent's arm clean off. But instead its own claw is what breaks apart, making the monster cry out in agony. With its defense down, Diamond Head grabs Nomu, bashes his own head as hard as he can against the monster's shelled head. His headbutt struck Nomu's exposed brain, making it groan while stumbling backwards. Not one to waste an opportunity, Diamond Head rushes in to deliver some swift punches, but thanks to the creature's shock absorption it doesn't do much, and thanks to its hyper-regeneration it's back up to full strength. Not good. Pure force isn't the answer. Diamond Head raises his arms examining. Perhaps he can try something else. Either by instinct or reflex he thrusts his hands towards the Nomu. His hands seemingly shift into his arm and a shower of crystal shards fly out and impale themselves into the Nomu. Diamond Head, and some of the others, grin with satisfaction. Ooh, you are so in for it now. He rapidly fires more shards into the monster. It screeches and roars in pain as its hyper-regeneration tries to keep up. Out of desperation it swings its claw wildly to swat away the bullet-like crystals. But it only worsens its situation as the shards pierce right through its shell. Nomu roars, and in that moment one of the shards impales its exposed brain, making the beast come to a sudden halt as its brain functions temporarily cease. Not going to get another opportunity like this. Diamond Head presses his hand against the ground and crystals burst out from his hand and towards the Nomu before entombing it in the diamond-like material. Diamond Head smiles at a job well done. But his moment is cut short by a cry from Ichigo. Look out! During his fight, he failed to keep track of the other villains, specifically Shigaraki, who managed to sneak up to him while running at full speed. I'll kill you! He slams his hand against Diamond Head's chest. The alien braces himself for the worst as his teammates gasp and watch on in horror. And Shigaraki grins madly at his pressed hand, waiting for decay to do its work and kill the bothersome teenager. But it never comes. It gets to the point that Diamond Head opens his eyes and sees absolutely nothing happening to his body. Are you having performance issues? Shigaraki growls up at the alien before slamming his hands around the freak's head. No, it can't be. His quirk, his decay, doesn't work on this guy. Diamond Head is oddly calm despite the villain's attempt to kill him. Shigaraki lets go of the morphed boy, knowing full well that he can't do a thing to him. You cheated. His entire body is trembling, not of fear, but of fuming rage. Shigaraki leaps back as a sheet of ice nearly ensnares him in place. Looks like Todoroki was trying to capture him and thus bring this all to an end. Don't go throwing a tantrum just because of your lack of competence. Ichigo runs up to Diamond Head, examining his body for any sign of injuries. Deku, how'd you survive that? I'm not sure. Well, I am made out of crystals and crystal doesn't decay. That has to be it. He's immune to Shigaraki's quirk. Kirishima grins happily at the explanation. If that's true then. Bakugo's face turns into that of an excited predator. Then we can kill these punks. Ichigo isn't too sure about that. No offense, but how? That monster can regenerate and take anything we dish at it. Diamond Head shakes his crystal skull. No. It can only take anything All Might dishes at it. He examines each of his teammates until his eyes come upon Bakugo's remaining gauntlet. I have a plan, but we need to hold off that warping villain. He's the wild card here. Todoroki caresses his left arm. Throughout this fight and the one against Tetrax, he's been more of a liability than being useful. All because he's been relying on his mother's quirk. And sure, it's proven useful against the weaker villains. Keyword being weaker. But when it comes to these monsters, Shigaraki, Kirojiri, Nu, and especially that Nomu guy, he's nothing to this group. His mind replays how Ichigo essentially begged him to use his fire earlier, but he refused then too. Why? Because of pride. Because of that man's quirk? Probably. But he made a vow to become a hero using his mother's quirk. But now, that isn't enough anymore. And if he wants to call himself a hero, then he needs to step up. I'll handle him. Ichigo raises an eyebrow at Todoroki. Are you sure? Todoroki meets her gaze. Yes. Diamond Head shrugs. If his plan is to work, then it might as well be Todoroki. All right, we'll leave him to you. Todoroki walks forward with purpose and a fire in his heart. Kirojiri spots him approaching, and knowing of his powerful ice quirk, he quickly nominates himself to take care of the oncoming issue. Say farewell. In response, Todoroki does something that nobody was expecting. With a wave of his left arm, a torrent of flames burst to life, colliding with the misty villain. Kirojiri yelps as he tries and fails to avoid the oncoming flames, forcing him back. Kirishima is completely gobsmacked. He's using his fire, whoa! Diamond Head holds his hands close to his chin, wishing he had his quirk notebook. So cool. Even Bakugo looks amazed by the dancing inferno. But the flames mean something a little bit more to Ichigo. All day he's been so against using that side of his quirk, and now he finally mans up and let his fiery side known to the world. And it is spectacular. Thank you, Todoroki. Todoroki keeps it up, his flames dancing before him as if to celebrate being released from their confinement. For now, I'll use his quirk, but that's because even I have to admit it's powerful. So for now, I'll use it for myself until Half-Cold becomes strong enough to rival it. The flames burst out even more. Take a good hard look, Uraraka, because after this, I will not be using my flames ever again. Diamond Head grins, with Todoroki's keeping Kirojiri at bay. Then there's nothing to stop them from achieving victory. Everyone listen to me and follow my plan to a T, otherwise it's over for all of us. You got it. I'm with you, Diamond Man. Bakugo growls in response, but he pulls off a smirk, letting the others know that he's more than willing to cooperate. As Diamond Head quickly shares his plan, Shigaraki orders the Nomu to attack the flame-spewing hero. They need Kirojiri to escape, which is looking more and more appealing of a plan than any. With his master's orders ringing in his head, Nomu manages to tear its way out of his crystal tomb, its clawed arm ripping out of its socket as he does. Despite the lack of a limb, the monstrosity charges right for Todoroki. It doesn't get far as a wall of diamonds burst forth from the ground, cutting it off from Todoroki and Kirojiri. With the Nomu isolated, Diamond Head's ready for the next part of the plan. Uraraka, right? Ichigo presses her hands together, allowing zero gravity and one for all to surge into being. Her entire body is enveloped in a heavenly pink aura before it explodes outward, swallowing up everything within the central plaza in a weightless, floating field of pink light. Of course, this does mean everyone. None of them are unaffected by the zero-gravity field. Nomu, Shigaraki, and even Kirojiri begin to float upward. Shigaraki struggles to reach out to something solid, but he continues to float upward. What's going on? His gaze falls upon Ichigo, whose face is all puffed up and tight as she tries to keep the zero-gravity field going. She's the one causing this. Just how much power does she hold? Kirojiri spots the girl from above. I'll get her. Arg. Another burst of flames prevents him from moving any further. Todoroki, who at this point has gotten used to Ichigo's field, stands before the villain. You still have to get past me. Diamond Head too slowly floats upward, but he could care less about that and more on how Nomu is flailing about in the air. Now's the time to end this. Bakugo. Nearby, both Kirishima and Bakugo stand at the ready. Kirishima's entire body is hardened while his legs and arm are embedded into the ground, while using his free hand to hold Bakugo in place, acting as a back support. Bakugo smiles like a maniac as he aims his right arm and gauntlet right towards the weightless Nomu. I've been waiting to show this off since day one. He grabs the pin. So long, you sorry pile of shit. And he pulls it. D. Bakugo unleashes his raw explosive power as a fiery beam of explosive energy surges forth. The shearing power radiates heat and wind bellows around them, propelling them against Diamond Head's crystal wall. They all watch on as the beam speeds right towards its awaiting and helpless target. The blast completely engulfs the screeching and roaring monstrosity, launching it upward until it smashes right into the roof of the USJ, where a section of the roof is blown away as the beam explodes outward in a fiery eruption, generating powerful shockwaves that reverberate across the entirety of the USJ. And with the Nomu gone, Ichigo releases her quirk, resulting in everyone collapsing on the ground. She holds a hand over her mouth before inevitably vomiting up her stomach's contents. But despite the nauseousness and the strain on her body, the only emotion she can feel is relief and joy. They had done it. Shigaraki lays defeated on the ground, his eyes locked onto the fresh gaping hole in the USJ's roof. He can't believe it. The bioengineered, specifically created to destroy All Might, was defeated by a bunch of kids. Nomu, he's. Before he can get another word out, he finds himself entombed in a case of crystals with only his head sticking out of the top. Diamond Head lifts his hand off the ground after the villain's been secured. He's been defeated, as have you. Kurogiri attempts to rush to Shigaraki's side, but he gets encased in a similar tomb of ice. You're not going anywhere either. Todoroki presses his left hand against the ice tomb. His skin steams as he readies his flames, giving the message that if he makes a move then he'll be burned to a crisp. Achiko jumps up in gleeful joy. We did it! They survived and somehow defeated the villains. They saved everybody. Kirishima feels similarly. Heck yeah, we did. Bakugo stomps over towards Todoroki. These bastards were nothing. Complete garbage. Todoroki raises an eyebrow, not appreciating Bakugo's blatant disregard of their opponent's abilities, but he has to admit it. It does feel rather good to have contributed to this win. While the heroes cheer in celebration, a human-formed Nu crawls out from the wave of still crystals. He had to shrink back into his regular form in order to slip out of the tight positions. He is pissed and surprised to see the results of the battle. Specifically, his eyes fall on the omnitrix dial on the unfamiliar form of Deku's. He growls under his breath. Deku? What the hell is his power? How could he have another form? Was he hiding it all this time? Was he trying to trick him earlier? Fine, if Deku wants to hoard all the power for himself, then there's only one logical conclusion. I'll just take it for myself. And so while the hero course students see to each of their injuries and plan out what to do next, Nu sneaks his way forward using the large crystals as a means to hide behind. The hero students are so content believing that the worst is over that they don't even consider that a villain is approaching them. And that will be a mistake that they will end up regretting for a long time. You're mine! Nu leaps out and rushes the unsuspecting morphed Deku. Nu crashes right into him, his hand immediately getting to work to absorb and pry at the omnitrix. No! Diamond Head grabs at Nu's arm, trying to pry him off, but his ex-friend transforms himself into his Tetraman form, ensuring that he's not going anywhere. Achiko throws herself at Nu. Get away from him! He simply bats her away with one of his extra arms and does the same with Kirishima, who tried and failed to save Midoriya. Diamond Head howls in pain as the familiar feeling of suffocation prevents him from forming words. His howls of pain grows when Nu's absorption increases, making him feel like he is ripping at his own heart. The omnitrix discharges and sparks with green energy, as if itself is also flailing about to remove the unwanted attacker. Nu grabs at Diamond Head's skull, squeezing it within his death grip. The power! You don't deserve it! His osmosis increases its pull on the device. Oh! Diamond Head roars out in agony as he desperately tries to pry the much stronger foe away, but it is of no avail. As if heading its wearer's plea for help, the Omnitrix's energy explodes outward, generating a blast that knocks everybody away. The blast is so powerful that something big smashes into the side of the diamond wall. The blast also results in Todoroki getting knocked over and the ice entrapping Kurogiri breaks apart, freeing the warping villain. Izuku groans, grabbing at his fleshy chest. He's very relieved to find himself in one piece and the Omnitrix safely secured on his wrist. Achiko brushes off a few pieces of dust and rocks that fell atop of her. Deku, are you all right? After gaining control of his breathing, Izuku answers, I've been better. He then takes notice of the red light Omnitrix, and his mind thinks back to how Henzu first gained his abilities. Wait, where's Dash? Rayar Agag! A monstrous inhuman roar reverberates out as something big and hulking crawls out from within the partly shared crystal wall. It's new? Or at least it looks like him, because it's a complete monster if they've ever seen one. Nu's mutated form is a mashup of all the Omnitrix aliens Izuku has gathered so far, and he's so large that his shirt and shoes have given away, exposing the true catastrophe of the incident. The base form is that of a Tetramand, but with many key differences. Nu's upper right arm is that of Diamond Head's, while his upper left arm is that of Lodestar's. His lower pair of arms are that of Water Hazard's. Large gaping holes like that of Terraspin's are embedded into Nu's chest and abdomen, and the Geochelone Aereo shell somehow morphed into part of his back, acting like a thin layer of skin. Ditto's fins poke out from his shoulder, and two slim black tendrils have grown out from his shoulder blades. Several circular protrusions glow green down his back, thanks to Buzzshock's DNA. And finally, a kinoceleran tail swishes behind him. But what really brings the monstrosity together is Nu's mutated face. His jaws are that of Ripjaws, and his left eyes have split like that of forearms, while only a single large eye like that of gray matter is on his right. And finally, Ripjaw's lore is dangling from Nu's forehead, poking out of his long black locks. Rayar Agug! With so much power and rage clouding his mind, Nu is thrown into a complete frenzy as his many limbs lash out at anything and everything that moves before him. The fletching heroes quickly make use of their evasion and blocking skills. Kirishima simply hardens his body as Nu whips his tendrils at him. Todoroki uses a small pillar of ice to spring himself away. Bakugo uses an explosion to repel Nu's thrashing tail, and Achiko grabs Izuku, pulling him out of the way before he could be smashed to bits by Nu's crystallized fist. Nu is in such a distorted frenzy that he smashes his crystallized fist against Shigaraki's tomb. Either because he wanted to release him, or he was straight up trying to attack him is unclear. Shigaraki is swift to retreat towards Kurogiri, not wanting to get in the middle of this ordeal. What the hell? What's happened to him? Unbeknownst to anyone, but Izuku is sharing some similar thoughts. No, 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 no! He's mutated himself even further. He's a complete monster now. He rolls out of the way as Nu's lodestar-like hand smashes against the ground. If he's not stopped, he could destroy this place alone. That is not as impossible as one would think. There are no more heroes. The students are still scattered across the facility. They've used up Bakugo's most powerful attack. The villain leaders are free, and the Omnitrix is back to red. It's going to take a real miracle for them to stop this rampaging monster. In that moment, as if a higher being decided to answer their prayers, the doors to the USJ are smashed right open as something, or rather someone, finally makes their entrance. A total and complete silence has fallen over the entirety of the USJ as a result, and everyone's attention turns to the main gate. Even the thrashing Nu stops for a moment to see what's happening, but all they can see is giant dust cloud veiling whoever has arrived. Footsteps echo out as a tall, hulking figure appears. The group of students that were near the entrance are smiling brightly at the sight before them. Tears stream down a few of their faces. Even Shoji's extra limbs have become extra smiling grins. And how could they not smile, for when the deeper the darkness is around you, the brighter the light shines when a ray of hope appears. Mineta cheers excitedly. We're saved. Tears of joy and relief stream down Mina's and Hagikure's faces. Even Tsuyu's eyes aren't without tears as she breaks into a smile. Ida stares up in awe as he gently holds Aizawa. He's here, All Might. He sure is. The number one hero himself has arrived, and he is certainly not happy. With a terrifying frown, All Might tosses his suit jacket aside before stepping out from the dust cloud. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had gone wrong here when Aizawa and 13 didn't answer my calls. So I hurried over, although in his Skinner form originally, as to save on his daily limit. And how could I miss that explosion from atop the USJ? That was truly a sight to behold, although at the time he had assumed the worst. I then ran into young Ciro along the way. He told me of the villainy at work here. His frown hardens as his teeth grind together. I can't believe all of this went down while I was resting and getting lectured. He's an absolute failure as a hero if he couldn't even be here to do his job. He can't stand to think about how frightened all the children must have been all this time, and how hard his colleagues had to fight in order to protect them. The only thing he can do now is reassure them that things will be okay and end this quickly. That's my duty as the symbol of peace. He stands atop the staircase looking down upon the central plaza like a mighty god. Have no fear, students. He rips away his tie in anger. Because I am here. Tears prick at Achiko's eyes as a grin adorns her face. He's here, he's really here. Her smile soon vanishes upon noticing All Might's furious expression. And he's not smiling. Shigaraki instinctively steps back out of fear despite All Might being a fair distance away. After everything that's transpired, The heroic piece of trash has finally decided to show up. Almost in a blink of an eye, All Might disappears from atop the staircase, and with a rush of wind, he appears standing before his students as to protect them from the abomination known as Nomu. Kirishima awes at All Might's crazy speed. So fast! Stand back, students. The other students follow his instructions, taking position behind him. Izuku, however, has other concerns. Even though it's All Might, he's still reached his limit for the day, so he must really be pushing himself. So, if this battle drags on, the villain may succeed in their goal. All Might, be careful. They're here to kill you. All Might's frown shakes in anger and despair. Is that true? Were these villains really after him this whole time? And his students had to suffer the consequences of his arrogance. These kids have had to deal with so much because of him. He needs to show them that everything will be okay. Young Uraraka. He turns around, flashing his signature joyful smile with a peace sign over his eye. Fear not. It works because it makes her smile, albeit softly. Not one to be ignored, Nomu returns to rampaging. Regrouping. Nomu thrusts his diamond fist forward. All Might turns to face the monster, internally wondering what sort of quirks could have resulted in such an abomination. Oh, you're a big one. But I've fought bigger. All Might catches the fist, pushing it upward and over his head. His smile must enrage Nomu, because he lets loose another inhuman screech. Regrouping. Before he can do anything, the number one hero bats him backwards, but Nomu quickly recovers and gets right back up. His arms and limbs flailing about, wildly smashing anything within reach. In the meantime, Kurogiri leans into Shigaraki's ear. Shigaraki, we should take our leave. The furious villain scowls. We can't. The final boss has finally made an appearance. If we run, we may never get another chance like this again. There will be more opportunities, but we should retreat. Kurogiri looks out to the ensuing battle. Because of his current state, Nomu is far too unpredictable to rely on. And despite his abilities, he is of no match when against All Might. As to prove his point, All Might delivers a Carolina smash into the beast's midsection, making him groan and scream in anger as he stumbles back. Shigaraki is visibly steaming, his body trembling with rage, but he has to agree. Without the Nomu, they can't hope to kill All Might. Also, the fact that the other pro-heroes will indefinitely be here soon is another mess to deal with if they chose to stay. Although not happy about it, Shigaraki gives Kurogiri the go-ahead. The misty villain produces a warp gate for them to escape through. All Might takes notice of them leaving. Oh no, you don't. Before he can make a move, Nomu lunges and grapples the pro-hero in place. Let go of me. He tries to pry off the monster, but it's got a strong hold on him. Before stepping through the warp gate, Shigaraki takes one last look back at the heroes. This may be game over, but the next time we meet, you're dead. All Might. His gaze drifts to the hero course students. As for those kids, his glare hardens underneath the severed hand. I'll be sure to make each of their demise a slow and painful one. And with that, both he and Kurogiri step through the gate, leaving the USJ behind. Hang on there. All Might breaks Nomu's grip and lunges for the warp gate, but it's too late. All he catches in his grip are a few black wisps that dissipate into the air. Damn villain. Regrouping. Oh, don't worry, I didn't forget you. Nomu throws his body forward at the rather pissed-off hero. All Might, however, is not willing to drag this out. If he can't bring justice to those that have escaped, then he for sure as hell will bring it down upon this villain. Detroit Smash. Nomu doesn't stand a chance as his face collides with All Might's signature move. Nomu wails as he's sent flying into the air. However, before he collides with the ceiling of the USJ, a black wisp starts to swirl around him. Kurogiri's voice whispers out from within the mist. We're not done with you yet. You can still prove useful. The black mist swallows up Nomu before shrinking away into nothingness. Damn it! The pro-hero would have much preferred it if he had caught that monster, but it looks like he had made another error in judgment. But to be fair, he had thought that the warping villain had taken his leave already. Perhaps he simply warped himself nearby and awaited for an opportunity to retrieve his ally. Whatever the case, the fight is over and the leaders of this army of villains are gone. And with them gone, there's one last thing to do. How are you all holding up? All might. Achiko throws herself at the hero, hugging his side as she bawls her eyes out. IW was so scary. His smile falters for a second. I'm so sorry. Huh. If it weren't for me, none of you would have gone through such an ordeal. His gaze falls upon each of them. But I'm also so happy. Achiko blinks up at him. Happy? Yes. I couldn't be prouder of each and every one of you. He stands tall, flashing his shining grin down upon them. Today, you have proven that you really are heroes. They're not sure if it's because of the praise or the fact that it truly is over, but they just can't help but smile in response. Tears leak out from Achiko and Izuku's eyes. Even Kirishima looks like he is holding his own back. Todoroki stands tall, accepting the praise with dignity, while Bakugo smirks, thinking that he was always a hero and that he doesn't need to be told that. Finally, Zero returns with the entirety of the UA staff, who are led by the one and only Principal Nizu. None of the pro-heroes hesitate to take action, spreading out across the USJ in search of other villains and the remaining Class 1A students. And after what felt like an eternity, the attack on the USJ has finally come to an end. With the heroes, with these future heroes coming out on top. Slowly expanding into existence, a dark swirling warp gate forms just inside an empty well-kept bar. A shaking Shigaraki steps through his hands, furiously scratching at his exposed neck. We got crushed. They got Nomu. Our cannon fodder was taken down in a flash, and all because of those kids. He pounds his fist against the counter as the warp gate vanishes behind him. The symbol of peace is in perfect health. He took down Nu like he was nothing. He leers over towards the television screen sitting at the end of the counter. You were wrong, Master. No, I wasn't. A disembodied voice responds from behind the screen, out of sight, and somewhere disclosed. We merely got ahead of ourselves. Yes, we underestimated him. Good thing that League of Villains came cheap. Shigaraki is just about to correct his master, when the warp gate returns and a mutated Nu collapses onto the hardwood floor, followed by Kurogiri, who calmly steps over Nu's prone form. What has happened to Nu? Kurogiri briefly examines Nu's new features. He's almost unrecognizable, only his torn clothes and long black hair serving as a reminder of the once human teenager. But now he's just as tall, if not taller, than Nomu was, and his physique is equally as powerful, but yet so much more mutated with unmatching features and limbs. We are unsure. A second voice speaks out from the screen. Unsure? What do you mean? Shigaraki grips his neck in frustration. There was a kid there. He had the same powers as Nu here. His gaze narrows towards the dark screen. Similar powers to you. Yes, that boy, that kid with green hair and freckles, was able to transform into almost identical forms as Nu. But how is that possible? Quirks are hereditary, yet neither of them look at all similar. And now, Nu's some sort of monster. Just what the hell are these two? Deku. Everyone turns to the hulking figure that's currently attached to their admittedly once clean floor. It was Deku. Nu shakily adjusts his head enough to look Shigaraki in the eye. He did this. The second voice cuts in. Now tell us, what of our creation? Nomu? Why is he not with you? Kurogiri is the one to respond. He was sent flying, and without proper coordinates, there was no way for me to find him. He then gestures to Nu. Although I thought it best to hold on to this one. After all the trouble we went through to make him as strong as All Might, he was still unable to defeat him. Shigaraki begins to scratch at his neck again. If he doesn't stop that soon, he will end up drawing blood. No, he didn't. The second person behind the screen is rightfully confused, as well as offended, as if Shigaraki is saying that their hard work and effort was but a waste. What are you saying? Nomu was the greatest doomsday weapon against the symbol of peace we had. We even had my assistant mutate him further to boost his strength and endurance. He was more than suited to kill All Might. Nomu was taken out by children. Preposterous. That is impossible. No one, not even All Might, could defeat him. Shigaraki slams his fist against the counter. Well, they did. Those kids, those brats, were able to take down all of our pawns like they were nothing. He then looks towards the defeated Chimera who's taken to leaning his massive frame against the wall. And one of them, that Deku could transform just like him. Then there was the one that blew Nomu away with a single shot. He raises his hand, flexing his fingers, as if imagining decaying each of the brats' heads in his palm. But the most irritating one was her. Her? There was one kid who seemed almost as strong as All Might. That girl with the round face and brown bobbed hair. She delivered a smash so strong that he slightly thought that All Might himself was standing before them like an almighty god descended down from the heavens to put mere mortals in their place. Oh, there's a hint of interest in his master's voice. I think she had 2 quirks. Now the second voice sounds intrigued. Really? Nu jolts up a bit with confusion. 2 quirks? She only said she had one the last time we met. Shigaraki decides to take a seat before going into an explanation. She used a smash attack to attack Nu here, and then it seemed as if she could manipulate gravity too. He grabs his head, leaning forward into it in frustration. She was the key to their victory. Without her power, Nomu would have certainly survived that blonde's explosive blast. Sure, Nomu would have still been dealt burn damage, but he would have recovered. The only reason that last attack worked so well as it did was because that girl, at least from what Shigaraki can tell, could make things weightless with that pink light of hers. And so Nomu had no support nor a chance to defend himself from the blast, and due to his weightlessness, he was easily launched out and away from him and the USJ. He grips his head even harder. Without that pest, we might have actually gotten the chance to use Nomu against All Might. No use crying over spilled milk. This endeavor was not a complete loss. I believe you've learned a lot, haven't you? Shigaraki would hate to admit aloud, especially in front of the others, but he has learned a bit. First off, he made far too many mistakes. It wouldn't be so far-fetched to say that he failed from the very start. He failed to consider the students' quirks and abilities. He failed to properly look into Nu's background, and he had no definite way to confirm whether All Might would actually be there or not. And of course, he never accounted for other unknown variables such as surprise appearances by unknown heroes like that hero that took on Nomu for a little while. Just who was that guy anyway? Was he really a hero? Either way, he can take away a lot from this defeat. Understanding what he must do next time, Shigaraki nods, showing his master that he has learned. Good. Now focus on finding stronger troops. Take all the time you need. That will be Shigaraki's next step. We can't move freely. That's why we need a symbol like you, Tamura Shigaraki. Next time, the world will know of the terror you represent. Shigaraki, despite his rage and frustration, smirks from underneath the severed hand attached to his face. He will not fail in his mission. He will bring about terror onto this society and its heroes. While they've been exchanging words, Nu has come to his own dark realization. He is unable to transform himself back to human. How? Why? Just what did Deku do to him? He will not live his life out as a monster. Agag. ####. A police detective watches on as his colleagues and pro-heroes herd the horde of villains into a transport vehicle awaiting them just outside the USJ. The detective is a tall man with short, black hair and black eyes. As a member of the police force, he's wearing a standard tan overcoat and matching hat. Underneath, he wears a black suit, a green tie with matching slacks, and dress shoes. That's a lot of villains. How many is that so far? One of his fellow officers replies while taking a head count of the criminals as they march. Not including those animals, we have over 60 individuals. A few screams and shouts ring out as one of the mutated koi fish thrashes about, snapping at anybody that gets within range. The detective is quick to take charge. Make sure to keep that thing secure. The last thing we need are mutant animals running amok in the ecosystem. One of the pro-heroes, Cementos, steps forward. Allow me to assist you. Cementos appears to be a humanoid block of cement with black eyes and gray hair tied into a short ponytail. His body shape is even blocky all around his body. His eyes are generally closed, and his lips are pulled upwards. His hero costume consists of a sleeveless brown suit that includes yellow stripes, shorts, and an elongated collar. He also sports gray shoes with yellow soles. Cementos slaps his hands against the cement ground, and several pillars of cement burst from the ground and surround the thrashing mutant fish. The thin pillars wrap themselves around the fish, restraining it like ring-shaped weights. With the koi fish completely immobilized, Cementos uses his quirk to push the cement forward to the transport vehicle. With that potential crisis avoided, the detective decides to see the students as several members of the UA staff decide to check on them as well. Well, besides two of them, it looks like they're all unharmed. Nizu, the ever-chipper principal of UA, is more than happy to confirm the detective's statement. Yes, all in all, I'd say we were quite lucky that no other major injuries have occurred. Present Mike looks to his fellow co-workers. Hey, where's the big guy, All Might? Snipe points towards the direction of the main school. He went on back to campus, said something about wanting to check in on our injured students. Snipe has the appearance of a stereotypical Western cowboy. His face is covered by an old-school tan gas mask with his purplish shoulder-length dreadlocks visible from the back and sides. On his head, he wears a brown cowboy hat with a large S stamped in the middle of it. He wears a large red cloak under which he wears a plain black tank top with white armor strapped over the right side of his torso, and a brown belt with a gun holster attached at his hip. He has baggy black pants with yellow chaps over them in stereotypical cowboy fashion. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1A are huddled together as one big group, probably because after being separated like they are not ready to leave each other's side just yet. Toru Hagakure notices the soot clinging onto Masahiro Ojiro's costume and tail. Ojiro, looks like it was into the fire for you this time and all alone? Nice going. She offers a friendly pat to his shoulder. I thought everyone was alone. I only survived with hit-and-run tactics. He rubs the back of his aching neck. Although those flaming salamanders didn't make it easy. In the background, a large red lizard-like creature spews out flames from its mouth before scurrying away only to be intercepted by the pro-hero, Ectoplasm, and his clones. Tenya Ida is bowing his head in respect to one-hand to Ciro. Ciro, thank you for your service. Your efforts saved us all. Ciro is admittedly a bit embarrassed, but he still appreciates the praise. It was no trouble, man. I bet you'd have done the same. From nearby, Minoru Mineta is holding his head in anguish, with tears of relief flowing down his cheeks. That was terrifying. Denki Kaminari nods. No kidding. I got held hostage and we had to fend off a flock of monster birds. Momo Yaoyorozu quickly tries to correct his statement. They were actually cockatiels. You could tell by their beak and wing structures, although they appear to have undergone some sort of mutated evolution of some sort. Kyokujiro smiles sheepishly from her side. I don't think that really matters. Fumikage Tokoyami is having a discussion with Koji Koda, Eijiro Kirishima, and Mizo Shoji. Right? Guess those lowlifes were spread out, waiting for us. Kirishima frowns. Looking down on us, 'cause we're kids. So unmanly. Shoji eyes each of them looking for any signs of injury. How'd you guys handle yourselves? Tokoyami smirks. Very well. Koda here was most valuable in the battle. He gives his shy teammate a smile. He was even able to take command of the monster frogs. Heck, at one point Koda commanded the mutant frogs to attack the villains. Karo? Tokoyami jolts, finally realizing that their resident frog girl was in hearing distance. No offense. Tsuyoazui is quick to brush it off. None taken. She holds a finger to her cheek. I'm just worried about Midoriya and Uraraka. Principal Nizu overhears and is swift to ease her worries. Not to worry. They've already been sent to the nurse's office. Recovery girl should have them back up to optimal health in no time. Tsuyu sighs at the reassurance. Thank goodness. Mina Ashido shoves her way to the front of the group. What about 13? After what's happened, the worry has done nothing but build up in her mind. The detective is the one who responds. 13 has terrible lacerations and burns across their body, as well as a gash in their arm, along with an undisclosed amount of venom injected into them. Upon seeing the concerned and worried looks of the students, he quickly changes gears. But the best of the best doctors are already on the case. In fact, 13th's condition is already stabilizing, so their life isn't in any more danger. Suyu has one other person to worry about. And Mr. Aizawa? Both of his arms were smashed to splinters. His face is also fractured. Thankfully, he doesn't have any brain damage, and Recovery Girl will oversee his recovery as well. The students visibly relax, glad to hear that their teachers are going to make it. Ida propels his hand into the air, drawing the detectives and everyone else's attention. Sir, what of Midoriya and Uraraka? Midoriya and Uraraka. It seems they were sent to the nurse's office since both of their injuries were minuscule compared to your teachers. I actually have some business over there myself. Deciding now is a good time to make his leave, the detective turns to one of his coworkers so that they can oversee the students. Sansa, I'll leave the rest to you. Sansa, a literal catman, salutes in response to his superior. Understood. Mina and Hagakure blink in surprise upon seeing the police cat. He's a cat. Hagakure gushes at the sight. Ah, look at his little bell. Is it weird that I want to pet his head? Nizu in the meantime is considering how they can prevent this situation from ever occurring again. We'll need to completely revamp our security systems. He cups his chin while in thought. Perhaps I can get one to assist me. One of the police officers, one that resembles an Oni, runs up and salutes his superior. Detective Tsukachi, I have a report. We've apprehended what seems to be a villain in a thicket about 400 meters from here. The detective turns to face the officer. In what condition? From what he's heard, one of the villains was sent flying out of the USJ, so he must be in critical condition. He seems unharmed and he's not resisting arrest, oddly enough. He's not responding in any way. Knowing he is no longer needed, the detective turns to the principal of UA principal. I'd like to go over the school with a fine-toothed comb, if you don't mind. Nizu smiles up at the taller man. Ah, of course. I'm sure some won't be happy. But the police certainly have jurisdiction. Investigations are your field of expertise. Do what you feel is necessary. UA will fully cooperate. Thank you, Principal. Before he can leave, Shoto Todoroki approaches the two authority figures and addresses the detective. Sir. Ah, yes. What of that man? Tetrax Shard. I'm sorry, who? Nizu's smile falls, he's just as confused as the detective is. Todoroki goes ahead and explains. There was another intruder. He's a large man wearing a strange gray and black suit, with a helmet completely covering their head. His name is Tetrax Shard. Uraraka and I encountered him and then he helped us fight off Nomu. But he was injured. I was wondering what ever happened to him afterward. I'm sorry, but we didn't find anybody with that description. The detective quickly looks towards the transport vehicle and the villains inside in an attempt to spot the man fitting the boy's description. Nizu, unable to let his curiosity and concern slide, addresses the young man. Mr. Todoroki, please tell me, why was this intruder here? He said he was searching something? What, pray tell? I believe he called it the omnitrix. For a brief moment, Nizu's eyes widen with shock, before returning a neutral glint. It was so fast that hardly anyone could have noticed it. But the detective somehow must have sensed the flash of emotion in Nizu because he gazes down at the short chimera with slight concern and intrigue. And what is that? Well, according to Uraraka, it's that support item Midoriya wears. Todoroki gestures to his left wrist. His watch. I'll look into it. Thank you for letting me know. With a bow of his head, the detective leaves for UA. The omnitrix. Huh? Why would a villain be after a student's support item? Guess he'll just have to try and find out. Meanwhile, Nizu is lost in his own thoughts. Tetrax Shard was after the omnitrix? I have to find this mysterious intruder. A few possibilities on how to find this Tetrax cross his mind, but none seem like they'll be successful. As he continues to ponder, his phone begins to ring in his pocket. He checks the number before popping it into his ear. Hello, how may I help you? He listens as the caller explains themselves. Ah yes, thank you for calling. I was hoping to have a chat with you. If you would, I'd like to speak to you in person. Hashtag Achiko Uraraka enjoys the surprisingly comfortable bed and sheets. But that could just be she's so exhausted that anything other than pain would feel comfortable right about now. Her left arm is all bandaged up, and thanks to Recovery Girl the swelling has already gone down. On the bed next to her own is Izuku Midoriya. He's in way worse shape than she is, with a bruise on his cheek and bandages across his chest and arms. His once new hoodie is now folded up as neatly as it could be on the chair next to his bed. They both release their built-up stress with a deep exhale. What a day! Recovery Girl swings around in her high seat. The situation being what it was, I won't scold you two as harshly this time. They both visibly relax, grateful that they can avoid getting an earful for their actions. This time, she warns sternly. They both go stiff in response, silently promising themselves to try and not be back at the nurse's office anytime soon. Without any warning, the infirmary's doors slam open. There's a loud thud as something collides with All Might's stomach. Be quiet. Recovery Girl removes her cane from All Might's stomach. These children have already been through enough without you disrupting their rest. All Might rubs his side, and for a moment the symbol of peace himself looks scared. Why yes, ma'am. Izuku tries to sit up in his bed, but a sharp pain from his side prevents him from doing so. All Might. Achiko sits up from her seat. What are you doing here? All Might is happy to answer with a shining smile and chipper attitude. Isn't it obvious? I came to apologize, of course. A harsh silence falls upon the students and the nurse. It's hard to take an apology seriously with his current demeanor. All Might also identifies the issue. But if I may, I don't think this the proper form to do it. With a puff of smoke, All Might is gone, replaced with his much weaker and skinnier form, and just like that, Yagi Toshinori is here. Achiko's jaws drops down in absolute horror and shock. Did he forget that Izuku was there? How is he supposed to explain his weakened form? Unbeknownst to her, Izuku is just as surprised as she is, but because he assumes the same exact thing as her. How could All Might just expose himself in front of the others, especially Uraraka? Both Izuku and Achiko yell out simultaneously. What are you doing? You can't show that form. They then turn to each other after realizing what the other had said. What you knew? They both shyly look away. No, yes, wait, what? They then jab accusing fingers at each other. Why didn't you say anything? They then both turn their glares onto Toshinori. Why didn't you say anything? Toshinori chokes back a chuckle. They're both in sync. He coughs, catching a few drops of blood in his hand. I'm sorry for the scare, but yes, everyone in this room knows about my true form and my injury. Izuku's eyes widen, so Achiko really did know about All Might's condition. Guess now he only has one real question for her. When did you find out? Before Achiko can answer, Toshinori answers for her. Last year, I had a run-in with each of you on separate occasions. He gestures to Achiko. I met Uraraka after her escape from the Rojo villain. Achiko remembers that day vividly. After escaping the villain and talking to the police, she went home and met All Might at the station. Who knew this is where they would be a year later? And I met young Midoriya a month or so before that. So, he did remember me. A part of Izuku is actually kind of glad to know that All Might remembered him, but the other part of him is shaking with worry. Worried because he told All Might that he was quirkless. Will he really believe that he's a late bloomer? But if he does remember him, does that mean he remembers what he said, what he did? Toshinori continues on. After these recent events, I thought it only be fair to disclose this to the both of you. Not to mention I don't have to strain myself to keep up my facade when around either of you and Recovery Girl. But she's known about this for a long time. Achiko is unsure how to take in the fact that Deku already knew about All Might's predicament. Sure, it's nice to have one less secret to keep from him. But on the other hand, if Deku already knows about All Might's condition, Why not include Deku in on one for all? Is All Might still worried about potential threats, or does he not trust Deku? Toshinori positions himself at the foot of their beds. This way he can look them directly in the eye. I'm sure you both have questions, but if you would indulge me, I have some things I'd like to get off my chest. The two settle their minds to focus solely on All Might and what he has to say. First of all, I wanted to apologize to the both of you. Toshinori takes a deep breath before continuing. You both suffered so much because of my arrogance. Earlier today, I wasted my time limit, and as a result you and your classmates had to face those villains all on your own without me. What's worse is that you all essentially were protecting me since the villains were there to kill me. His eyes cast themselves downward, hiding the look of shame washing over them. Not only that, but I've clearly been negligent in my duties as a teacher. He gazes up at his successor, hoping she is willing to forgive him for his arrogance and mistakes. You are unable to properly control your power, and I should have better prepared you to wield one for all. I should have helped you more, otherwise you wouldn't have been as injured as you are, and you could wield it without fear or restraint. He bows his head. I promise to do better as a teacher, not just to you and Midoriya, but to every single one of you students. He raises his head to address the young man. Finally, I have to apologize for not being the hero I'm supposed to be. Their eyes lock together, and a silent message is passed on to Izuku. I'm sorry for not supporting your dream. Somehow, Izuku understands what All Might is trying to communicate to him. All Might really does remember that day, which means he does remember what he did to Izuku. And now he's trying to make amends. Izuku would really like to accept the apology and let bygones be bygones, but he can't lie and say that there isn't a part of him that isn't going to forgive the pro-hero. After all, he is a quirkless kid with dreams of becoming a hero. Is All Might saying this because he thinks that now that he has a quirk, he can be a hero? Or is he saying that even someone who is quirkless can be a hero? Then again, maybe he's overthinking this, and All Might just wants to set things right between them, with his individual pieces said. Toshinori bows his head to the both of them. Please accept my humble apologies. From now on, I promise to the both of you that I will be more diligent in my responsibilities as your teacher. Neither of them respond initially. One is still wrapped up in his own mind and conflicting emotions, so that only leaves Achiko with the capability to answer. All Might, this wasn't your fault. You couldn't have known that those villains would try something like this. I mean, you're still only human. How could you have known? Izuku has to agree, no matter his feelings towards the hero, it wasn't his fault that the villains attacked them. She's right, it's not your fault. And I'm sure the rest of our class feels the same way. He offers a small smile in return in an attempt to appease the hero. That small smile is enough for Toshinori, because it fills his heart with such great relief and happiness to hear that. So much so that tears begin to leak out from his eyes. Thank you. While Toshinori wipes away his tears, Recovery Girl watches on with a warming smile. She can't help but find the sight so endearing. From behind her, the door slides back open. The detective from earlier removes his hat while greeting them all with a friendly smile. Pardon me. Recovery Girl smiles back at the familiar face. Ah, so nice to see you. The detective turns his attention to Toshinori. Long time no see, All Might. Toshinori's eyes light up. He's so excited that a bit of blood splurts out from between his teeth. Tsukachi, didn't know you were here. Achiko eyes the newcomer worriedly. He's seen All Might in his weakened form. All Might, is this, okay? Toshinori chuckles. Yeah, it's fine. This is my favorite detective on the force. Good old Naomasa Tsukachi. Naomasa Tsukachi laughs as he closes the door behind him. Ha ha. Thanks for the weird intro. He steps forward to greet the students. It's a pleasure to meet the two of you. As All Might said, I'm Detective Tsukachi. The two children respectfully respond in kind. Nice to meet you, sir. Not to rush any of you, but I'd like to get your statements, especially about the villains. If we can, I'd like to start with you, All Might. Toshinori holds up his hands as to gesture for the detective to wait for a second. Wait, hold on. Are the students all right? And how are Aizawa, Eraserhead, and 13? Detective Tsukachi smiles. He appreciates how even while weaker than before, All Might will always worry over others. Besides your friends over here, the students got nothing more than a few bumps and bruises. Nothing to stress over. And the two teachers are out of danger for now. If you three heroes hadn't put your lives on the line, the students wouldn't have made it out unscathed. Toshinori frowns in response to the detective's praise. I see, but you've got one thing wrong, Tsukachi. He gestures a hand to the very children that just fought off an army of villains. In this fight, the students put their lives on the line too. In fact, they did much more than the rest of us. Especially me. After all, how can he have the gall to say that he saved the day? If anything, these students were more capable than all of the pro heroes today. To be thrown into a real battle so young, and survive. Now these first years know how scary the world can be. Have you ever heard of such a class? He can't stop the sense of pride flooding through his chest and out through his voice. Those foolish villains picked the wrong fight. Because the members of Class 1A are going to be mighty heroes indeed. He offers a grin to the future heroes in question, who have been listening on with admiring and shining gazes. I'm going to make sure of it. That makes Tsukachi smile. I'm sure you will, but I'd still like a statement either way. Of course. Toshinori follows the detective out of the infirmary, but not before one last wave to the students and a respectful bow to Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl grins cheerfully. Not to worry. Miss Uraraka will be able to leave as soon as I remove her bandages. Great. Then I'll collect her statement right after. Tsukachi closes the door behind Toshinori as they both make their exit. Achiko waves one last time as the door shuts closed. Now then. In a flash, she swirls around in her seat. You knew. The sudden outburst makes Izuku jump back in fright.
Yeah.
B, but it was a W while ago. He leans to the side to look at Recovery Girl. Why, you knew too, though? Recovery Girl smirks in response. Of course I did. Who do you think oversaw his recovery when he first got injured? She jumps off from her seat before approaching Achiko. Now let's get you all fixed up. She puckers her lips, ready to heal Achiko's last remaining wounds. Achiko nervously backs away, not really wanting a kiss to the cheek from the elderly woman. ####. Achiko yawns into her palm as she makes her way to the exit. Recovery Girl waves her off from her chair. Have a safe trip home, sweetie, but make sure you see the detective first. You'll find him in the break room. Of course. Thanks again for healing me. It was my pleasure. She waves her cane at her, mocking to hit her if she doesn't leave. Now I got to get this one out of here. She points her cane towards Izuku, who flinches at the sight of the swinging cane that resembles a large syringe. Achiko chuckles as she waves him goodbye. I'll see you later, Deku. Izuku waves back. You too, hero. That really makes her happy to hear as her grin stretches even further across her features. That last compliment gives her a little boost to her step as she takes off for the break room. When she arrives in such a high spirit, she decides to steal her mentor's line one last time. Maybe it'll amuse his friend. I am here. That's my line. Toshinori snaps at her from within the break room. Seated next to him on the couch, Tsukachi laughs into his hand. Achiko smiles apologetically to her mentor as she takes the seat across from them. After calming down from his laughing fit, Detective Tsukachi stands and reaches his hand out to the girl. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Miss Uraraka. All Might's told me a lot about you. Achiko's steely eyes shift over towards Toshinori. How much did he say? She asks with suspicion, wondering what else he had to say about her. Toshinori nervously sweats under her gaze, turning away and whistling to himself in an attempt to look innocent. Detective Tsukachi smirks. Enough to know that you've taken more than his lines. Achiko's eyes jolt up in astonishment before she jabs a finger at Toshinori. He knows too? Is there anyone you didn't tell? The symbol of peace retreats back from her accusing finger. Why yeah, so I probably should have told you in the beginning, but Tsukachi knows all about One for All and by extension you. Is there anyone else I should know about? Not many. Other than us, there's Recovery Girl, Nizu, and 2 others. Well, I knew about Nizu. You did. Toshinori sounds surprised. We met the other day when you weren't at school. He can't help but wonder what exactly they talked about. Probably about him. Wait! Achiko slams her hands against the coffee table. How come you get to tell people about One for All? And I can't get Deku in on it? Tsukachi sits quietly by, but he raises an eyebrow at Achiko's request. Just who is this Deku person? Toshinori admittedly saw this conversation coming. Young Midoriya is a fine young man, but as I mentioned before, this knowledge will paint a target on everybody who knows about it. Tsukachi here is a long-time trusted friend, as are the others that know about our secret. Deku can be trusted. Seriously, he is really good at keeping secrets, especially earth-shattering ones. Can you guarantee that? Toshinori asks with all seriousness. I'm not trying to question your friendship, but sometimes a secret like this can be too much for someone to handle. That, and also, if they were to let the young man know about One for All, he also has to explain that he himself is also quirkless. And he doesn't look forward to the fact that he'd also look like a hypocrite to the dear boy. He's already been through enough, he doesn't need to know that his inspiration is a liar too. After all, knowing that the symbol of peace is not a naturally born hero may be enough to set him on edge. But Deku, he isn't like that. I'm sure he'd understand. She leans back in her seat. All Might was quirkless before he got One for All. And Deku is still technically quirkless, so he would understand better than anyone. Wouldn't he? Maybe. But I feel it best if you keep him in the dark for now. But Tsukachi rudely inserts himself into the conversation. If I may, I agree with All Might. Achiko is taken back by the officer's sudden interruption, but she doesn't voice it. Think of it this way, if the knowledge of One for All were to get out, what do you think those villains you fought today would do with that? Achiko's entire body stiffens as she thinks about how much worse the attack would have been if the villains had decided to come after her instead. There's no way she would have been able to stand up to that Nomu nor any of the villains by herself. Tsukachi knows that he's got her thinking. They'd try and take it for themselves, and they'd target Mr. Midoriya in order to get you and One for All. Do you understand? I do. But it just seems so unfair. It is unfair, but that's just how it has to be. Tsukachi removes his hat and places atop the coffee table as a way to make himself look more approachable. But rather than thinking of it as a lie or secret, think of it as a means to protect him. I guess I can do that. It might be for the best. But that doesn't mean she has to like it. Toshinori smiles, glad to hear that she'll stop trying to tell young Midoriya about One for All. Even with today's events, he still is a bit wary of the boy. If anything, showing him his weakened form again was an attempt to get the boy to open up to the pro-hero. And in doing so, maybe he'd give some clues away about his newly acquired quirks. Tsukachi is also glad to hear Achiko complying. All right, I'd like to get started with gathering your statement, if that's okay. He pulls out a small notepad and pen to take notes. Since this is All Might's successor, he doesn't want to use a recorder in case any of them bring up that fact into the conversation. Toshinori looks expectantly at the detective. I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to stay and hear this for myself. Since he showed up so late, he's still not clear on exactly how things went. Tsukachi completely understands Toshinori's reasoning. I don't mind. Achiko understands too. Me neither. Without any more delays, the detective would like to get right to it. Great. So, tell us everything that occurred from your perspective. Achiko then spends the next few minutes describing how the events of the USJ played out, starting with how they met 13 there and then the villains wrapped themselves into the USJ. Then, of course, how they were all warped away by a villain named Kurogiri. She explains how she was warped away to the landslide zone with Shoto Todoroki and how expertly efficient he was in freezing all villains and monster hamsters before they could even make a move. Tsukachi looks over his notes. If I may, one of your friends, Shoto Todoroki, brought up how you ran into an unknown intruder. A look of concern crosses Toshinori's features. Who was it you ran into? Achiko looks between the two adults. They are clearly waiting for an answer. She has no idea how much Todoroki actually told the detective, so she might as well answer as truthfully as she can. His name was Tetrax Shard. She then realizes something. Wait, whatever happened to him? He was hurt pretty bad. Tsukachi shakes his head. We couldn't find him. He was just as slippery escaping the USJ as he was getting into it. Achiko sighs, glad to hear that a possible alien wasn't apprehended by the human police. Oh, that's too bad. I kinda wanted to ask him a few things. But where did he go? She'll have to bring it up to Principal Nizu later. Speaking of which, did he mention anything to you? I don't think so. Tsukachi's eyes narrow as if sensing her lie. Did he mention something called the omnitrix? Achiko is actually surprised that Tsukachi knows about the omnitrix, before remembering that Todoroki must have brought it up to him earlier. Yeah, he did. For full disclosure, Mr. Todoroki said that you knew what it was. Care to fill us in on it? I knew it. She needs to play her cards right. If not, she may just cause way more trouble for everyone. The omnitrix is that watch thing Deku wears to help access his powers. Deku is? Toshinori answers for her. He's young Midoriya. Ah, he gives Achiko a curious look before moving on. Why would this Tetrax be after Midoriya's support item? Achiko thinks about her response. Again, she has no idea how much Todoroki said already, and if she's caught in a lie, then there's going to be even more questions that she may not be able to answer. He said he was sent there to get it. Then who sent him? I don't know. He never said. Was he not sent by the same villains? No. Tsukachi and Toshinori share a look of concern and intrigue. Just who is this Tetrax guy and why was he after a seemingly useless support item? After all support items are specifically made for their wearer's own quirks and bodies, they would be useless to anybody else other than the intended owner. Alright, what happened next? We fought him and then... She considers mentioning how Tetrax explained a possible threat on Izuku's life, but she decides to keep that part out of this. That's something she needs to bring up to Principal Nizu and 13 instead. He offered to help us fight the villains. Both the pro-hero and the officer are justified in their astonishment. He what? Achiko can sympathize with their confusion. He said he can't stand the idea of the villains attacking innocent children. So, he didn't arrive with the villains? I don't think so. That Shigaraki guy didn't seem to know who he was either. Toshinori has a burning question. Wait, so he did help you fight the villains? Achiko suddenly becomes nervous, looking away shyly. Aiwa. I sort of accepted his offer to help. You what? Toshinori bursts out in outrage. Achiko flails her hands about in self-defense. I didn't have much of a choice. He was a good fighter, even Todoroki had a hard time taking him on, and he just offered a truce. So, I made a decision and I feel like it was the right one at the time. She nods her head as if to confirm her choice. Toshinori calms himself, dragging a hand down his face in an attempt to do so. I don't fault you for your decision, but it was too risky. He could have been trying to trick you. He wasn't. He seemed really sincere. Tsukachi finishes scribbling away into his notepad. Well, whatever the case. What happened next? Well, after we came to an agreement, we went to the central plaza, and there we saw Deku fighting against someone who turned out to be Henzuichi. Who? Oops, she didn't mean to let his name slip out. Oh, he's a, guy that, Uraraka. She sighs, giving into the detective's demand. I met Henzuichi a while back. During the mutant attack on the mall a year ago. Toshinori jumps up from his seat. He was there. A villain was there? Well, he wasn't a villain at the time. Actually, he helped us fight off the mutants, but he left afterwards. Toshinori sits back down. Why was he there at the mall in the first place? Why did he help then? Well, he was there with Deku. Both of the adults sit up a little straighter, and Toshinori's worries grows tenfold. Yeah, Deku was just as surprised to see him. Actually, the two of them had a sort of falling out after the mall incident, and they haven't spoken since then. The detective makes sure to jot this info down for later. Interesting. I'll be sure to ask Midoriya about this. This Midoriya kid is certainly a magnet for odd individuals. Isn't he? Achiko cups her chin. When I think about it, Bakugo knew him too. And if I remember correctly, Deku said that all three of them went to the same school. Tsukachi writes that down as well. Thank you. Please, continue. Alright. Well, Tetrax, Todoroki, and I fought off the villains while Tsuyu, Ida, and Deku got to safety. But then Deku came back to help. She's starting to get excited, recapping the day's events like one would excitedly explain an epic fight scene from one's favorite anime. But then Bakugo came out of nowhere and bam! He captured that warping villain. It was super cool and badass. It finally dawns on her that she's singing Bakugo's praises. And that's scary to think about. Don't tell him I said that. It comes off more as an order than a suggestion. The adults let out a few chuckles before composing themselves. Achiko decides to get things back on track. Another thing, that Nomu guy was way too strong. He apparently had 2 quirk. Both adults nearly shoot out from their seats. What did you say? Yeah, I remember that villain with the hands, Shigaraki, said that Nomu had more than 1 quirk. He had shock absorption and I think some kind of regeneration type quirk. The authority figures share a very worried look. It's clear to them all that this cannot be in any way good for them and society as a whole. Detective Tsukachi adjusts his tie. Well, thankfully, Nomu has been captured, so we'll look into it. Anyway, that guy was way too fast for us and Tetrax took a hit for Bakugo. Took a hit? Yeah, he protected him, but he got injured in the process. She makes a few punching motions with her fists. But we couldn't stop. So, we fought on and then Deku came in and saved us. Saved you? Achiko gets excited again, with stars in her eyes as she replays the epic scene in her mind. Yeah, he got a new transformation that was able to take on Nomu. Hell, he was even immune to Shigaraki's decay quirk. She pumps her fist into the air. And together we were able to use my zero gravity and Bakugo's explosion to blast Nomu away. Her smile falters and she slowly lowers her hand as she takes on a much more somber tune. After that, Wichi did something. Tsukachi tilts his head to the side. Did what? I'm not sure. He just grabbed Deku's omnitrix, and then boom, he was a giant mutated monster. Tashinori recalls the foul monster that escaped in the end. You mean the one I fought? Yeah, and from there you arrived and that was about it. The villains left and Wichi got away. Tsukachi leans back in his seat, overlooking his notes. I just have a few follow-up questions. Would you say the leader was this Shigaraki? Achiko nods her head rapidly. Yeah. That warping villain kept looking to him for directions, and he was ordering that Nomu thing around. What else can you say about them? That Shigaraki guy was easily aggravated, almost like a kid. But he was fast. And his decay quirk was terrifying. She shivers at the thought of how close he was to disintegrating her own face. Now that's an image she doesn't need. Another question. Did Shigaraki ever say anything that could suggest how the Nomu came to be? Not really. Oh, he did mention something about Nomu being created or made to kill you. She points at the deflated All Might. Kill me? Yeah. All Might. Yes. Achiko fidgets in her seat. Do you think they know about your injury? Tashinori shares a look with his friend before giving his reply. I don't know. As I said, my secret is a well-guarded one, so I know without a doubt that those that do know about it could have let it slip. Although he can't really say the same about young Midoriya. Again, it could be possible that they didn't know about it and were just trying to take me on. Achiko doesn't look too relieved. It's not exactly comforting to think that the villains could have potentially brought down the symbol of peace. Deciding that they've grilled the girl enough for answers, Tsukachi grabs his hat off the coffee table. Okay, I think that's enough. Achiko rubs her fingers together. Are you sure? Tsukachi offers her a kind, reassuring smile. Absolutely, this will be of great help to us. He holds up his notepad and waves it around in his hand. Hopefully we can get some answers and track down the villains responsible for all of this. He stands up and bows to the young woman. Thank you for your time. Miss Uraraka, we greatly appreciate it. Oh, why, you're welcome. I'm just glad I could help in some way. She bows in return. It was also nice to meet you. Same. Now please be careful on your way home. Thanks. Achiko picks herself up and walks towards the exit, but not before turning around. And All Might, thank you for what you said earlier. Toshinori offers a kind smile in return along with a small nod. Glad to be done. Achiko is more than happy to take her leave and head on home for a well-earned rest. The two adults sit in silence as Achiko closes the door and leaves. When they are sure she isn't returning, Toshinori turns to his friend. What do you think? Tsukachi grins back at him. I like her. I can see why you picked her. His grin falls though, as does his bright demeanor. But if you mean my thoughts about what she said, there was much of it I wasn't expecting. Such as this Tetrax fellow, the Nomu, and how this Henzuichi plays into this. He reviews his notes and can't help but notice how often Deku was written out onto it. But what's most concerning is how two of these factors are somehow related to Mr. Midoriya. Toshinori can't help but agree with his friend's inference. He should be healed enough for questioning by now. Tsukachi stands up and adjusts his hat. Probably Recovery Girl does work quickly, but I think it'd be best if I questioned him alone. I understand. ####. Recovery Girl takes her seat and begins typing away at her computer. How are you feeling? Izuku groans from exhaustion, but at least most of his injuries are taken care of. Better. His gaze falls upon his tattered hoodie sitting on the chair nearby. Wish I could say the same for my new hoodie. I'm sure if you brought it to the support course, they'd fix it for you. After all, it was ruined partly because of our obliviousness, so it's the least that we can do. Thank you. I appreciate it. Recovery Girl swirls in her seat. Why'd you bring it, if I may ask? Izuku is happy to share how he got it. Oh, it was actually a gift from Uraraka. Oh, was it now? A sly smile appears on Recovery Girl's face. Izuku blushes a deep red in response. Wait. No, I mean yes. It's not like that. The infirmary door slides open, and Detective Tsukachi makes his return. Am I interrupting something? Recovery Girl smiles up at the man. Back already? He steps inside, removing his hat in the process. Yup. I need to get a statement from Mr. Midoriya here. Is it all right if we had the room to ourselves? Of course, but be careful. She jumps down from her seat before strolling her way out. Don't be pressing him too hard. All of these students have gone through enough already. Yes, ma'am. Tsukachi takes a seat by Izuku's bed as Recovery closes the door. Are you ready to get started? Yes, sir. Great. All right, walk me through everything that occurred from the beginning. That's what Izuku does. He walks the detective through everything that occurred from his perspective. Their arrival at the USJ, the villains invading, and Kurogiri warping them all away. He then explains how Tsuyu, Ida, and him ended up in the flood zone, and using their combined efforts and reasoning, they were able to escape the villains and the giant koi fish. Next, he tells the detective how they tried to get back to the entrance, and they ended up passing by the central plaza where they unfortunately witnessed Mr. Aizawa's crushing defeat in the hands and claw of the Nomu. He goes on to explain that the villain Nu called Izuku out and they had a fight. During the fight, he was able to save Aizawa and get him to Tsuyu before Nu could attack. He then goes on to say how Achiko, Todoroki, and the others arrived just in the nick of time, and together they were all able to fight off the villains and defeat the monster known as Nomu. Detective Tsukachi briefly looks over his notes. Now I have some follow-up questions. All right. Can you explain to me what the omnitrix is? Izuku internally gasps. How does this police officer know about the omnitrix? Did Achiko say something? Or did they find Tetrax? The omnitrix. Oh, all right. My omnitrix is this. Izuku lifts his left arm and gestures to the strange device attached to his wrist. It's my one-of-a-kind support item. Tsukachi eyes the device, as if he's engraving the design into his mind for later. It certainly is one of a kind. I definitely have never seen something like it before. Its purpose is to help me control my quirk, one-man army. Tsukachi's smile falters and his eyes give way to a brief moment of distrust. Ah, yes, your quirk, from what I hear, it's a very unique one. Izuku smiles sheepishly. Yeah, I guess it is. Tsukachi's gaze hardened ever so slightly. Mind tell me when and where you got your omnitrix? Oh, about a year ago. Tsukachi makes sure to write that down. So, you haven't had it for that long? And no. Tsukachi eyes the device suspiciously, his mind full of swirling questions and possible answers, but none of them seem to be correct. Izuku fidgets under the detective's gaze, become very uncomfortable with where this conversation is going. Sir, if you don't mind me asking, but why are you so hung up on my omnitrix? Tsukachi eyes the young man before deciding to indulge him. I'll level with you. I want to know why someone would risk breaking into UA to take it from you. Take it. Izuku's mind instantly goes to Tetrax, and if the heroes ended up capturing him. There was a separate intruder today who was searching for this item, and I would like to know why that is. Oh, well, I'm not sure. I don't know why he wanted it. Yes, he does, but he can't tell that to the officer. Not like he'd believe him anyway. Unbeknownst to him, Tsukachi doesn't believe his current answer. Well, I can't assume you would know the reasons behind someone else's motives. I guess it can't be helped. He has to be careful how he goes about his questioning, otherwise he could tip the boy off. Is that all, sir? No, not yet. Tsukachi goes through his notes to make sure he isn't skipping over anything. He would like to ask more questions about his supposed quirk, but he's already pushing his luck. So it's time to change topics. Can you explain your relationship with one Henzu Wichi, aka Nu? Izuku instantly gets that the detective has already been made aware of Nu's identity. After all, several of his classmates overheard him saying it, so it's not unexpected. So, there's no avoiding this anymore. Why yes. I was told you two had a history. Care to specify? Izuku rubs the back of his neck, while avoiding eye contact with the officer. We, used to be friends. Tsukachi raises an eyebrow. Used to be. We had a pretty bad fight, and we haven't talked since. Izuku's eyes cast themselves downward before drifting to his watch, and the source of their dead friendship. Until today, Tsukachi finishes. Why yeah, that was a surprise. Was it though? Henzu basically disappeared off the face of the earth after their fight, and he was never a model citizen, so it really shouldn't have been that much of a surprise. I know All Might fought him, and according to All Might, Wichi's or Nu's body had some similarities to your forms. Do you know why? Well, I think it's because of this. Izuku gestures to his watch. Now we're getting somewhere. Tsukachi gestures for him to go on. Well, understand that Nu's quirk is called osmosis, and it allows him to absorb all kinds of solid matter, and even certain types of energy like electricity. Tsukachi quickly writes down these details. During our fight, he grabbed my omnitrix and tried to take it from me. His quirk must have been active, and because this thing is so closely linked to my powers, he must have absorbed my powers rather than the item themselves. That is honestly his best assumption on what happened. How else can he explain Nu's new abilities? He tried the same thing today, but that didn't work out for him so well. No kidding. The guy completely transformed in one of the most monstrous things he's ever seen. Tsukachi closes his notepad before getting up to his feet. Alright, that's all I needed from you. Thank you for indulging me for so long. Oh, it's okay. I'm happy to help. Recovery girl decides then to re-enter the room. Are you two finally done? Tsukachi places his hat back on. We just ended, ma'am. Good. I'd like to let this one rest before he can go home. Understood. I'll take my leave. Tsukachi steps through the door before looking back at the young man. It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Midoriya. I look forward to what the future holds for you. Thank you. Tsukachi leaves without another word. He makes his way back to the break room while flipping through his notes. When he arrives, Toshinori is awaiting his return. His head quickly snaps up towards the door. How'd it go? Tsukachi rubs his forehead. I'm beginning to see why you're so wary of him. Why? What did he say? It's more like what he didn't say. He scans his notes. That boy. He is for sure hiding something. His lie detector quirk definitely picked up on it. The boy was lying through his teeth when he gave certain answers, and it all has to revolve around that watch of his and his quirk. Toshinori is dying to know. Like what? That is unclear. But whatever it is, it's definitely related to his supposed quirk. Toshinori looks visibly shaken. He knows full and well that if Tsukachi is unsure about something, then it's something to worry about. Is there a chance that young Midoriya somehow gained a quirk since he last saw him? You don't think? I hope not. But we supposedly have one villain with multiple quirks, and a student capable of using multiple quirks. Toshinori grabs at his head. He really hopes this is not the worst-case scenario. But the dread filling up within him tells him otherwise. Can't be though. He defeated that devil a long time ago. There's no way he could still be lurking around. It can't be. Do you think? I hope not. Tsukachi turns grim. But if there's a connection between the two of them, then that could explain a lot. For example, how did the villains know about the USJ and that you'd be there? The number one hero's eyes widen with shock. They could have been told. Was it young Midoriya that told them? Is he somehow connected to these villains? And if he is, then it's his fault. He turned the boy away, and now his negligence is coming back to haunt him. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have been so harsh with the boy. Toshi? I met him a year ago in this form, and he asked me if someone quirkless could be a hero. Tsukachi eyes widen as if everything has just clicked into place. You didn't. I did. I said no. Toshinori shakes with grief and guilt. The instant I said that, I knew I crushed his dream, but I just walked away. I turned my back on him. Toshi. And because of me, he got himself involved with those villains. Also, he can be a hero. What are you saying? Maybe Midoriya is not a willing participant but an unknowing victim. Perhaps he's being manipulated. That has to be it. Perhaps he's unknowing handing the villains and that devil what they want to know. That's a possibility, isn't it? Then again, this could just be All Might's way to gain some semblance of hope. Hope that young Midoriya can be saved and released from his servitude to the villains. But that's assuming that this is the case. Perhaps. Tsukachi puts away his notepad. I'm going to hold my own investigation on Izuku Midoriya. Toshinori was not expecting that. Are you sure? I think it'd be for the best. The best-case scenario is that I don't find anything incriminating and we can all just brush this under the rug. Toshinori doesn't want to ask, but he does. And the worst case? The worst case is that we have a traitor among the students of Class 1A. Dear God, please don't let it be true. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Izuku finishes tucking his torn hoodie into his yellow backpack just as the elevator shaft opens up. Achiko steps through first, examining the main lobby of Japan's plumber base. It's been a while since we've been here. Izuku smiles, brushing his hand against the bandage on his cheek. According to Recovery Girl, a bruise isn't a big enough injury to justify using her quirk on it. You said it. Why do you think Nizu called us in so suddenly? As Achiko was leaving her interview, both her and Izuku had gotten a text from Principal Nizu asking them to report to the plumber base before they head on home. Achiko shrugs as they make their way to the main hangar. Don't know. Maybe it has something to do with that Tetrax guy. Speaking of which, Achiko can't help but wonder whatever became of him. Tetrax, just who are you? And where did you go? It doesn't take them long to reach the second level where the doors open up to a meeting area with a large table, and at the end of the rooms are two separate gates that lead to different parts of the ship. We are here. Maybe they should stop using that line so often before it loses its luster. Seated upon the head chair is Principal, or rather Magister Nizu, and posted nearby on top of the table is a little spherical robot named 1-1. Glad One cheers at the announcement of their arrival. Carrot, hooray! It's so good to see you. Carrot. Sad One's reaction couldn't be any more different. Carrot, darn, I thought you two were dead. Carrot. Achiko and Izuku deadpan at the dual-personality robot. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Magister Nizu smiles at their antics. Please, don't mind 1-1, he was very worried for the both of you. Upon being addressed by an authority figure, the teens greet the little chimera. Good to see you, sir. Likewise, And might I say I am so glad to see both of you on your feet. Magister Nizu's smile falls as he bows his head slightly forward and he holds his paw to his chest. I also must apologize. Neither of you should have been in any way involved in this egregious act of villainy. Izuku is quick to wave away the accusation. It's okay. There was no way to know what the villains were planning to do. Thank you for trying to elevate my worries. But it still stands that the entirety of UA has been compromised. Nizu claps his paws together. But that is not why I called either of you here for. Now I hate to make you both relive through today's events, but there's something that must be addressed. Achiko goes ahead and takes a seat. What is it, sir? The doors leading to the operations room opens up and a lone figure steps out. Me. Achiko shoots out of her seat so fast that she knocks it over. It's you. You're Tetrax. Izuku is just as confused, slamming his hands against the table. What are you doing here? Tetrax Shard strolls over to the table. His helmet is still cracked, but other than that he's walking around fine, free of injury. He takes a seat opposite of the teenagers. It's like I promised. I need to explain myself to you all. Carrot, how kind of you. Carrot, I don't trust him. I bet he's here for our organs so he can sell them off. Carrot. Izuku looks to their superior to see if this is all right. Principal Nizu? Magister Nizu adjusting himself on his seat, which is made up of a small stack of books so he can properly see over the table. It's quite all right. I can guarantee that he was not in any way in league with the villains. Now that is a relief to hear. The last thing either Achiko or Izuku want her to get involved in another all-out fight, especially with someone so capable. Nizu turns to their guest. Mr. Shard, please indulge our curiosities. Tetrax nods his head from behind his helmet. Of course. Let's begin by explaining why I am here. If you couldn't tell, I am not in fact human. Achiko gives the alien a deadpan stare. Yeah, we sort of figured that out for ourselves. Right? But as an extraterrestrial being, I knew I couldn't be found out by your planet's heroes. Tetrax makes air quotes while saying, heroes. And so after I witnessed your fantastic display of strategic battling, I made my escape and came here. He gestures to their current surroundings. Izuku curiously stares up at the being. But how'd you know it was here? Glad One graciously provides an answer. Carrot, well, how else do you think all the aliens that come here find us? It's public knowledge to them, much like how everyone knows where their local police station is. Carrot. Sad One is of course ready with a quip of his own. Carrot, it also makes it easier for our enemies to find us. Carrot. The teens roll their eyes, figuring the robot was exaggerating. Tetrax sheepishly rubs the back of his helmet. They're actually right about that. What? They both cry out in surprise. Sure, it makes sense, but isn't it bad if alien criminals can find them too? The ever-chipper Nizu simply laughs off their worries. Ha ha ha. While Nizu calms himself down, Tetrax decides to get things moving. Anyway, if I may, after I arrived here, I had your little droid here contact the local plumbers, and Magister Nizu arrived shortly after. Well, that explains how he got here and why Nizu called the two over here. But that only increases Izuku's inner curiosity. Wait, if you're an alien, what kind of alien are you? He excitedly has his hero transformation notebook at the ready. He's also been filing its pages with new aliens that he's had the pleasure of coming across in Mr. Bauman's store. Tetrax smiles from underneath his helmet. See for yourself. Tetrax reaches behind his head, and after a switch of a button his helmet shifts and opens up until it sheathes itself back into his suit. Nizu smiles on as the space cadets' jaws drop at the sight before them. Diamond Head? Tetrax looks at them with confusion. Who? If he knew what they were talking about, he certainly wouldn't be in the unknown. Tetrax is seemingly a carbon copy of Diamond Head, because he's a Petrosapien, although with a few differences such as a slightly different frame and no long shards of crystal sticking out from his hide. Huh. So that's how I got my new transformation. Izuku peers down at the omnitrix. When you grabbed it, it must have absorbed your DNA. That might explain how I got the megawatt DNA as well when I think about it. Tetrax approves of Izuku's deductive reasoning. Yes, the omnitrix is a device that stores and collects DNA of all intelligent life forms in the known universe, while also providing the wielder access to all of the DNA within it. His tone changes, becoming deeper and more foreboding. And there are many that would do anything to get it. Achiko nervously sinks down into her seat. Such as the one that sent you after it? Yes. By the way, are you still here to take it? Achiko gestures to the watch, and in response Izuku instinctually backs away, gripping said device protectively. No, it's like I said. I am here to ensure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Tetrax then adds in the following with a casual demeanor. And besides, I couldn't take it even if I wanted to. Good point. Achiko's sweat drops. She had forgotten that the omnitrix is literally fused to her friend's arm. So, he couldn't exactly press and button and slip it off, now could he? Then why were you searching for it if you were sent to take it? The one who hired me will only use its power to destroy and conquer. I couldn't risk it. So I took advantage of the situation, deciding that I would ensure the omnitrix's safety. Izuku pipes in his take. In other words, you went against your orders. Tetrax gives the kid a cocky smirk. Exactly. And it's a good thing too. Nizu claps his paws together and places them atop the table before addressing the Petrosapian. Mr. Shard, please. Would you care to tell us who it is that hired you? Yes. It was the most dangerous being in the universe, the one known as Vilgax. He draws out the threat's name to express how dreadful the danger truly is. Nizu's usual calm and cheery demeanor is shaken, at least for a brief moment. Are you sure? Yes. There's no sugar-coating this. Vilgax is the one that hired and sent him here. Oh my! Achiko rubs her ear, not sure if she heard the bounty hunter correctly. Vil what? Izuku is just as lost as she is. Who is that? New gestures for Tetrax to explain away. Vilgax is a conqueror and destroyer of worlds, a powerful being who has made dictators grovel at his feet to appease his violent tendencies. He's destroyed civilizations not for their resources but for sport, wiped out entire species of aliens. He's so dreaded planets have surrendered themselves just to avoid his wrath bearing itself down upon them. The space cadets gulp. Is this Vilgax guy really all that dangerous? Nizu rubs his scar which runs down his face. And somehow, he's been made aware of the omnitrix's existence and he has his sights after it. Tetrax grimaces. Yes, and with it he will certainly create an army of transforming minions that can tear through any environment, army, and force that they come across, all in the name of galactic conquest. Izuku's eyes widen with realization. It must have been this Vilgax guy sending all those robots down after him all those months ago. But he had assumed that whomever was sending them had given up. Guess not. Achiko grips her hands together in an attempt to keep herself cool and collected. What do we do? How can we defeat him? You can't. Tetrax delivers this line rather bluntly. Izuku and Achiko freeze up, the blood draining from their faces as the temperature drops several hundred degrees. Nizu tries to offer the two a kind, reassuring smile. Now there is no need to panic. They both cry out while completely in sync. How are you not panicking? Nizu holds up a single finger. A lesson for you both. Panicking never helped anyone. It's much more productive to stay calm and take everything at face value. As of now, this is how things stand. For one, a benefit of living here on Earth, especially in such a place as Japan, are our fine pro-heroes that risk life and limb to defend the innocent and withhold the peace. Unbeknownst to the heroes, they are actually the main reason why the plumbers of Earth don't have to deal with such vile alien criminals. As such, many of those who would otherwise cause harm to Earth or its inhabitants opt to stay away and not jeopardize their own resources on such an endeavor. Tetrax takes over the explanation from here. Especially when you consider how unique each human's powers can be, there's no possible way for any enemy army to assume what the enemy has waiting for them. Not to mention you have the symbol of peace, all might, protecting over your country, and not to mention your place of education. Izuku's eyes disappear from under his green locks. Wait! You know about All Might? Why, of course. Someone with such great power as his doesn't exactly go unnoticed. Achiko blinks in rupees. Huh, how do you like that? All Might's also famous across the galaxy and not just the planet. Wow, I really have a lot to live up to, don't I? Tetrax continues. In other words, as long as you remain here on Earth, even Vilgax will play things cautiously. Izuku isn't too reassured by that claim. Will he? He has to. Nizu turns in his seat so he can reassure the boy properly. For you see, our fellow plumber station across the galaxies have recently established a truce with this very same Vilgax. He sighs in defeat. However, we cannot make a move on him either. Why not? As Mr. Shard has said, Vilgax is a highly dangerous individual, so much so that our so-called truce is more of a ceasefire, and any aggression from either side could result in the destruction of not only Earth but many other planets across the universe. Achiko is actually shaking in her seat. But to then, what do we do? Nizu frowns in response, shaking his head. I don't know. That's not reassuring. Tetrax raises his hand with an offer. If I may, I might just have a solution. The others look at him, expectantly waiting for him to continue. This base is capable of scanning the entirety of Japan in order to keep track of any and all registered aliens living upon it. Correct. Nizu nods. Why, of course. Right, well, Vilgax gave me this. The bounty hunter pulls out a small rectangular device that's red in color and has a small screen embedded into its surface. It's a special device that uses the same technology that allows Vilgax to locate the omnitrix whenever it is activated. He hands the device to Magister Nizu so he can examine it himself. So using the same technology and with the help of your droid, we should be able to create a program of sorts to act as a jammer. He gestures towards the omnitrix wielder. Whenever Midoriya activates the omnitrix, the frequency it releases as a result will be scrambled across your scanner, and hence Vilgax will be unable to detect his location. Achiko leans forward in her seat. But will that really get rid of him? It's no guarantee. As long as the omnitrix remains here, he will undoubtedly send more agents here to retrieve it. Well, that's not good. They'd prefer a more permanent solution, but it's still not a bad idea. But Tetrax isn't done yet. There's one more thing they can do. So, we must also take the omnitrix off-world. Neither of the teens find the joke funny. What? He can't be serious. Does he really expect Izuku to just pack up and leave for who knows where, while a maniacal conqueror purses him until the end of his days? Or does Tetrax mean they should try and remove the omnitrix? There are several issues with that too. 1, they can't remove it unless he plans to cut his arm off. And 2, Izuku really doesn't want to part with the device. It's given him so much, and not just powers. Giving it up would bring everything he's worked towards to a screeching halt, and there will be no way for him to become a hero. Tetrax can almost sense the despair and fear radiating off the boy, so he quickly tries to make amends. Hold on, allow me to explain. What I mean is we lead him away with a fake omnitrix. That instantly snaps Izuku out of his funk. A fake omnitrix? Achiko is equally just as confused. How will we do that? Simple. Tetrax takes the device back from Nizu and holds it up. Using this device, I can mimic the signal given off by the omnitrix, and as such Vilgax will believe that I have it, and that I am on my way to hide it and keep it out of his possession. In doing so, he will abandon Earth to pursue me. Izuku shakes his head. That can't be their best strategy. That's crazy. If you were to do that, he'd come after you and those you care about. Tetrax offers the boy a smile. I appreciate the concern, but you have no need to worry. He jabs his thumb towards his puffed-out chest. I'm pretty slippery despite my physique, and besides, I have no one to lose. His voice falls slightly. They all notice the change in tone, but neither of them wants to be the one to point it out. Tetrax coughs bring them back to the plan at hand. What do you say, Magister? Nizu hums to himself while in though, but it doesn't take long for him to have an answer. I think it's our best option. To ensure Mr. Midoriya's safety, we must see this through. Thank you. Achiko isn't buying this either. Are you sure you're okay with this? You could stay and we can come up with something else. Izuku agrees. Yeah, you could always just say and help me with the omnitrix and maybe my new diamond head form. Tetrax shakes his head in denial. I wish I could, but I cannot stay. Why not? 1. Vilgax will know I betrayed him and send others after me. So either way I will be hunted. Also, I'm a wanted fugitive here now. Ha! Nizu scratches his ear trying to make this bit of news sound casual. Yes, you see, after hearing the collective statements of the students, there's a nationwide search for our dear Mr. Shard. He cannot stay, not without risking the exposure of aliens. I understand, sir. Tetrax nods before getting up from his seat. Good. He turns to 1-1 who's been quietly listening from the sidelines. Now, droid, let's get started on this program. Carrot. Carrot, you can't boss me around. Carrot. 1-1 hops off the table and follows Tetrax to the main operating room so they can begin programming their scanner and Tetrax's detector. Nizu leans back in his seat. In the meantime, there's a few things I'd like to discuss with the two of you. Achiko takes a guess about what it is. Is it about the USJ? It is. During the police investigation, I granted them access to the USJ's camera footage. Izuku and Achiko share the same thought. There were cameras? But then again, not like they would have come in handy since all signals were cut off from the main campus. And there were some things that really concern me, such as the villain known as Nu, or rather Henzuichi. The cameras are also installed with microphones, so they were able to pick up on certain conversations. From my understanding of the situation, the two of you know this person. Do you not? Izuku swallows a bit of saliva before nodding. We do. He takes a breath before continuing on. He was my best friend back in junior high. Was he? Why yes, but we had a fight. He would rather not get into it. Mr. Midoriya. Izuku peers up at the principal. Please tell me you will not be in any trouble. Izuku believes him and goes ahead with his story. Nu, or rather Henzu, was a friend and we all got caught up at the mutant incident at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. That's actually the first time I met Uraraka. But before that, he had always known me to be quirkless. He felt betrayed, and so I wanted to explain myself to him. This is the first time Achiko's hearing the full story as well. Deku, what happened? I told him. I didn't tell him about aliens or anything. I just said that I finally got my quirk is all, and that lie made him feel like he owed Henzu. But then, he wanted me to make it up to him. So he did, and he can only look back at the results with a powerful taste. And there was a train. Apparently it was filled with gold or something. Deku. Henzu. Nu wanted me to help him rob it by crashing the train into a passenger train. Achiko lets out a gasp while Nizu remains silent. That was when I couldn't stand by anymore and we had a fight. Like an argument? No. I became Lodestar and we had an all-out brawl. But he did something. Nizu gives his student an inquisitive look, while Achiko pushes for answers. Did what? Do you remember how he grabbed the omnitrix? Yeah. Well, he did the same thing then and I think he got my alien powers through his osmosis quirk. And after the U.J, well, you all saw what happened to him. He became a monster. And that was it. He didn't come back to school and he never answered my calls. Our friendship had officially come to an end. Nizu hops off from his pedestal and approaches the boy, placing a gentle paw to his hand. My boy, you have my sincerest apologies for your loss. Losing a friend is never easy, especially to villainy, or any situation for that matter. In any case, this does clear up a lot. He removes his paw. We best be careful from here on out when it comes to safeguarding the omnitrix, and not just from Vilgax, but from Nu and others that could potentially use its power for nefarious ploys. Achiko shoots out from her seat, her fists balled up and raised as she leers determinedly at her allies. I'll help too. There's no way she's going to let Deku get attacked by some cosmic villain. At least not alone. Thanks. Izuku smiles up to them, appreciating their support. But are we sure I should be the one to have this? He stares down at the alien device. Is it okay for him to be the one to wield this power? Especially if it's capable of being used to destroy and conquer worlds. Is it okay to leave it in the hands of a child? Mr. Midoriya. Izuku snaps out of his stupor, as Nizu waits for him to calm down. I don't think there is anyone else more suited to wielding the omnitrix than you. Nizu eyes the young man with pride. You are a smart and capable young man, one of the finest I've ever met. So, believe me when I say that I don't think there's anyone else more suited to wield this device. Well, there may be one other person that he can think of, but they're not here anyway, so it doesn't matter. Besides, we can't give it to someone else even if we wanted to. Ha 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 ha. Nizu may be laughing, but Izuku's just happy to hear that the principal of UA believes in him. All too soon the main doors open back up and one rolls his way into the room. Carrot, we finished. Carrot. Carrot, you may now sing my praises. Carrot. Achiko gaps at 1 as Tetrax follow close behind the robot. That was fast. Tetrax helps 1 onto the table. Your droid here is a lot more efficient than it would seem. Sad 1 leers up at the Petrosapien. Carrot, don't patronize me. Carrot. The jamming program is up and running. Tetrax holds up his newly upgraded detector. And this now has the capability to not only locate the omnitrix but mimic its signature. Achiko examines the device with intrigue. How do we know if it worked? Tetrax looks to Izuku for the answer. Let's try it. Izuku smiles in understanding. Excitedly, he presses down the omnitrix and is replaced with the one and only gray matter. Achiko allows the little alien to step into her open palms, so she can lift him up and keep him at eye level. Tetrax turns the signal detector towards them, with a pleased smile on his face. Gray matter tilts his head to the side while examining the screen. It worked. Nizu is also pleased with the results. It appears so. Tetrax pockets the device. Now that this device can send out signals, Vilgax will have no way to locate your position. Nizu hates to bring down the mood, but he's the type to look at things as they are. Even so, we must proceed with caution. Vilgax is a patient and calculating foe. He may very well still send his agents here to Earth. He offers an encouraging smile to the students. But I think we'll be more than ready for when he does. Well, in any case, I think I should take my leave. The ragtag group of various species head on down to the hangar where a ship that neither Achiko nor Izuku recognize sits. Apparently, after making his escape from the USJ, Tetrax used the cloaking device of the small ship to make his escape and come here to the plumber base. Before Tetrax can take off, however, 1 goes ahead and begins inspecting the shuttle to ensure it's capable of space travel. The ship is nothing special. It's a simple ship with a small cargo area leading into the pilot seat. The docking hatch is the back of the shuttle, with a ramp as the means to climb aboard. Even though it is nothing that spectacular, Achiko can't help but admire the spacecraft. Is this your ship? Tetrax knocks his knuckles against the side of the shuttle. It's more of a rental. His real spaceship is undergoing repairs on another planet, so he had to settle for this. Before Achiko or Izuku can ask what Tetrax means, 1 jumps down from atop the shuttle. Carrot, Mr. Shinyman, your ship is fully operational. Carrot. Carrot, we are not legally obligated to ensure your safety in the incident of the ship imploding. Carrot. Thank you. Tetrax steps aboard the ramp, but not before facing the space cadets one last time. Well, it's been quite the experience. He holds his crystallized hand out to them both. It's been a pleasure to fight by your side. Same. Izuku takes and shakes the man's hand, although he struggles to stop himself from wincing under Tetrax's firm grip. Achiko bows in appreciation. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. He turns to leave, climbing up the ramp towards the cargo duct. Wait. Achiko just remembered that there was something else she needed to ask. You could have just walked away. You didn't need to help us. Tetrax stops to hear the girl out. So, I guess my question is, why? Tetrax takes a minute to think of his response. There's a lot he can say on the matter, such as his less than spotless past and his innocent people, but there's no need to bog down these children with those details. I once walked away from my responsibilities. I turned my back on those that couldn't defend themselves. After that, I chose to never allow that to happen again. That's right, he'd rather risk his own life for those that cannot. Before I leave, I have just a few pieces of advice for each of you. He points to the gravity manipulator to ensure that she's listening. Be more decisive with your decisions and trust in yourself and those around you. Sometimes your instincts are a far greater means of decision-making. Don't let fear and uncertainty hold you back. Achiko looks up at the warrior with an expression that radiates resolve. I will. Tetrax nods, pleased that she will take his advice seriously before he turns his attention onto the wielder of the omnitrix. And you can't rely on the omnitrix. That is not the advice Izuku was expecting.
Pardon.
You rely too heavily on the omnitrix, and in doing so you risk not only your life but those around you, and the omnitrix itself. He pounds his fist over his chest. You have a warrior's heart and a strategic mind. Being able to fight without the omnitrix will only increase your own capabilities in a fight. Izuku considers the advice and comes to the conclusion that Tetrax knows what he's talking about. He thinks back to how earlier that day how the others kept him back from the fight. Because in truth there was nothing he could do at the time, not with the omnitrix out of commission. He needs a way to fight when the omnitrix's aliens aren't accessible to him. But how? Maybe he should look into some kind of support gear or weapon. But what? With nothing else to say, Tetrax boards his ship, until he decides on one last thing. One more thing. He grabs a dark flat disc from his belt before tossing down to Izuku. The disc flops between Izuku's hands before he finally catches it. Upon being caught, the disc expands and shoots outward. The sudden movement surprises Izuku so much that he drops it. But the device doesn't fall to the ground, instead it hovers just above the floor. Izuku grins excitedly as he examines his brand new support item. A hoverboard? The hoverboard is a rectangular shape with a light green base and a strange green alien insignia inscribed on it. Achiko awes at the device as Izuku picks it up and continues to examine it. Tetrax finds their expression rather amusing. If only they knew how common this technology truly is in the galaxies. I think you'll have more use for that than me. Besides, he could always get another one. Izuku presses down on the side of the hoverboard and it shrinks back down into its original disc form. So cool. Ah, no fair. Don't I get one? Achiko's cheeks puff out as she grumbles about the unfairness of the situation. That complaint honestly takes Tetrax by surprise. What? Can't you already fly? Achiko blinks in bewilderment. Excuse me? You manipulate gravity, don't you? I figured you would use the ability to fly. Achiko's eyes light up. Holy shit. That's true, isn't it? Why didn't she think of it before? Well, now all she needs to do is figure out how to do it. Look out, Deku, you're not going to be the only one ruling the skies. While Achiko revels in her new-found realization, Nizu takes the chance to address their new friend. Mr. Shard, thank you for everything. You protected my students and now you're giving yourself up to the wolves. Nizu bows, his back at a perfectly 90-degree angle. I thank you for your service, and I can guarantee that you will receive all cooperation from the plumbers. He salutes as a way to honor his promise. Tetrax offers a salute of his own, accepting the kind offer. He gives the students one last look of expectancy, and with a curt nod he enters into his shuttle just as the ramp rises and closes up the interior of the spaceship. Izuku and Achiko watch on as the shuttle roars to life and wind gushes out from its engines as the shuttle begins to float up and into the air. From above, a hatch opens up, revealing the bright blue sky above. The ship slowly rises out through the narrow tunnel. Its cloaking device activates, turning the entire ship invisible. The only sign that it's left the tunnel is how the leaves and the branches of the trees above whip around. And with a loud boom like that of a jet, the trees fall silent as Tetrax begins to ascend to the planet's upper atmosphere. The students watch on as the trees finally settle and the passage begins to seal itself back up, and then they are left alone in their thoughts. Thoughts on what their possible futures hold for them now, and the hope that this plan will work out in their favor. But Nizu has another concern, one that falls upon the responsibilities as a principal rather than a plumber. Our students have gone through so much on their own, but I fear for how the public will view this incident. We need to assure the people of Japan that there is nothing to fear, that this was a temporary lapse in preparedness. Hopefully an opportunity to show how well the school is actually conducting itself will be upon them soon. #####. A humanoid drone addresses the commander of his ship. Master, we've detected Tetrax Shard's ship exiting the planet's atmosphere. The commander, or rather Vilgax, the destroyer of worlds, smiles from underneath his breathing apparatus. I knew I could rely on him. He was so willing to betray his own people. I knew he'd be perfect to complete this mission. And soon I will have the omnitrix in my grasp. Another drone rushes up to its master's healing pod. Master, Tetrax Shard is not trying to board our ship. Instead, he's activated his hyperdrive. What? A third drone wheels around from its post. Master, we've detected the omnitrix and the signal is coming from a broad Tetrax Shard's ship. It cannot be, but then again, prepare to intercept him. They must intercept his ship before it can escape. It is too late, he just entered hyperspace. With one last beep of the drone's monitor, it confirms that Tetrax has left the solar system. Vilgax roars out in anger. If only he wasn't restrained to this accursed pod. He would be thrashing about smashing away his useless minions. Rah! That traitor Tetrax will not outrun him so easily. He will hunt him down and take what is rightfully his. Quickly, we must pursue him. We cannot. The ship's main reactor is still undergoing repairs. Even though they've been working on the ship for months, it's difficult doing repairs when they cannot return to their own planet and instead have to resort to sneaking in shipments of supplies and material. Vilgax is seething with rage. How dare that insulate bug defy him? If we cannot pursue him, then we will send another after him. Someone who will not give up his hunt or betray me. Yes, he will hire someone that will not give up a hunt. Someone who will honor their allegiance. Someone who will hunt Tetrax to the very edges of the universe if they must. Then again, his well-toned and experienced instincts are betraying his rage. Perhaps Tetrax doesn't mean to escape with the omnitrix but lead him and his army away from it. Perhaps the omnitrix is still on the planet? Either way, he cannot pursue Tetrax without a properly functioning ship, so he is stuck here for the time being. With only the Earth's various media outlets to occupy his time. Admittedly, he's become rather fascinated with this planet. Just how does a population of lesser lifeforms evolve so spontaneously with powers that could rival his own strength? Not like that fact scares him in any way. In fact, it only serves to intrigue him further. Perhaps this planet will prove to be a worthy challenge, and a fine addition to his grand empire. A news article projects itself onto the surface of the healing pod. Vilgax examines the article and its headline. UA attacked by the League of Villains. Vilgax rereads the header. It looks like things are getting even more interesting.